Artificial intelligence is more than technology. It's a new level of assistance. Artificial intelligence helps preserve cultural values, create new technologies, create while being focused on the ideas. It helps you explore and identify patterns. Teach something that is completely new. Inspire you to achieve something greater. Artificial intelligence helps you.
Заместитель руководителя администрации президента Российской Федерации.
Please welcome Deputy Head of the Administration of the President of the Russian Federation, Maxim Oreshkin, and First Deputy Chairman of the Executive Board of SPER, Alexander Vedyakhin.
Добрый день, доброе утро, коллеги. Рад.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, colleagues. I'm happy to be opening this business day of AI Journey. Let's ponder on what this year has been. 2024, a pivotal year. The BRICS summit in Kazan this year was a landmark event, bringing together 30 countries, representing more than 60% of the world's population and almost half of the global economy. But even more important than that, those are countries that will be forging this new wave of global economic growth. I see people from many of these countries here today in the audience, and this is absolutely critical because this new wave of global development will be underpinned by technology, and artificial intelligence technology is absolutely key to this new wave of global growth. Russia sets very ambitious goals for itself, economic development, fostering a more favorable environment for living, improving education, healthcare. Obviously, in all of these areas, the contribution of AI is very hard to overestimate. We have a lot of examples, a lot of cases that demonstrate how the different spheres, the different fields of economy are getting better thanks to AI. Just this morning, I looked this up. In 2019, I was making this comment and I was saying that AI, at its peak, can add up to 1% to the economic growth rate of our country. And that was received with smiles and nods. But this is becoming a reality. AI is changing our lives. And sometimes it's not that evident. SPER, the largest financial institution to implement AI into its work, what that means is that lending is more efficient and funds are being invested into the projects that are actually beneficial for the Russian economy and for people. Or let's take marketplaces as an example. The use of AI helps place orders and satisfy the demand for goods and products all across the country. AI suggests which product will be in the highest demand, and this makes production more efficient because we are producing what people actually need. We reduce the turnover stockpiling, and it is beneficial for the economy. This day is very important for this forum because I would be hard-pressed to name a business that hasn't felt an impact of AI. But obviously, we are just at the beginning of this journey. We still have a lot of work to do to make sure that AI ushers in this new wave of economic development in Russia and worldwide. So welcome to this business day. I'm looking forward to many interesting things today. Thank you very much, Maxim. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, friends. We were just there backstage a minute ago, and we were discussing Maxim's participation in our events and conferences, and yeah, he participates in all of them. And I'm very happy to be standing here on the stage with him once again, opening the business day. What is this business day? This is the day when we will be discussing how AI is going to radically change our business, our economy. We have roughly 2,000 businessmen and businesswomen in the audience, and today we will be talking about the experience of not just Russia, but of almost 20 countries from all across the globe that are actively implementing AI and generative AI. This is very exciting. You heard part of it yesterday at the main discussion, the main plenary discussion of our forum, and I hope you're looking forward to hearing from new speakers who will be presenting today. We have a lot of different countries represented: India, China, UAE, Bahrain, Pakistan. Very diverse countries, but each country has fascinating cases of AI application. Another important thing I wanted to mention is that we are not just inviting these speakers from these countries, but we are also working on the platform of the AI Alliance. As you remember, this signing that took place yesterday with the involvement of Mr. Putin. Maxim mentioned the 1% GDP growth, but monetary-wise, this is 11.2 trillion rubles in addition to the GDP growth by 2030. And it doesn't happen overnight, obviously. It is going to be gradually, step by step, increasing in productivity and economic growth, in the number of successful use cases. And AI opens up a whole wealth of opportunities. We're going to discuss the agent-based systems and also creation of virtual teams, where, for example, in your team there are participants, quote-unquote, agents, or entities that are inside a large language model performing certain functions. To a large extent, it is a collaboration between a human being and these specialized software. And the ability to develop this skill and everything around the development of this skill is going to be bringing in a lot of capital, a lot of opportunities. But without further ado, a very warm welcome to AI Journey, the journey into the world of AI. We're opening day 2. Please welcome the host of the conference, Veronika Romanova. A very good morning to you, dear friends, dear audience. We would like to thank our partners for the opening of day 2 of AI Journey 2024. Maxim Oreshkin, Deputy Head of the Administration of the President of the Russian Federation, and Alexander Vedyakin, First Deputy Chairman of the Executive Board of Sber. Thank you very much. So we are in day 2 of the conference, and today we will be talking business. So the companies that contributed to making AI Journey 2024 happen. And here are the partners of the conference. General partner, Dom.rf. Our special partner, Yandex, the Russian Direct Investment Fund, the investment partner. The fund has been a partner of the conference since 2019. Sibur, the official partner that this year participated in AI Journey. Our strategic partners, Kaspersky Laboratory, T-Bank, and Navia. And the partner of the conference, Rusagro Group. On behalf of everyone involved in making this conference happen, I would like to cordially thank all of the partners. We have a very busy agenda. We will hear from India, China, UAE, Indonesia, Bahrain, South Africa, Pakistan, and Morocco. The geography is very extensive. We have a lot of industries represented here today. We will hear about different use cases of AI in different spheres, and we will also touch upon ethics and regulation. And in the evening, we're going to have an awards ceremony called AI Leaders. The best scientists and researchers and regions developing AI and ML technology are going to be awarded. No matter where you are, whether you're here in the audience or if you're watching us online, you have an opportunity to scan a QR code and ask our speakers the questions that are the most relevant for you. A quick life hack. On this tree to my right, you're going to see all the main speaking points, all the main quotes. Do check it out so as not to miss all the important ideas. And now I would like to welcome on the stage Senior Vice President, Head of Technology and AI at Sber, Andrei Belevtsev. He will talk about the way AI has been permeating the lives of everyone and how AI has been transforming the bank's processes, and also how we can leverage AI to improve customer experience. He will also talk about what Sber has been doing in AI and specifically generative AI. Please give a warm round of applause to Andrei Belevtsev. Senior Vice President, Head of Technology Development Block, Andrei Belevtsev. AI assists.
Когда мы готовили эту конференцию, мы думали о том, что
In preparation for this conference, we thought about what is driving us towards the development of this technology, and we realized that the biggest driver for the whole team is that for many years we have been confident, we have believed that AI is created to help people in different situations. It's very important, and what we see in 2024 is that what we have been saying for all this time is coming true, is becoming a reality. In English, it's called General Purpose Technology, GPT, meaning technology that is changing people's lives in different areas. 7 billion people last year used different Gen AI services. Of course, those are not all unique logins, but in any case, generative AI, at least once, helped pretty much every single one on our planet. This is the technology that everyone needs. In developing our own foundation models, Gen AI models, I would like to talk about GigaChat and Kandinsky. GigaChat is an LLM, and Kandinsky is created to work with images. The important thing is that people are using these tools. Last year, more than 8 million people used GigaChat. We registered more than 200 million prompts, so people are using this technology and performing different tasks with it. Kandinsky, another interesting pieces of statistic, more than 600 million generations and more than 15 million users. Of course, I got interested in what people are looking for with the use of our models. What are they using the models for? Let's have a look at the top 5 requests, the top 5 prompts. With GigaChat, the most popular use case is writing an article or summarization. The number 2 request is to create advertising material, marketing material. We know that Gen AI can very quickly create things that help you sell your products, and people do use it. Next is making a summary based on a document. And now let's have a look at the top 3 prompts for Kandinsky. The number 1 is people. It is present in almost 1 in 5 prompts that we see with Kandinsky. Portraits, the second most popular, once again, similar to the first one. Then nature, animals, and landscapes. All kinds of prompts. A personal example. I have a daughter who is 3 years old, and we often spend time together, just the two of us, while my wife is working out, for example, spending quality time. So we have our favorite character here called Bayun Cat, and just recently we used Gen AI to write a fairy tale of our own, and it never stops. We're doing this all the time. We love it. We can do it in the mobile app, or we can use the speakers that we have, the smart speakers. And she loves these tales. She loves participating in it, and it's a natural and organic experience. When she hears a question from the speaker, she answers the question, and so she has no barrier between herself and this technology. She perceives that as something absolutely organic. But it's very important to make sure that it's not just us using this technology. We have been investing a lot of our effort, a lot of money into creating good models. The good thing is that anyone can use them. 10,000 companies this year have started using programming interfaces of GigaChat API. They use it for contact centers, for sales, working with documents, making presentations and slides, designing packaging, all kinds of use cases. The list is far from exhaustive, but as I said, more than 10,000 customers already. I'm sure they will be making up new and interesting use cases. This community has been growing, and we are now thinking about other tasks, more complex tasks, related to engineering and science, where AI can also help. For example, our partner, the engineering center Gazprom Neft, we have a joint project with them regarding generative AI in engineering. As you can see, these very elaborate, sophisticated components, the bad thing is that they often break down, and you can't replace them immediately. So Gen AI can create 3D models very quickly using the drawings, the blueprints. This could be very sought after in all kinds of industries, because 3D modeling is something that Gen AI can also do. Another crucial area is drugs and medications. A lot of people across the globe suffer because they do not have timely access to expensive drugs. Why are the drugs so expensive? Because pharmaceutical companies invest a lot of time, a lot of capital into clinical trials, and obviously they want to have some ROI. Generative AI for the development of drugs, we are creating it on the platform of IRI, and our AI lab helps halve the time needed to develop new drugs. And that means lower prices for the end consumer. That means the drugs will be more accessible to people. I hope that we have pharmaceutical companies in the audience. Maybe they're watching us online. We welcome them to our lab because we do AI, they do trials and production, and we need collaborations with them. This is possible, and we are doing this because we have an amazing team, amazing technological team. We have more than 40 kinds of research with the H index higher than 10, and just this year we have published more than 140 articles of A and A star level. This means we can tackle new streams, but we want to have more researchers of that kind in the country.
There's a link to GigaChat Telegram channel. That's our main communication channel. We post information of what we're doing. what's happening in the world. And on this conference, we're going to have a science day tomorrow, and we're going to tell you what models we're going to open source and to publish, so that more and more researchers can connect to our efforts and create something fantastic. We do believe in open source, we're committed to it, so we're going to publish a number of models. So please make sure you stay tuned to this news. That's a Telegram channel. GigaChat Max, that's my passion of the year. It's our largest model. We think it's #1 in Russia, looking at all the characteristics and capabilities, because we've invested a lot to make sure that it is doing some needed task. We have more than 100 test baskets of the tasks that we face in Sber and among our customers. We try to make sure that the model is better and better. We tried this newly developed model. We just used it for 2 months. We've passed a number of state exams. It's a school state exam. It's a school level, yet, I mean, for a model, that's a pretty challenging. Now, I mean, we also have received higher education diplomas. We graduated from universities for healthcare practitioners, the real estate and construction, teaching, cybersecurity. We plan next year to make the model be able to graduate from 20 medical specialties exams. Does that mean that the model becomes a doctor? No, but it becomes a very smart assistant for the doctor. It can help to look at the tests and give the information and help and enable doctors to make quicker and more informed decisions. And we have some great showcases when the model is resolving the errors made by the people. Due to overload and being tired. We have a lot of partners among academia. I mean, without them, we wouldn't be able to do that, because they know how to teach people, and therefore they know how to teach models. Now, if we only developed a model, it would be hard for you to use it. And we have a key product. If you scan the QR code, or if you type giga.chat in the address lane, in the address panel, you will be able to work out the scenarios that help your productivity. Last week, for example, we introduced an editor. Why do we need that? One of the major tasks for any human is to find a good job. Several steps involved here. You need to write a good resume, then you have to prepare for an interview, and then this AI can help you to train you for the interview. It will help you to give proper responses and prepare for that interview. Then you will be able to write a cover letter that will make you stand out among the candidates. You will rewrite it based on the style of the company that you want to get a job in. And actually it helps on the first stage to make you stand out. We've tested that, and on the second stage you will be able to be better prepared for the interview. Another example, many of our users are students, and they want to prepare for an exam. They have mathematical formulas. Mathematical formulas are in the book or in the textbook, whatever. But we can work with formulas. We can explain formulas and move them to LaTeX editors. We can help you prepare in a dialogue form to the exam. So the model will not just give you the proper answers. You will be able to give the answers to questions posed by the model, and this is how you are going to prepare for an exam. And it will check the correctness of the answers. Apart from that, there is a lot of other scenarios, like learning languages, making a scenario for the film, or write an article, create images that will sell, as well as the copy. Everything can be done by GigaChat on mobile and on desktop. We can see that we have half of our users are using desktop and then another half are using mobile. Now, obviously, text is not enough. A voice, of course, is very important, but it's not enough as well. We've shown quite a lot of examples how the image generation is very popular. And we know that everyone wants to have a video, and we were able to do that.
Ребятушки, я очень хочу показать.
Guys, the video, please. It's not over.
Пульт, давайте видео. Спасибо большое, что вы поддерживаете, друзья. Но я
Thanks for your support. I do hope that the sound engineers will be able to launch the video.
Так. Пусть со второй попытки.
Well, from the second attempt, but we were able to do that. What's great in this video, it's fully generated. Everything that you've seen, every element, the music itself was AI generated. And our task is to make sure that that would be available to all of you, and not for $200 per month subscription. And this is why we open up a preview. We start with professionals, as usual, because we need your feedback. We're actively developing the model, but in the first quarter, all users of the GigaChat will be able to create these 12-second videos. We are looking into the possibilities of increasing the time, but obviously more time, longer videos need more generation, and we need dynamic and engaging videos. We have text prompts, the first frame prompt, the text, image, video scheme of prompting. We also have a video editing solution for the professionals that will help you to create videos and also to edit them, to increase the time of the video, and to also generate the music and put this music with the video, and also generate the sounds. We can do that as well. So for us, Kandinsky is something that helps you to create. Another important audience for us, important users, are engineers. We have a range of solutions for that that we presented last year: GigaCode, GigaID, and Gitverse. Every fifth developer in Russia used one of these products at least once. We have the total user base of 107,000 people. And this is a great success for us because we understand that without AI, you cannot code. It's just coding without AI is just not possible. If you talk about GigaCode, our developers that are using that, and when I'm talking about our developers, I do not mean Sber developers. I'm talking about our users, around 180,000 people. They save up to 25% of the time because of the smart tips and recommendations or the editing of the fragments of the code that they use. And 90% of the developers say that their productivity is growing. That's the most important factor for me. We see that the audience is growing. We see that the developers today do not work without AI assistance, but developers work in GigaID environment. They're integrated in GigaCode. Unlike we have only one Giga IDE in the Russian solutions market. It is one of the most popular systems in the country. 2,500 downloads per week, and it's being developed very quickly. I'll talk about its new features. Gitverse has been launched this year, and it is one of the largest venues for teamwork. 70,000 registered users, more than 4 terabytes of code in the repositories. I would like to remind you that you can make a mirror if you have a GitHub account, or just go through a very quick onboarding. And Gitverse is integrated with Giga IDE, and it is also integrated with Giga Cloud, and you can create the cloud infrastructure for your projects in a couple of clicks. I would like to thank the community that help us to develop these products. Obviously, without that, we won't be able to develop them to such a great level. Now, GigaCode, starting from this week, gets your big project and understands your big project. If you have access to the code, if you provide access to the code of your project, the AI will be able to give you the 10 times better or higher quality tips and recommendations for coding. It is now supported in GigaCode starting from this week. You have to do nothing. It will just work automatically. Giga IDE, our next stage is to work in Giga IDE together with agents. In December, we're going to introduce agents. It will be rolled out very soon. This is a testing agent and an agent that will help you to refactor the code. Our task is to give you the assistant for every task, especially the repetitive task. You asked us for this, and we delivered. Another tool, and that was one of your requests, is the analytical platform. Everyone is asking us to improve the efficiency because people say that the more they use AI, the more control you give away, and it's very hard to increase your real productivity and performance. It's hard for you to control what is really happening. So GigaView is a new product that helps to analyze the efficiency of the development and coding with AI. It's improved productivity and quality, changing the source code, removing of the errors, restoring function, and code review. That should be done by every team. Not every team, however, does that, and code review can deliver that. Our code review feature will help you here. Now, I started with the fact that AI helps. AI helps people, businesses. It helps the IT community to grow and develop. All our conference today is going to discuss the products that we do for you and the products on the market. Many other great, fantastic companies are doing fantastic products to make the lives of the people better. Tomorrow we're going to discuss science for the entire day, because without science, without technology progress, all of the things that we're talking about today would not be possible. So I do hope you enjoy all the presentations, and people were making not the presentations, but the products that they want to deliver to you. So stay tuned and enjoy the conference. Thank you very much. GigaChat, the AI of the new generation that is developing and learning every day to help people. GigaChat helps you to learn a fairy tale. Hello, GigaChat. How can you remember a poem? You can use different fonts and different colors. GigaChat helps you in work. Can you summarize the contract for me before a meeting? GigaChat helps you to be creative. Can you give me some name of a cafe? GigaChat is also can act as a therapist. I'm so anxious before an interview. How can I address that? Well, remember, you are a professional. GigaChat will help you. GigaChat, let's think of some fairy tale. A fairy tale about some brave little mouse that likes to travel. GigaChat helps you in businesses and it helps your employees select the medication based on the customer needs, create a copy for personalized ads for the apartment. GigaChat is becoming better every day to unlock the potential of the people, find inspiration, achieve new heights, save time, and just spend that saved time on someone really important. GigaChat, that is your superpower.
Ну что, друзья, искусственный интеллект.
Friends, AI is a full-fledged participant of our conference. Our next speaker is one of the leading digital experts in digital transformation, blockchain, and AI. Tech Whisperer Limited founder Jaspreet Bindra, the futurologist and visionary who helps companies to focus on the ever-changing and quick-changing landscape of innovations and finding an optimal routes for that. And he will talk about the fantastic opportunities that await us beyond ChatGPT. And everyone can get a feedback and send a feedback. Scan the QR code, put a question and your name.
Основатель Tech Whisperer Limited, Jaspreet.
The founder of Tech Whisperer Limited, Jaspreet Bindra. AI, the future beyond ChatGPT.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jaspreet. I live in India and the UK, and this is my third time in Russia in the last 2 years, and I like it every time that I come here. So thanks for having me here. Hopefully, next time I'll come during the summer. What we're going to talk about today is about AI. The whole event is about AI and generative AI. But I'm going to look a little into the future. Well, not too much into the future. In fact, last time I was here, we spoke about singularity and artificial general intelligence, etc. That was what I spoke about last year. But what I'm going to talk about today is actually about the future starting now and the post-ChatGPT era of AI. As you know, probably ChatGPT just celebrated its second birthday on November 30th. And already we've kind of at a stage where ChatGPT looks like an ancient artifact. Things have moved so fast after that, especially in the last 1 week. It's kind of unprecedented how we're moving into the post-ChatGPT era. So I'm going to talk mostly about what happens now, this week, and all of 2025, my 11 predictions. But before I do that, I wanted to just talk for about 10 minutes on just the basics, in a sense, of AI and generative AI, Most of you would already know that, but I still wanted to talk about some of that before I move into the future. So look, if you go back into human history, we humans have become the #1 species because we are very good. We are not strong. We cannot fly. We don't have claws. We can't run fast. But what we have been very good at is building tools, which we sometimes call technologies. They're the same thing. It's the same derivation. In English, the same word gives tools and technologies. And so if you go back into history, we created a set of tools which made food abundant. And we called it the agricultural revolution. And then a few years later, we made a set of tools and technologies which made labor abundant, and that was the industrial revolution. And then going further with internet search, information became free. It became democratized. It became abundant, available. And that was the information revolution. In each of those revolutions, as we were at the cusp, as we were entering those revolutions, it was both an exciting and a terrifying time because everything was changing. Not just our work, our businesses, but also how we lived, our society, our countries, geopolitics, planet, our Earth, the humanity itself. Every time you're at the cusp of an era, everything changes. Today, we are at the cusp of the next era, when intelligence becomes abundant, available on tap. And this era of intelligence, led by artificial intelligence, is where we are kind of living right now, and we're at the edge of it. And that's why many of us feel both excited and terrified in equal measure. So we know that AI, and I'm sure all of you probably know that, is an old technology. In fact, artificial intelligence, the word was coined in 1955-56, when this particular paper was written at the Dartmouth conference by the fathers of AI, the pictures we saw of them, Marvin Minsky, Jeff McCarthy, etc. And it has been doing a lot of wonderful things for the past 50, 60 years. But it was only with another development, which happened 2 years back, as I said, that AI came out to people like you and me, to the general world, because it was so far hidden behind. Only technologists were using it, etc. And that obviously was with GPT, which happened on November 30th, 2023. Or 2022. And that, as some of you might be aware, was because of another paper, which was called Attention is All You Need. It was written in the labs of Google. And Attention is All You Need created this new kind of algorithm called the transformer. The T of GPT stands for transformer. And this transformer, working on huge amounts of text, created this new kind of AI, which we call generative AI. And there's a major difference between what is called predictive AI, which was there so far, and generative AI, which is now, coming in. And it kind of, more than anything else, it brought AI from the back to the front in the hands of consumers, in the hands of hundreds of millions of people worldwide, and they first time realized how powerful this technology can be. Before I move into the trends, the future trends, I have just a couple more slides which I wanted to show to emphasize the difference between predictive AI, machine learning, deep learning, etc., predictive AI, and generative AI. So the many scholars, like Noam Chomsky, for example, claim that what separates human beings from the rest of the species is not intelligence. It's not even emotion. Other species, our dogs, are also emotional. It's not even conscience or consciousness. What separates us from other species is that we, human beings, are the only species which can use language at scale. We learned how to use language and talk to each other in language, and 8 billion of us therefore can collaborate with each other, and we became the pole species. Other animals, other species cannot do that. Until now, when we have created another species which can do the same. And this ChatGPT or generative AI actually is also built on language. So the entire language of the internet was downloaded, and the transformer algorithms on top could make it predict what would be the next word if you gave it a series of words, what we call prompts. So it's probably the world's most advanced autocomplete technology. It makes up stuff as it goes along. It's not optimized for the truth, but it's optimized for believability or plausibility. It sometimes hallucinates, sometimes it's creative. And if you think of another species, which also makes up stuff as it goes along, doesn't know all the facts, is sometimes creative, sometimes hallucinates, it's us, human beings. Both us and generative AI are trained on language. And that is why the models behind generative AI are called large language models, or LLMs, and ChatGPT is one of them, and Gemini and others. This is important to understand, because as we go further into trends, it's important to understand how language, so far we had mathematics, and now we have language, both of them coming together in this super powerful new technology, which will revolutionize intelligence. So very simple slide, just to show you the difference between the these two different technologies. So if you have computer programming, and some of you I'm sure are computer programmers, and you give it these fields, you say type animal, legs 4, hair yes, color brown, barks yes, no. What do you think the computer is going to tell you? What is this? What has 4 legs? It barks. And the computer will tell you that it's a dog. AI, old AI, predictive AI, is different. You don't need to give it all these fields. You show it this picture, and basically AI will tell you that this is a dog. Generative AI is different. You show it this picture, and generative AI, in all probability, will generate another picture of a dog. So it's a very simple, simplistic slide, but just to make you understand what is the difference between computer programming, AI, and generative AI. Well, now things have much beyond this. This was 2 years back. Now, if you kind of give a prompt like this, I don't know how many of you have heard of an OpenAI program called Sora. Anyone has heard of Sora? So, lots of you. It's 1 year old. Just 3 days back, it was released to the general public, just 3 days back. And Sora, if you give it this prompt about a dog, golden retriever puppies playing in the snow, heads pop out of the snow, Sora is the ChatGPT of video. And by the way, this video was not something which was already there on YouTube or any other part of the web. After you give the prompt, Sora generates this video, generative AI, generates this video pixel by pixel. And so it's a super powerful technology which can do many things. But even as these new technologies come in, what is happening is the technologies are becoming more powerful, human beings are becoming more impatient. We expect these technologies to do everything. After ChatGPT came out, it's just been 2 years, but a lot of enterprises, a lot of companies are saying, oh, what are the use cases of generative AI? I don't even know what to use it for. We actually are expecting it to solve world hunger by tomorrow morning. It's not going to happen. It's going to take a little time. It's a super powerful technology. What it has done in 2 years is more than what any other technology did in the first 10 years. If you go back to the cloud, even the iPhone, they took about, or e-commerce with Amazon, it took about 8 to 10 years minimum to mature. This technology has reached maturity stage in 2 years. And as Benedict Evans, who's a great writer on AI, says, the future can actually take some time to happen. It doesn't happen immediately. But what is this future? As I said, my focus for today's presentation is, so what is this future? What is the post-ChatGPT future? What happens in 25 and 2026 and 2027? I'm not going beyond that towards singularity or artificial general intelligence, as I said. Maybe other speakers will talk about that. I spoke about that last year. But here are my 12 things. Some of this we will spend some more time on. Some of this we will spend less time on. Hopefully we will have 5-10 minutes at the end for questions if you have any. But here is my 12 post-ChatGPT a sense of what is going to happen starting now for the next 2 years. And these are important because this is going to affect how we work. This is going to affect our business. It's going to affect our lives. It's going to affect society. It's going to affect geopolitics. It's going to affect everything. So the first one is this. See, it's important to understand what excites me about generative AI especially is not that it does great summaries or produces stories or makes those puppy videos or whatever. Gartner said something very profound. They said that AI is not a technology. It's not just a technology or a trend. It is a profound shift. It is a big shift in how humans and machines interact. And this is important to understand. What does this mean? Every time you're writing a prompt, every time that you write a prompt on ChatGPT or Gemini or whatever, you're actually coding. Except that the coding is happening in your own language. You're actually doing software programming, but not in Python, not in C, but in English or Russian or Italian or whatever. You see, when we were growing up, especially I grew up in India, and when we were growing up in India, our parents used to tell us that the passport to success is to learn English. You need to learn English. And so we all learned English, we went to English schools, and arguably we became successful. Then my generation, when it's growing up, our generation, when it was growing up, we were told that the passport to success, the way to success for children, our children, was to learn how to code. And so everyone started learning how to code. Little kids were taken to code camps to learn how to code. And so coding became the new English. With generative AI, that completely changes. English becomes the new coding. So you and machines can now talk to each other and understand each other and make each other work in natural language, in English or any other natural language. And this is a huge, huge trend because suddenly, potentially, 8 billion people can become software programmers without actually needing to learn a software engineering language. And it's not only me saying so. Jensen Huang, how many of you have heard of Jensen Huang? How many of you have not heard of Jensen Huang? Okay, Jensen Huang leads this small company called NVIDIA, $3 trillion. And see what he has to say about what I just said. Hopefully the video will play.
As the infrastructure changes,
this is not Jensen Huang.
You guys were able to.
This is the AI minister for the United Arab Emirates,
Let's
UAE
move to
AI
a
minister.
non-AI related topic for a second. I want to talk about education. So today, knowing what you know, seeing what you see, and being at the cutting edge of this technology, what should people focus on when it comes to education? What should they learn? How should they educate their kids and their societies?
Wow, excellent question.
Jensen
I'm going to say
Huang.
something, and it's going to sound completely opposite of what people feel. You probably recall, over the course of the last 10 years, 15 years, almost everybody who sits on a stage like this would tell you it is vital that your children learn computer science. Everybody should learn how to program. And in fact, it's almost exactly the opposite. It is our job to create computing technology such that nobody has to program, and that the programming language is human. Everybody in the world is now a programmer.
So what he's saying is that no one should learn how to program. The AI will do the programming for you. All you need to know is your natural language. And so natural language-based programming is the first big trend that we have already started seeing, and you'll see more and more happen. The second one, which Bill Gates wrote about 1.5 years back, he said AI is the new UI. UI is user interface, how we work with machines. And the UI changes everything about how human beings and machines can work together. So UI used to be like DOS, and then UI became GUI or graphical user interface, and then UI became search bar and websites and apps. But all of that different, now the new UI will be AI, which basically means that all you need to do is speak to the machine, and the machine speaks back. And both of you work together by talking to each other. AI speech is huge. I saw some of it outside here also. But the right way to work with generative AI is not going to be typing. It's going to be speaking. And as we go forward, you will see that most of the work, today when I work with ChatGPT back in India, I never type anything. I talk to it as I talk to a colleague, as I talk to a friend. I interrupt it, it interrupts me, and we work together using speech. And so speech, AI-based speech, English, Russian, Italian, whatever, will become the new user interface. And we're going to see a lot of that happening in 2025. That's the future trend, in a sense, number 2. Number 3 is quite interesting. You see, generative AI, a lot of people are afraid of it, especially people who are in the creative field, who are marketeers, or who are, designers, or people who are journalists, who are writing stories, creating stuff, are afraid because people think that generative AI, which is a cognitive technology, is taking human creativity away from them. So as human beings, our biggest strength was creativity, how we could create. And AI, generative AI, seems to be taking it away. I don't think so. I think generative AI is going to make us even more creative. And the people who are not good at creating can actually become very good at creating. I, in fact, wrote an article some years back, months back, that the hallucinations of generative AI are a feature, not a bug. That creative part of generative AI is what we should use. Let me give you an example. It's back to Sora. So when Sam Altman, the OpenAI founder, created Sora, he went on Twitter and he was asking people as to, if you give me some prompts and I'll create a video. So people were feeding him prompts and he immediately would put it in Sora and create a video. Someone from India, a big entrepreneur in India, gave this prompt. He said, a bicycle race on ocean with different animals as athletes, riding the bicycle with a drone camera view. So this was the prompt he gave, and this is what Sora created. Now my question is, who was being creative here? Sora or Kunal Shah? Who was being creative? The human being or the AI? The human being. Because without having Sora, I would not have ever thought of this. And so all these are, again, tools which can make us think better. And so I believe AI plus humans are going to become the new creators. It's going to be a boom in creativity, basically because we have these tools. And that's trend number 3. Trend number 4, similar, marketing related. There's going to be a new kind of customer. Some of you who might be in marketing and are old enough would have remembered the big change that happened when we moved from traditional marketing to digital marketing. When we used to do newspaper ads, etc., and then we moved to Facebook and social networks and search ads, etc., and there was a huge change because the customer changed. The same thing is going to happen now. Digital marketers will need to change because if there was the industrial customer who was before the internet, and the industrial customer was older, and the newer customer who came, the digital customer, was very different from the industrial customer. The digital customer was social, omni-channel. It was all about searching, clicking. Everything was about comparison. In e-commerce, you compare. That era is ending, and there's going to be a new kind of customer who's the AI customer. And the AI customer will do their shopping, brand loyalty in a very different way. It'll be hyper-personalized, infinite choice, immersive, conversational, talk to machines to get what they want. And many times the machine itself or the site itself will tell what is it that the customer wants rather than the customer trying to figure out what it wants. And so another huge change, which you'll see starting happening in 2025, is how marketing will need to change because the customer is changing from a digital customer to an AI customer. That's trend number 4. But the biggest one, by far, if there's one thing I want you to remember from today's presentation, it's number 5. And 5, 6, 7 are similar. If 2023 was the year of ChatGPT and 2024 was the year of other large language models, big, huge large language, many others which came, 2025 is going to be the year of agentic AI or AI agents. I'm sure you must have heard a lot about agentic AI, AI agents, but anything you've heard is still less than everything that is going to happen. Agentic AI is going to be the theme for 2025. Already over December 2024, Microsoft, Google yesterday, Salesforce, Meta, everyone has created their frameworks for AI agents or agentic AI. What is AI agents? Again, Bill Gates very intelligently spoke about it 1.5 years back. He said, agents are the new platform. And an agentic AI, very simply put, is when you take AI and give it agency, or you give it power to perform action. So today you go and book your tickets yourself. There are apps which help you, but you do the actions. An agent will actually, based on knowing you, knowing your preferences, knowing different things about you and the environment, will actually do the ticket bookings for you, will do hotel bookings in a travel scenario. And so AI will become like an assistant to you, who is empowered to do action on your behalf. And this is going to be the biggest thing, and this is what is going to be the biggest thing in the enterprises also. It's not only consumer, but also in companies. And I can speak a lot about agentic AI, how it is different from generative AI, how it will have much more higher autonomy, more independent decision-making, task execution, etc. And because of that, new kinds of devices are going to come. So there's this orange device, which is called the Rabbit, which I actually have at home. This is the new kind of mobile phones. In the new mobile phone, you're not going to need a large screen because you will talk to it. And it'll have, instead of an app store, it'll have an agent store. So that instead of apps, there'll be agents which will perform functions for you. And so you will see also that the app stores of today are gradually going to die. And agent stores will start coming up. They've already started coming up. And this is going to be another huge change. So Apple, Google, etc. will need to be ready for this change. And obviously, there'll be some startups which will come, which will have these new kind of agentic devices. And therefore, what happens if AI agents come? What happens in your workplace? Two things. First is this trend number 6. There is in management jargon, there is something called DEI, diversity, inclusion. And diversity means that you have people of different kinds, different races, different genders. Soon, diversity will mean that you will also have your colleagues or co-workers who will be AI agents rather than human beings. So if today, most of your teams are human beings, and you as a leader needs to understand the team's strengths and weaknesses, that has changed this year, where there are teams and there are AI tools. So you as a leader not only needs to know the people, but also what AI tools should they use. Should they use Perplexity for something or Gemini for something? But from 2025 onwards, maximum 2026, the teams of the future will have human beings, AI tools, AI agents. Human and AI. A lot of big technology people, Elon Musk, for example, are talking about what they call a one-person unicorn. So one person will create a startup, which could become $1 billion startup, but with no other human beings there. One person plus possibly 300 agents, 500 agents, which do all the work that many others human beings could have done. And so the nature of teams will change. And that actually is the 6th trend, in a sense. The 7th, and that's why, just before that, that's why Microsoft, for example, is reinventing itself to become what it calls a co-pilot company. I don't know how many of you have heard of Microsoft Copilot, but co-pilots are nothing but semi-agent kind of programs that they have, which can work with you as a human being and do work. But 7th, because of this, another huge change which will happen. SaaS, software as a service. Many of you would have heard of software as a service. There's so many SaaS products that we have today, which kind of help us do our work. Stripe is a SaaS product. Lots of SaaS products. There's going to be a new kind of SaaS. Instead of software as a service, we are going to have service as a software. And this is going to completely change enterprise workflows. For people who work in enterprises, if you have a particular workflow, and I'll show you that in the next slide, a large portion of it can be wrapped around as an AI software. And instead of service as a software, it becomes software as a service and agents actually doing what SaaS products used to do earlier. And this opportunity is a huge opportunity. There are many new companies coming up which are software as a service, service as a software company. And it's going to replace a lot of human beings who are doing this work earlier. And it's a huge opportunity. Some people estimate it's a $4.6 trillion opportunity. The way software as a service changed everything for the enterprise, service as a software will do the same. So I have a small example here, which is a little far for you to see, but just to tell you what it means. So if you have a research report that you want to publish, usually it goes through a particular workflow where the analyst, decides the topic, selects sources, synthesizes them, and then it sends it to whoever the boss is and provides feedback. And the way this all works is that there are 6 or 7 steps using an analyst, a proofwriting person, a risk and compliance person who will check the report, etc., and eventually a final report is delivered. With agentic AI, many of these work which human beings were doing gets replaced by AI agents. And there's a human being, but a lot of the research work will be done by an AI agent, risk and compliance checking done by an AI agent, a lot of file management done by an AI agent, creating a presentation can be done by an AI agent. And so in the whole workflow, it'll be not only human beings, but human beings plus agents. And so that's how instead of software as a service, it'll become service as a software. And this is a massive trend which you're going to see again in 2025 itself. Number 8, another important thing. Search is going to look very different. Chat will become the new search. There's a company called Perplexity, some of you might have heard of it, which is attacking Google's search bar. But it's not only Perplexity. ChatGPT has something called SearchGPT. There are other companies called Arc, Como, etc. See, today's search experience is very different. You type something on your search bar, you get some results. Most of the results are advertisers or sponsored results. And then you go to the results and they lead you to websites. You go to those websites, find out what you were looking for, and you kind of bring that in. The way search works with generative AI is very different. You go to Perplexity, you ask a question as to, what are the 5 great places to eat in Moscow, especially during the winter season, especially if I like Georgian cuisine. And it doesn't just lead you to the restaurant websites. It'll actually bring you a full paragraph document. It'll talk to you. It'll list them down. It'll tell you the pros and cons, etc. And the search experience, therefore, becomes totally different. Chat will be the new search. Already, some of these search-based chatbots have started threatening Google's monopoly. And Google is reacting also with its own AI, generative AI-based search. But search will change massively from where it is now. The 9th of my 12 things. Generative AI will become the new cloud. So we had the cloud, for some of you who are technical and who work with it, and the cloud has various layers. And all of us, most of us work with the cloud in enterprises. That cloud will slowly start getting replaced by the AI cloud, or sometimes the Gen AI cloud. And the Gen AI cloud will look something like this. It'll have different layers. But at the bottom will be the compute layer, and then the cloud platforms, and then there'll be a large number of foundation models like GPT or Llama or Gemini and a few others. On top of that will be the fine-tuned models, MLOps, and then applications on top. Like we have the cloud layers, similarly we'll have the Gen AI layers, except that the cloud was quote-unquote dumb. This layer will have intelligence on tap, democratizing intelligence. And already people are kind of starting to exist to have startups, big firms in these layers. Most of the money is right now being made here. This is where the money is being made. You know, and it's always this way. With the cloud also, Cisco made most money much earlier because it provided the infrastructure to the cloud. Today, the infrastructure is provided by NVIDIA and Intel and AMD, etc. And then the cloud platforms, and then the foundation models, which are the GPTs, etc. Most investments and money is being made here. But for countries like ours, like India, like some of the others, most of the action will be on the top of the cloud layer, which will be applications. All of these layers exist. What are the different kind of apps, different kind of service as a software offerings, etc. you can create? And so the same story, which was the cloud story, will get repeated. This is just a diagram that I made using one of the AI tools called Notebook LM in terms of how, where the money is going to get made, where most of the money is going to get spent, etc. So I won't spend time on this. But then comes number 10. And number 10 is a little provocative, is a little controversial. If you have heard of Yuval Noah Harari, who's a very well-known writer, he in fact says that AI is beyond just the work or our society or our lives. It is the future of humanity, of us human beings. According to him, the next species of human beings will be human plus AI. So if we had Homo erectus, Homo australopithecus, Homo sapiens, which we are now, the next version of our species will be something which he calls Homo Deus. Deus means God in Latin. And Homo Deus will be us plus AI as one single entity. Now, this is not going to happen in the next 2-3 years. It's a little further. But already you start seeing how Elon Musk and some of the others have started making human plus AI by using Neuralink and some of these other brain implant devices, which are actually putting machines into us. And according to Yuval Harari, this is actually how our new species will be, how we will evolve to the next level of superintelligence in a sense. And so the future of AI goes beyond what we see now into many, many things. And if that is true, number 11, if everything we have heard is true, especially the last one about AI being the new human, about how agents are coming in, we are giving agency, we are giving power to do something, then the most important thing will not be the technology, but will be the ethics around it. How we make AI well, how we make it beneficial rather than harmful. I spent the last 2 years at Cambridge University, where I did my second master's in my old age in AI and ethics. The ethics of AI, in my opinion, will become more important than the technology itself. And there are lots of ethical issues around AI. We know that. There are copyright plagiarism issues, there are bias issues, there are deep fakes, there are privacy-related issues, there are issues related to superintelligence, there are environmental degradation issues. There are a huge amount of issues. The good news, however, is that unlike other technologies, we human beings have started addressing the ethical issues of AI before we started doing it in any other technology. For example, in social media, we did not bother. And see what social media has become. It's become terrible. It's become like a gutter. So if someone comes and asks me today, I have a 12-year-old daughter or a son, can she use ChatGPT? I'm like, absolutely. Let her use it. Just take her away from Instagram. So the ethics around AI, frankly to me, I'm more optimistic than any other technology before, because we as human beings have realized that this is a super powerful technology, and across the world, different countries, including here, have started putting ethical guidelines, have started building regulation, have started creating what are called AI safety institutes across the world. And so hopefully, I'm hopeful that we will work with this technology in the right way, and we will learn from the mistakes that we did with social media, etc., and that went totally totally bad. But this, I mean, I do day-long lectures on just this one slide, so there's lots more than to say. But I want, and I'll move to my last part. And the last part is, people ask me, Jaspreet, you have said so many things, but what do I do? I'm not an AI engineer or a technologist. People ask me, what do I do? And that brings me to the 12th point, which to me is the most important for all of us to understand and evolve. Agents is the biggest thing, but for ordinary people like us, some of us are not, some of us are AI experts, but for others, it's about the last bit, which I call that AI is the new literacy. So I don't know how many of you understand the word literacy, but literacy means knowing how to read, write, and do arithmetic, addition, subtraction. And a country and people are considered literate. So if someone has 90% literacy, a country has, it means 90% of people can read, write, and do basic arithmetic. That, the definition of literacy, in my view, is going to change. The new literacy is going to be reading, writing, arithmetic, and how do you work with AI and all these AI tools. So it's not about training. It's not even about skilling. It's not about expertise. It's about basic literacy. You see, there was a survey done by Microsoft and LinkedIn for 31,000 people across the world. And a new word came out of that survey, which was BYOAI. BYOD, that revolution happened about 15 years back. It was called bring your own device, when people would be bringing their own computer. BYOB before that obviously was much nicer. It was bring your own booze to parties. But BYOAI is bring your own AI. What is happening today is, in organizations across the world, 75% of employees are carrying in their AI tools to work in their back pockets. They're carrying ChatGPT or Perplexity or something. And many times not letting their management know that they are doing this. They're doing this because it helps them in their work. But managements also soon will have to stand up. In fact, that same survey said that 2/3 of managers, bosses, will not hire an employee unless they have played around, unless they know a little bit about these new AI tools. So AI literacy is going to become critical, is going to become compulsory for all of us. And actually, that's the area I have also started working in. In India, I've created a small company which we call AI and Beyond, which does nothing but build AI literacy in organizations. In 3 or 4 hours, people will know the basics of what these tools are, how to write prompts, how to use AI safely, and use it to become more productive, to cut half an hour, 1 hour, 1.5 hours of your day, because you can let AI do your work. So those are the 12 things that I believe are going to redefine the post-GPT, post-ChatGPT era of AI. Some of it has started now. Some of it will become more prominent next year. Some of it a few years from now. Whenever I show this future presentations to people, the question that people ask me is, okay, fine, all this is great. When is all this going to happen? And here's the thing. If you talk to a brain scientist, they will tell you that human beings can only think linearly. We think linearly. What happened in the last 3 months? That will happen in the next 3 months. Technology moves exponentially. And that's why we keep on getting surprised every day. I have my last slide after this. I think the sign for stop is coming. So my last slide after this is a small video, 30 seconds. And I usually play it to make us feel good about what AI can do. Many times we feel not very good about it. We feel a little fearful about it. But the reason I love this technology is because of the good it has the potential to do. So let me just play this video, and I'll explain it, and I'll stop after that.
I even know when a taxi is coming with its orange light on. I think I'll hail it to get home.
Yes, I spotted one just now. It's heading your way on the left side of the road. Get ready to wave it down. Great job hailing that taxi. It looks like you're all set to go. That's a good dog right there, leading the way into the taxi. Safe travels.
So, for people like us who are blessed with sight, we do not know how something as simple as hailing a taxi, a cab, can be for someone who's blind or visually impaired. Now, what you saw in that video was nothing but ChatGPT on the phone. And it could see that there was a taxi coming. It could even see there was an orange light. The phone could see. And as the taxi became nearer, basically the ChatGPT assistant in the phone told this guy, stick your hand out, which it did, and the taxi stopped. Simple problems like this, not simple for blind people, but simple for us, are problems like this which could not be solved earlier, and many more can be solved if we use AI the right way, as I hope and all of us hope we will. Thank you very much. Thanks for being a great audience.
Jasprit Bindra. Thank you very much, Mr. Jasprit Bindra, for your presentation. And our viewers have sent in some questions, and if you don't mind, I will ask them now. The first one is, it's very interesting. In your book, The Tech Whisperer, published in 2019, you described an experiment where an AI wrote a chapter about itself. At the time, the most advanced language model was OpenAI's GPT-2, which was limited compared to today's capabilities. Looking back from the perspective of nowadays, how do you evaluate that experiment now?
I love this question because I actually did that experiment. So when I wrote my book, 2019, it was published, but I wrote it in 2017-18. As a marketing stunt, I wanted to have one chapter on AI written by an AI. At that time, there was GPT-2, but we never used GPT-2. No one knew about it. So we used a technology called natural language programming, NLP. It took me 7 months to create something which could write a chapter on itself, an AI which could write on AI. And it's a lousy chapter. It's a bad chapter. In fact, that's chapter 13 in the book. And chapter 12 in the book is also a chapter on AI written by an AI, written by a human being, which was me. And so it made people feel good that humans could write better than AI. With GPT-4 Turbo, and not the latest GPT, the GPT which was about 5 months back, I recreated the experiment. AI writing a chapter on AI. It took me 7 months then, it took me 22 minutes now. So that is the pace of our advance, from 7 months 5 years back to 22 minutes now.
Thank you. And one more question. As AI continues to evolve, what do you see as the most critical skills for humans to develop in order to complement and coexist with advanced AI like ChatGPT, rather than compete with it?
Lovely. This is what I do most of my work in, and I call this, and I talk about it, and I call this being human in the age of AI. And my view is that as AI becomes more and more powerful, and it is becoming more and more powerful every week, we should not become like AI to compete with it. We need to become actually more human to compete with AI. You see, we have, as human beings, have certain skills which AI still and for a long time will not have. Those skills, however, we have forgotten. In our school system, in our work system, we have forgotten those skills. And those skills are things like curiosity, for example. Things like passion, for example. Things like even love, for that matter. Empathy. These are skills, emotion. These are skills which AI does not have. And to compete with AI, we will actually need to build our human skills again, more than what we used to, rather than becoming more like the machine.
And what about mistakes?
Well, even mistakes. Look, that's the interesting part. AI makes mistakes, as I told you. We call it hallucination. And so do we, because we are both trained on language. So it's good to it's not that AI is perfect all the time. With generative AI, if you give it something to do, you will find that it's making a mistake between 15 to 20% of the time sometimes. And therefore, humans will be necessary to kind of make sure that what AI is doing the right way.
Okay, mistakes are not our advantage. Thank you very much. Mr. Jasprit Bindra, applause to the speaker. Thank you, and each time we're happy to welcome you here in Russia. Thank you very much. И благодарим нашу аудиторию за активные вопросы.
And thank you very much, everyone in the audience, for all your questions. We move on. Our next speaker is building the future, literally speaking. Her Excellency, Dr. Aisha bin Bisher, Global Digital Transformation Expert and Strategic Leader in Smart City Initiatives, implementing blockchain, smart contracts and AI in the governance over the biggest city in the UAE. Please welcome on the stage, Madam Aisha bin Bisher.
Эксперт по глобальной цифровой трансформации, лидер стратегических инициатив в области умных городов. Ее превосходительство.
Global Digital Transformation Expert, Strategic Leader in Smart City Initiatives, Dr. Aisha bin Bisher. Smart Cities, AI in Urban Development, Digital Transformation.
Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and visionaries. It is great to stand before you today to speak about a topic that touches the heart of our aspiration for the future, transforming our cities into more smarter, more sustainable, inclusive environment through artificial intelligence and digital transformation. During my journey leading Smart Dubai, we set out a very bold vision to make Dubai the happiest city on earth. This leveraging technology as an enabler for human potential. This was not technology-first approach. This was people-first approach, where innovation serves to bridge to better living. And I think you've heard my colleague, the previous speaker. He emphasized on how to humanize technologies. And today I will share with you insights into how AI and digital transformation can reshape urban development and the importance of human-centric design and how collaboration can help overcome barriers to building the cities of tomorrow. AI is not just a buzzword. It is a backbone for modern urban development. It empowers cities to adapt, evolve, and meet the diverse needs of its citizens. At Smart Dubai, we implemented many AI platforms. One of them is Dubai Now, that consolidate over 130 government services into one app. This is simple yet very profound and transformative step, saved millions of hours for people annually and making their life and every day more convenient. Globally is also, cities are harnessing the AI powers. In Buenos Aires, the chatbot Booty has become a trusted digital companion for millions, offering everything from vaccination information to social services. In Singapore also, they optimize public transit and community services through AI-powered tools. These examples underscore the transformative role of AI plays in making cities more responsive, more efficient, and more sustainable. But AI potential doesn't stop there. It can address critical urban challenges like traffic congestion, energy optimization, and predictive maintenance, ensuring cities remain resilient in the face of the rapid urbanization. Digital transformation is not just about adopting new technologies. It's about reimagining how our cities operate and serve their people. In Smart Dubai, we recognize that very early, and we recognize that trust was essential for successful digital transformation. This led us to issue the Artificial Intelligence Ethical Guideline and Toolkit, ensuring that innovation aligned with transparency and fairness. Singapore also exemplifies how digital transformation enhances urban living. The city-state digital twin, something similar to what you have here in Moscow, is a virtual model of the city, has revolutionized the urban planning by enabling real-time monitoring and simulation. This integration of technology and governance ensures that the policies are both informed and impactful. The impact of digital transformation on citizens is so profound. It connects government, businesses, and individuals in a very seamless ecosystem, enabling smart policies and services. From personalized healthcare to dynamic public transit system, technology today is reshaping urban experiences for the better. And I'm sure you've seen so many examples downstairs and also with the other speakers, how these technologies are reforming how we live our life. While technology can do wonders, it must serve humanity above all else. That's why smart cities must be designed with empathy, inclusive, and sustainability in mind. At Smart Dubai, we prioritize humanizing technology. And I'm sure you've also heard a lot about how we do humanize technology. Our AI assistant in Dubai called Rashid simplified the entrepreneurial process, ensuring equal access to opportunities by answering questions, something similar to ChatGPT. In Boston, generative AI is helping citizens visualizing the urban changing, fostering the sense of ownership of their city. These examples remind us that technology's greatest success is its ability to empower people. To build truly inclusive cities, we must ensure that technology is accessible to everyone. Responsible AI frameworks like those issued by the World Economic Forum's G20 Global Smart City Alliance are critical in safeguarding fairness, inclusivity, and transparency. And I'm sure you continue to listen in the last 2 days about inclusivity, transparency, safeguarding our life through technology. But there are lots of challenges in doing this, especially for public sector. Despite AI potential, many cities face challenges, such as budget constraints and resource limitation. And many of you here who are city managers can understand that. So according to Bloomberg Philanthropy survey, only 2% of cities globally have begun their generative AI journey. Where we think that everyone is using ChatGPT, still many cities are not harnessing the value of such technology. This highlights the gap between aspiration and action. In Smart Dubai, we addressed these challenges through innovative partnership. Collaborating with global tech leaders allow us to implement high-impact projects without overburdening the public budgets. The PPP, the public-private partnerships. This is a key enabler for any digital transformation project. For example, Dallas generative AI-powered autonomous vehicles demonstrated how private innovation can solve public issues and challenges like supply chain disruptions and carbon emission. These partnerships provide the expertise and resources necessary to scale any solution effectively. The future of smart cities lies in aligning technology with humanity's most pressing needs, like sustainability, inclusivity, and resilience. Emerging trends like AI-driven urban planning and sustainability material innovation are redefining what is possible. In Amsterdam, generative AI is helping chemists create sustainable materials, tackling global challenges like climate change. 2 weeks ago, in Annapolis University, with their AI center, they are doing something similar, but yet great, solving all these chemistry issues in developing and creating sustainable materials through AI. In Singapore, they have embraced more than 100 AI solutions to overcome their challenges and drive their economic growth and ensuring a social well-being. AI at the heart of all these advancements. And at the heart of it, it's a very simple truth. Smart cities are not just about technology. It is about people. They reflect our shared commitment to innovation that uplift every individual living in these cities without leaving anyone behind. As I close, I invite you all here to reflect on this. Smart cities are not just a destination, it's the journey. Journeys where technologies meet humanity, where collaboration fosters innovation, and where progress is measured by the well-being of every individual in these cities. Let us commit in building cities that are prioritizing people over system, that also collaboration over competition, and sustainability over short-term gain. Let us not wait for perfect condition, because there isn't any perfect conditions. Let us act to embrace the possibilities of today to create the cities of tomorrow. Together, we can ensure that AI and digital transformation become forces for good, shaping cities that inspire, empower, and sustain the generation to come. And thank you.
Your Excellency, Dr. Aisha bin Bishr, thank you very much for your presentation. And let us check the questions sent by the audience right during your performance. And the first question is, what main challenges arise when implementing AI in urban development?
I do believe is us as a people to understand the capabilities that AI can bring. This is the main challenge. We need to educate ourselves. How many of you using AI in their daily life? I asked this question yesterday in front of Mr. President, and I saw many people, they start raising their hand that they started using AI. We need to touch these technologies. So people are the main obstacle in front of introducing any new technologies, whether it is artificial intelligence or blockchain or any other technology.
Thank you. And one more question. What are the key takeaways from Dubai's experience with building a smart city, and how can they be applied in other parts of the world, particularly in countries with limited resources?
One of the main takeaways from Dubai experience in building a smart city is putting people at the heart of its vision. As I said, our goal was making Dubai the happiest city on earth. And whenever we talk to any officials that we want the city to be happy through technology, they will say, what is the equation here? How you'll make people happy by putting more technologies? It's by putting the responsible technologies and choosing the right technologies to solve the right challenges we have it in our city. And how other cities also can follow the step of Dubai is by collaborating with the private sectors and individuals through different tools. One of them, as I said, the public-private partnership, wherein the private sector also can put an effort in overcoming these challenges by whether investing, whether putting more resources in these projects.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Aisha bin Bishr. I believe that your presentation enriched our program. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Applause to the speaker. Мы благодарим нашу аудиторию за потрясающие интересные вопросы.
We would like to once again thank the audience for their questions, for the very interesting questions. So this concludes the first block of day 2 of the conference. In the next block, we will talk about the use of AI in governance and in business, the experience of different countries, ethics, healthcare, ESG, and sustainable development. And now a short break. We'll be back in 20 minutes.
Дом РФ, как институт развития, запустил реестр программного обеспечения с применением искусственного интеллекта в строительстве. Уже сегодня искусственный интеллект оптимизирует работу со строительной документацией, генерирует мастер-планы, создает планировки на основе пожеланий жильцов, повышает скорость разработки архитектурных концепций, контролирует соблюдение правил безопасности на строительной площадке, анализирует материально-техническое обеспечение, обеспечивает эффективную эксплуатацию инженерного оборудования. Интеграция искусственного интеллекта на каждом этапе инвестиционно-строительного цикла увеличила производительность труда на 40%. Дом РФ создает будущее строительной отрасли уже сегодня.
Лаборатория Касперского. Технологический лидер и единый партнер по кибербезопасности. 220 тысяч компаний в 200 странах и территориях доверяют нашей глобальной экспертизе и лучшим в своих классах продуктам, эффективность которых подтверждена многочисленными тестами, рейтингами и наградами. Лаборатория Касперского. Активируй будущее.
Центр искусственного интеллекта Т-банка. Создаем специализированные большие языковые модели для каждой конкретной области. Проводим фундаментальные научные исследования. Входим в топ-3 компаний по вкладу в open source в России. Разрабатываем решения для создания голосовых интерфейсов на базе точных, быстрых и безопасных моделей. Создаем сервисы обработки изображений, чтобы ускорить рутинные операции. Развиваем персонализацию и улучшаем клиентский опыт. Узнайте больше.
Дом РФ, как институт развития, запустил реестр программного обеспечения с применением искусственного интеллекта в строительстве. Уже сегодня искусственный интеллект оптимизирует работу со строительной документацией, генерирует мастер-планы, создает планировки на основе пожеланий жильцов, повышает скорость разработки архитектурных концепций, контролирует соблюдение правил безопасности на строительной площадке, анализирует материально-техническое обеспечение, обеспечивает эффективную эксплуатацию инженерного оборудования. Интеграция искусственного интеллекта на каждом этапе инвестиционно-строительного цикла увеличила производительность труда на 40%. Дом РФ создает будущее строительной отрасли уже сегодня.
Лаборатория Касперского. Технологический лидер и единый партнер по кибербезопасности. 220 тысяч компаний в 200 странах и территориях доверяют нашей глобальной экспертизе и лучшим в своих классах продуктам, эффективность которых подтверждена многочисленными тестами, рейтингами и наградами. Лаборатория Касперского. Активируй будущее.
Центр искусственного интеллекта Т-банка. Создаем специализированные большие языковые модели для каждой конкретной области. Проводим фундаментальные научные исследования. Входим в топ-3 компаний по вкладу в open source в России. Разрабатываем решения для создания голосовых интерфейсов на базе точных, быстрых и безопасных моделей. Создаем сервисы обработки изображений, чтобы ускорить рутинные операции. Развиваем персонализацию и улучшаем клиентский опыт. Узнайте больше.
как институт развития, запустил реестр программного обеспечения с применением искусственного интеллекта в строительстве. Уже сегодня искусственный интеллект оптимизирует работу со строительной документацией, генерирует мастер-планы, создает планировки на основе пожеланий жильцов, повышает скорость разработки архитектурных концепций, контролирует соблюдение правил безопасности на строительной площадке, анализирует материально-техническое обеспечение, обеспечивает эффективную эксплуатацию инженерного оборудования. Интеграция искусственного интеллекта на каждом этапе инвестиционно-строительного цикла увеличила производительность труда на 40%. Дом РФ создает будущее строительной отрасли уже сегодня.
Лаборатория Касперского. Технологический лидер и единый партнер по кибербезопасности. 220 тысяч компаний в 200 странах и территориях доверяют нашей глобальной экспертизе и лучшим в своих классах продуктам, эффективность которых подтверждена многочисленными тестами, рейтингами и наградами. Лаборатория Касперского. Активируй будущее.
Центр искусственного интеллекта Т-банка. Создаем специализированные большие языковые модели для каждой конкретной области. Проводим фундаментальные научные исследования. Входим в топ-3 компаний по вкладу в open source в России. Разрабатываем решения для создания голосовых интерфейсов на базе точных, быстрых и безопасных моделей. Создаем сервисы обработки изображений, чтобы ускорить рутинные операции. Развиваем персонализацию и улучшаем клиентский опыт. Узнайте больше.
РФ, как институт развития, запустил реестр программного обеспечения с применением искусственного интеллекта в строительстве. Уже сегодня искусственный интеллект оптимизирует работу со строительной документацией, генерирует мастер-планы, создает планировки на основе пожеланий жильцов, повышает скорость разработки архитектурных концепций, контролирует соблюдение правил безопасности на строительной площадке, анализирует материально-техническое обеспечение, обеспечивает эффективную эксплуатацию инженерного оборудования. Интеграция искусственного интеллекта на каждом этапе инвестиционно-строительного цикла увеличила производительность труда на 40%. Дом РФ создает будущее строительной отрасли уже сегодня.
Лаборатория Касперского. Технологический лидер и единый партнер по кибербезопасности. 220 тысяч компаний в 200 странах и территориях доверяют нашей глобальной экспертизе и лучшим в своих классах продуктам, эффективность которых подтверждена многочисленными тестами, рейтингами и наградами. Лаборатория Касперского. Активируй будущее.
Центр искусственного интеллекта Т-банка. Создаем специализированные большие языковые модели для каждой конкретной области. Проводим фундаментальные научные исследования. Входим в топ-3 компаний по вкладу в open source в России. Разрабатываем решения для создания голосовых интерфейсов на базе точных, быстрых и безопасных моделей. Создаем сервисы обработки изображений, чтобы ускорить рутинные операции. Развиваем персонализацию и улучшаем клиентский опыт. Узнайте больше.
Второй день AI.
Day 2 of AIJ 2024 continues. Thank you for staying tuned. And welcome if you are a newcomer. Our conference is a platform for exchanging insights and experience between stakeholders in AI from all across the world. And now let's transport to Southeast Asia to hear about the experience with AI of Indonesia. Our next speaker initiated electronic elections in his country in 18 cities and villages. He also created an innovative center of artificial intelligence. Please welcome Hamam Riza.
Президент Ассоциации промышленных исследований и инноваций в области искусственного интеллекта в Индонезии, Корика.
President of Korika, Collaborative Research and Industrial Innovation in AI, Chairman of BPPT, Indonesia.
Hello, very good afternoon to all of you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and responsibility to address this esteemed audience at the AI journey on the topic that defines not just our present, but the trajectory of our shared futures. AI, a transformative force, is reshaping industries, societies, and every fabric of governance. However, as we embrace its potential, we must navigate the intricate balance between fostering innovations and upholding ethical responsibility. In 2020, Indonesia embarked on an ambitious journey with the launch of our national AI strategy, AI toward Indonesia 2045. As one of the key architects in these visions, I am proud to have contributed to crafting a roadmap that aligns AI development with our nation's long-term aspirations, encapsulated in the Golden Indonesia 2045 visions. This strategy integrates our core principal values, Pancasila, inclusivity, and sustainability to ensure that the technological advancement serve every Indonesian citizen, from the bustling urban center to the remotest villages. Our mission is clear: to position Indonesia as a leader in ethical AI, ensuring that innovation empower our people while safeguarding their rights. And this means not only that we need to address the technical and economic dimension of AI, but also confronting the societal and ethical implications. Today, I will walk you through this journey, exploring how Indonesia can balance global lessons with local wisdom to shape the future where AI serves as a tool for equitable growth and human dignity. So I need to start with one quote here. To innovate responsibly is to embrace the future with wisdom, ensuring that no one is left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that AI adoption surged in the past couple of years, certainly due to the generative AI. But we need to understand the opportunities and challenges for Indonesia. What if a child in the remotest village of Papua, or even in Aceh, the western part of Indonesia, could learn calculus with the same resources as a student in Jakarta top private school, the capital city? Imagine an Indonesia where geography, economic status, and even disabilities no longer limit access to quality education. This is not just a dream, okay? It's a reality that AI can help us build. Today, Indonesia faces a massive educational challenges with over 60 million students and more than 3 million teachers spread across 17,000 islands in Indonesia, the maritime continent. So how we could ensure this equal access to quality education, because it is so much a daunting task for all of us. Our national education assessment highlight persistent learning gaps, especially in rural areas. But here's the good news. AI has the potential to bridge this divide. AI has the potential to bridge these gaps. We see that for the AI to grow in our developing nations, Indonesia, there are things that you really need to emphasize in planning AI for these 17,000 islands, the archipelagic Indonesia. One of the most daunting is the talent gap. Okay, Indonesia is experiencing a shortage of skilled AI developers, which pose a major hurdle for the country ambitions in AI technology. Another thing that probably that we all are facing today is regulations and ethics. While AI holds a great promise, it comes with ethical dilemmas. In Indonesia, addressing issues like algorithmic bias and digital divide is critical to ensure that AI empowers all citizens. I want to bring you to some of the already existing regulations. And I believe we are not there yet in terms of the AI regulations. Indonesia approach to AI regulations range from our law on personal data protections, on our law on information and transactions, yeah. And recently we just have only the circular letters on recommendations of ethical practice in developing AI. We still see AI as a black box, whether it can be trusted or it can be explained. This is going to be hurdles for all of us. So just not because that we have our national AI strategy back in 2020, where we try to embed ethical and principles in the foundations, but all of you, all of us, the practitioners of AI, the developer of AIs, the regulators of AI, understood that back in 2023, we have this generative AI, which makes us, all very much in different perspective about how AI will be involved in our life, in our work, in every aspect of our life. So we try to look at the global perspective on responsible AI. You can, certainly have some reference coming from different works out of the all multilateral organizations. As AI adoption grows worldwide, nations are grappling on how to regulate it effectively while fostering innovations. And by studying global approaches, Indonesia can chart a path that reflects its unique cultural and societal values. Some of the things that I highlight here is like the European AI Act, UNESCO AI ethics framework that we adopt as part of our readiness assessment methodology, the RAM, UNESCO, as well as certainly the lessons coming from BRICS partner. Within BRICS nations, India focus on AI for social good, such as healthcare and agriculture. China advancement in smart cities demonstrate how strategic investment can bring transformative benefits. Yet they also highlight the importance of managing risks, such as surveillance and privacy concerns. So we see this as one of the most intriguing issues of making AI adoptions for the business innovations responsible. I also want to highlight some of the guiding principles of our nations, Pancasila, which I think all of us are very much aware of this: transparency, accountability, inclusivity. For Indonesia, the lesson is clear. While adopting best practices, we must craft regulations that resonate with our own principle, Pancasila, and the spirit of gotong royong, we call this, is mutual cooperation to ensure ethical and inclusive AI development. We have done ethical challenges of AI through a series of workshops. We look on bias and inequality, digital exclusions, as well as privacy concerns. I think all of us understood this very well. But how these ethical impacts will emerge, as a unifying technology? Because we see that after digital transformations, digital divide, it takes a decade for us to basically come up with solutions for the whole nation in addressing the digital divide. Now, we are going to face another challenge of the emerging AI divides, whether you have access to AI resources, skill gap, algorithmic bias, and as well as economic impact. So that's why Indonesia AI Development Framework try to address the main critical issues such as research and innovations, talent development, data infrastructures and governance, as well as AI adoption in industry and the government. With the new government coming into places, we really need to work further, to invest and fund the development of AI. Nonetheless, adaptive and agile, forward-looking ethical rules will still be a path for us in this journey. Inclusive AI policymaking with data-driven policymaking as well as collaborative governance, that should be the priority for us. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is really a challenge for not only us would understand about AI. It is all the people, the citizen, whether you are students, whether you are businessmen, or you are government leaders, you need to balance these innovations and responsibility as a journey forward. That includes a collective responsibility That includes innovation with a purpose, as well as continuous adaptations. Let me share a story that illustrates the transformative power of ethical AI in Indonesia. In 2018, the city of Palu was struck by devastating earthquake and tsunami. Rescue and relief efforts faced numerous challenges, and time was really critical, and resources were stretched, and access to affected areas was limited. So AI-powered disaster management was built, on AI-driven system that was deployed to process satellite imagery and identify areas most affected by the disaster. The system provided real-time insights, enabling rescue teams to prioritize efforts where they were needed most. That is also our consideration of impacts, where we need to save lives. Resource needs to be allocated more effectively, and perhaps most importantly, trust was built. So if we are talking about trustworthy AI, this is where it's going to play a major role in developing the use cases for artificial intelligence. This is why we need to understand the impact of AI in the modern business. AI advancement will also be our responsibility, and industry will be disrupted by this AI. But, there is always a light at the end of the tunnel. So we need to have a really remarkable outlook, remarkable future outlook for this, to take the collective responsibility, innovation with purpose, as well as continuous adaptation. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to call for all of us as a call to action for the BRICS collaborations. The BRICS nations have collectively responsibility to shape a fair AI future. Together we can ensure that AI serves humanity while respecting the diversity of our cultures, our languages, our heritage. This is all going to be put in the data, where large language model will make use of this data and become a powerful tools for our life, for our work, and all aspects of humans. So unified standard, regulatory sandboxes, and capacity building is something that I want to invite everyone to think about. It is a call to action for the BRICS plus nations to think about this AI future. And as AI is not just a technology, it is our responsibility to navigate this journey with wisdom, ensuring innovations uplift humanity while staying rooted in our ethical. My organization, CORICA, Collaborative Research and Industrial Innovation in AI, which was formed as a mandate from our national AI strategy back in 2020, now are running the ecosystem of the multiple helix collaborations, and that includes AI talents, AI maker lab, AI innovations, ethical moderations, advocation, as well as community engagements. So it is really a clear vision. It is a responsible work that we are doing. So let us navigate the journey with wisdom ensuring innovations, and fostering collaborations to create a future where technology empowers and not displaces. Thank you so much.
Professor Hamamrida, thank you very much for sharing your ideas. And with your permission, I'm going to ask a few questions from the audience.
Yes.
The first one is, today's worldwide problem is private data leaks. How are you protecting and going to protect ordinary users from their data being stolen?
Well, certainly AI and cybersecurity is residing in the same coin. All right? AI for cybersecurity and cybersecurity for AI. Those are two paradigms that will, mutually important for all of us to understand. AI is certainly a data-driven tools. So everything's, all the tools needs this data, whether you are developing AI for healthcare or AI agriculture, then you need the health data. So for Indonesia, in this sense, okay, we trusted Ministry of Health to have one data policy. That means all the data about our individual citizens are there. And only a certain privilege can be given to a certain industry to make use of this data. And because we really understand, we cannot develop AI without any measures of security. And we certainly need AI to help us to do the information security as well as the cyber security.
Thank you. And the second question is, what role does education play in shaping responsible AI use in Indonesia?
Well, very good questions, because I do resonate with all of you about the use of AI in education. In fact, this is one of the areas where it was really meaningful and impactful. Why do I say this? As I have indicated earlier in my presentations, AI will give the students, will give the teachers the capabilities, as a part of equitable access to the tools, to the educations. Currently, if we are coming back from the burden of digital divide, where not every of you can have access to the informations. So what would you do? You will try to get everyone into the internet, right? And for that, you need infrastructures. For that, you need networks. For that, you need data centers. So the government have faced this, humongous challenge of trying to link every and each of the island, the 17,000 islands in Indonesia, so that everyone can have equitable access to the information. And those students that were lagging because of the lack of these infrastructures now have a chance, an opportunity to basically access this information with great, with such a great eagerness, to catch up with other students which are, in the series, accessing the same informations. So this is something that everyone will see, that AI will be a savior of educations, both toward the students and toward the teachers.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Professor Hamam Riza.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for such an interesting performance.
All right.
Thank you. Благодарим нашу аудиторию за вопросы.
We thank the audience for their questions and for their active participation. We continue our tour around the globe. The next speaker will talk about the AI applications in Pakistan. The government in Pakistan has been investing a lot in technology. There is a national AI center in Pakistan, and the main industry benefiting from AI is agriculture. Please welcome Dr. Rana Fayah Ahmad, AI Tech Center.
AI Tech Center технологий искусственного интеллекта.
AI Technology Center, Islamabad, Rana Fayah Ahmad. Pakistan's AI landscape leveraging AI to transform agricultural sector.
So my name is Dr. Fayaz, and I am from Artificial Intelligence Technology Center under National Center for Physics, Islamabad, Pakistan. The title of my talk is Pakistan's AI landscape in perspective of agriculture, how the AI technology is transforming this field. Here is the outline of my presentation that I will discuss about some AI statistics in Pakistan, agricultural sector in Pakistan, and some case studies we have deployed across the country. So first of all, I will tell you about what is AI Tech. It's basically a research and development center with having a dedicated expert researchers, developers, computational resources, and a data center. We are linked with academia and industry as well, and we are involved multiple AI projects at national level. So here we have a different labs which is covering the full spectrum of AI. For example, we have 8 core labs, which is computer vision, machine learning and deep learning, predictive analytics, quantum machine learning, data science, autonomous AI and decision support, natural language processing, software optimization for edge computing, and there is another lab that is called software development and prototyping, because when we train our model, we need to transform that models at the deployable stage. So there is a need to dedicated resources who can able to make our dedicated AI software which are easily deployable at different applications. So AI Tech is working on a different key application area, for example, agriculture and precision farming, big data analytics, healthcare, education and personalized learning, autonomous and exploration robotics, Internet of Things and smart system, and also AI software developments. So first, I will tell you about some statistics, what is at the moment where we are. About Pakistan, we have a population around 240 million, which is the 6th largest in the world. Urdu and English is its main languages, and we have the different 6-7 provinces. So about the market size, currently we have around 700 million USD market, but which is projected to be 3,000 USD around 2030 in the different fields of robotics, machine learning, autonomous AI, and SIMS. There is no change in market after 2024, and there is a stability in the market. Impact on GDP. Currently, we have a GDP around 1.49% of a total country's GDP, and which is projected to be increased by 11.2% of the total GDP of Pakistan. There is a number of AI tool users in Pakistan. We have 464,000 users, and which is going to be increased around 18,000 users. Annual AI publications, we have around 3.4K, and which is projected to be increased around 5.23. There is a big rise in the generative AI market in Pakistan, because as you know that as a generative AI is growing on. So there is also an exponential rise in the trend of generative AI. So we have the currently 93.3 USD market, and which is going to be projected 10 times, like it's a 900 million USD by 2030. So our government is also took an initiative to draft its national AI policy last year. The policy has 5 main pillars. For example, first pillar is AI market enablement. Second pillar is enabling AI through awareness and readiness. The third one is the building progressive and trusted environment. The fourth one is transformation and evolution. And the fifth one is the international collaboration and research. So some are the key features, like we need 10,000 AI experts at the moment. We plan to train 1 million graduates, which is from different backgrounds like computer science, engineering, IT, by 2030. We have also our national AI fund to support AI. We are also in the process of developing different centers of excellence AI across the country in different provinces. There is also option for the on-job AI training and also the scholarship for the students at the higher level. So these are the key points which the national AI policy of Pakistan has. So because I am from the Artificial Intelligence Technology Center, what contribution we have done in the agriculture sector of Pakistan? Because AI Tech was working on the different domains like healthcare, agriculture, education, food security, etc. So I will just show you how we are developing something to help our farmers across the country. So why we need the smart farming? If we talk about some stats, that by 2050, the world population increased to the 9.7 billion people hold the world. So what happened, food demands about like 70% increase in food demand across the world to meet the future needs. And there is a limitation of traditional farming, which the current methods cannot scale sustainability to meet these demands. So what will the role of smart technology is that AI and other innovative technologies optimize resources and enhance agricultural yields. Because to meet up to cope of the large amount of the food required in the coming years, so there is need to switch from the classical agricultural techniques to the modern. And AI is a very good, which can help the farmers to increase their yields and also to increase and make a better decision to produce more food. So what is the agricultural economic role in Pakistan? Globally, we talk about that 4.1% is GDP, which is like the backbone of the developing countries. In Pakistan, agriculture accounts for 25% of GDP, implying 37% of the workforce. So like it's a huge number people associated in the agriculture domain, around like 37% of population in Pakistan is associated with the agriculture. So improved agriculture practices can significantly boost the economy and ensure food security. So these are some data I have discussed, that like what is the GDP we had at the moment and how the country's labor force is involved. So challenges, what are the challenges involved in the agriculture? That is like inefficient use of resources, climate unpredictably, because the climate plays a vital role in producing the different crops like wheat, rice, and cotton. And there is also a lack of detailed real-time data, effective decision-making for the crop management. Because if you are doing a crop management, you need a quick decision support. If the decision is delayed, so it will be like a disaster for a farmer that the crop is destroyed. So there are some things which can involve in conventional methods, because, for example, if we are talking about the monitoring of crop, there are traditional methods. For example, one is the satellite monitoring. Satellite data is available, but it will give you a broad spectrum of the area, and the resolution is very poor. So you cannot see what kind of disease on the crop is, because it's covering just the area. So and also there is a manual technique or traditional techniques which is the farmer is using. They are using the random samplings and to get some data, but both are like inefficient and inaccurate, because both methods fail to deliver timely insight need for proactive agriculture requirements. So AI-powered agriculture, what is that? AI offer data-driven solutions, like it will be used for the yield prediction, crop health monitoring, pest detection, irrigation. If we integrate AI and the UAV technologies, it can deliver a high-resolution imagery as compared to the satellite imagery, and also enable a faster data processing, because the satellite images are very large and it's a low resolution, but UAV images we are able to get the lower heights and have a good resolution of the crop or the field. And it can empower farmers with the precise and informed decision making. So advancing precision agriculture from approximation to exactness. For example, in conventional methods, relied on the broad segmentation of satellite imagery, often including irrelevant vegetation, leading to an imprecise estimate. Because we are moving from the coarse to fine. So what we need in the modern methods, using high-resolution imagery to isolate crops of interest, enables accurate yield predictions and spore disease detection by identified effective areas. So what we did that we have used some data, open source data, to develop our own models. I will show you some results that I am talk about the yield estimation of wheat crops. So farmers lack reliable tools for accurate wheat yield estimation. Solutions, what we have, use UAVs to capture high-resolution imagery, detect wheat spikes in the images using AI-enabled models, estimate yield based on spike count and region-specific weight area. If we talk about the simple, most of know the simple object detection problem, when you have an image like you have a car, scenery, buildings, it's very easier to detect. But when we talk about the micro object detection, like you can see this wheat crop, it's very difficult to detect the wheat tassel from its background. So it's a very complex and challenging problem. So first, what we did, we used the open source data, that is a global wheat detection, and data contained from the Europe, Australia, China wheels, and it produced some results that we deployed the state-of-art YOLO V8, faster RCN AI models, and we get the accuracy of 89 and 92%. However, what we did, that model is not working or our own setter did. So what we did, we have developed a UAV which is able to collecting the data from a wheat crop and also deploying the train our model or own data sets, because on the open source data set when used our own crop, it's not working. So you can see that how these tassels of the wheat crops, red marks is counting. So if we able to count a total number of spikes of the wheat crop, we are able to predict the precise yield estimation. So, and our currently results are 85%. We are able, because this is like a process of getting a more data. If in AI, because this technology is data-driven, if you have a more data and it is properly labeled, so you are able to get a good results. For in this case, it took, because for the open source data, they have a very good resolution, but limited images, and also the different changes in the data is not there. So here in the actual scenario, we have own data. The only problem is that we need a data labeling. So it took around 3 to 6 months to label these images with the specific micro spikes inside the data. So AI sometimes seems like on internet, you see that you have the open source data, you run your code and you get the result. But we come to the practical problems, like in the agriculture, we need a labeled data for our own wheat. The global or something other countries wheat, because there is a change in the variety of wheat crops, so we are not able to get the same result with the open source data. So this is like we have done with our own data set, and the data is acquired through the UAV drone. It's like around 5 to 10 meter heights, because if the drones cannot go to the lower heights. So it's like something around 5 meters or 10 meters okay to get the data. We have developed for the farmers a portal that if anybody, any farmer can record the data through drone and able to input the data to our portal, it will able to count its number of tassel and estimate the yield of its farm. So this is the web application of our portal. So how it's look like, you have to log in, then the user can sign in, go to the wheat yield estimation. I think there is a problem in running the video. So, because how I will tell you verbally that you can input the data, and after that, there are different modes. For example, you can input a big image. You can directly input the video to the that software. Anything, different option the farmer has is, so it can input the data and get its results. So we have also everyone's data, how the model is working. It's basically a real-time wheat dissection and real-time visualization as well. So there is what is insight and impacts. So what the yield estimation improves resource allocation, market planning, and pricing strategies. For farmers gain confidence in making data-backed decision, reducing risk. Overall, the approach contributes to the food security and economic stability, which is, I am talking previously that in the future, we need, all over the world need the food security because the number of population is increasing. So this kind of the system which can help the farmer is very good, and AI can help the farmers to get more good results and make a decision making. So there are some challenges associated with this kind of, because there is a variability in the wheat, and also there is something, a region-specific data sets and diversity, genetic diversity of the wheat crop. So future is likely to get more data, and also this data can be shared publicly so that other people can also train their model, so get the good solution to us. So there is another one is like we have done for the yield estimation of wheat crop. Another one is the disease classification for a wheat crop. So because if the farmers cannot detect timely the disease of the wheat, it's like a disaster. So also there is in the Pakistan, the farmers have there is a resource unavailability, like there is a very less agri-experts who can guide the farmers that what kind of diseases are. So it's like if the disease spread over the wheat crops, so it is like a disaster to them. And also there is a costly and ineffective solution because for the cost. So how AI is boosting the agri sector in Pakistan, like precision farming, decision detection, and yield estimation. There are different private companies who are developing different apps like Khabardar Kisan, AgriDost, and AI Tech and Farm. They also have developed AI-powered mobile application for the disease diagnosis and management. So what we have done is that we have made a wheat disease classification on our own data. So this is like you can see the vertical axis, different diseases of the wheat crop, like leaf rust, stripe rust, stem rust, some powdery mildew versus healthy. So this is the different types of diseases we have, and our system is able to detect that through AI. So we have trained the latest, use the vision transformer model to train this one and able to classify different classes of the wheat crop. So this is the Android application framework. What we have at the backend server, which is built on the Django framework. Then we have the front end. We have developed on React Native. So this is the host scenario, and the user from the mobile application is able to log in, take the picture of any plant of the wheat, and able to detect that its plant is healthy or what kind of disease and the remedy is available. So this is the mobile app. You can log in. So this is a little demo how that user. You can take images. You can take images from your own gallery. For example, this is image cap. It is processed and tell you the disease. And there is also some information to farmer that is organic control and the chemical control, because you detected the disease, but how to resolve that solution. So it will this mobile app provide the farmer about the organic solution as well the chemical solution, like what kind of fertilizer, one kind of chemical spray is needed to reduce that disease as well. And also there are something, the calculation. So we are extending this mobile app to the different crops, like currently we did for the wheat crop, and we will extend it to rice, cotton, and the other crops of Pakistan. So it's like a demo. Okay, so other activities, like we are also working to giving solution to the community. For example, this is one of the community service project that is sign language translator for Pakistan. Because British Sign Language, American Sign Language, because their signs are different. The data sets or the systems are available for the deaf people who cannot listen or talk. So we are developing a solution that it can, based on our own data sets, or the people who are just like deaf and we are able to provide its solution. So this is like the basic framework for that Pakistani sign language. For the deaf people, we have a data, then we go different signs of Pakistan. We will doing the data annotation. And also with the data annotation, we are training the pose estimation model, like face, hand, pose, and train our model. When you train your AI model, there is a user who requests make a sign. For example, it's a hello sign. It will capture, go to the model, file is uploaded, match and predict, and the word hello is come. So it is come in terms of textual information and also in terms of speech as well. So this is the project we are working. So we have developed a system, a mobile application, like it's a limited sign, because around we have in our language for the deaf people, there are 200 signs. So for the 200 signs, there is a huge compute resources required. So at the proof of concept, we have just did some limited signs over there. So potential areas of AI in Pakistan where we can interact, like healthcare, agriculture, manufacturing industry, smart cities, energy sector as well. And what is way forward AI trend? So like we can develop a AI-enabled solution for the agriculture, health, education, which can be very helpful to the people of Pakistan. And as being a AI tech is open to collaborate with international research institute working on AI application in different sectors. So we are in the process of it. So thank you very much for your time.
Dr. Rana Fayah Ahmad,
Dr.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for sharing your knowledge and experience. Let me ask some questions from our audience.
Okay.
The first question that we have, what are the key issues and challenges that remain for the development of AI in your country? Lack of skilled professionals, limited resources and funding, lack of infrastructure, or legal framework?
Okay, there are different aspects. For example, when we talk about the data. So we have the data. The number one is that the user or the government institutes is not ready to give the data due to the data privacy. So that is the big issue. So everyone is like that, its data is protected. So government has developed a data policy to handle that task. And there is also, like we are a developing country, we have the limited compute resources. But we are trying to develop our own high-performance computing, because for the AI, we need it. And we are also collaborating internationally to get, if someone is like agreed, because nowadays there is a sanctions from US on the NVIDIA systems, high-end, so we are not able to get it, like on China and Pakistan as well. So this is the big key issue, like for the development of AI system, we need the high-end compute resources. And also there is a lack of manpower. We have like more than 50% of population is from between age 19 years to 30 years. So we have a people like, I will give you just an example. On Fiverr, the Pakistani is like 2.7 million who is working on Fiverr or some other platform, in the number 2 in the world. So we have the manpower. The only is that we need some mechanism, because the government recently announced our national AI policy. So how to engage that a large population to a one direction to develop AI system, and also training our own people. So like this will become in future. So that's it.
We have a lot of questions.
Okay.
The second one is, what do you think? How can AI change agriculture in the next 5 years?
Okay, because I just give you some statistics in future, because there is a rise of demand of food. So the conventional method cannot cope to this solution. So it required to double, triple, or 4 times the yield of the different crops like wheat, rice, or something. So in the coming 5 years, if we are the countries, developing countries who are based on agriculture, use the AI as a system of tools to their farmers, because there are different parameters which the crop has, like something like weather prediction, you have to make the decision, irrigation problem, water problems. Disease is one of the main key, because if the disease spread in the field and you are not able to detect, because in the visually you see that your crop is okay, but when you get the drone imagery, the spots can be identified like rusting, where is the disease is going to spread. And also with the drone technology, if we link the pesticide control, so it can go to that location, detect and spray automatically. So it will increase the yield very quickly. So it means like in the coming years, AI is spreading, so I hope so that it's like a game changer, and the food security issue of the world and Pakistan as well be solved if we use AI more efficiently. Thank you.
Okay, and one more question.
Okay, sure.
If you don't mind.
No, it's okay.
How can the interest of young people in studying AI and related disciplines be increased?
So there are, because the training program, because today a lot of data are something available on internet, the only is that there are a full spectrum of jobs, because everybody can plug in. If it's a computer scientist, data engineer, data scientist, IT professional, everyone. Because this is the whole, a big pipeline, so where you can fit yourself based on your skills. And these skills are learnable. It's not very different, because, for example, I will give you example, the agriculture data are just a normal technician level, or you can say a grade 10 or grade 12 level, just to label that data. It's like a job, because on online platform, there is a lot of jobs for the data labeling, because when your data is not labeled, the AI will not produce a good result. So proper label, like it's a very simple job, anybody can do. Get some tool, use to it, and do the data labeling, data engineering, data analytics, so everything. So it's a very big spectrum of AI for the youngster. So they can have to think where they can fit. So, and also the learn online, because on the YouTube, everything, different courses, tools are available, so they can quickly jump in and get earning, like an self-employment or something. So it's like everybody is like getting engaged, so the problem of unemployment of the world can be solved, or it's reduced by using the AI and AI-assistive tools.
Thank you. It's very inspiring.
Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Rana Fayah Ahmad.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your fascinating speech and for answering audience questions. Мы продолжаем, мы прямо сейчас.
We are continuing, and now the founder and CEO of Tear Labs, Janet Savary, will share her experience. She will talk about building AI within and global AI strategies in business, how to navigate the competition and market trends, how to benefit the most from the AI, how AI can help businesses. These questions are going to be answered by Janet Savary, and a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. CEO and founder of Tear Lab, Janet Savary, global AI strategies in business, navigating competition and market trends.
Hello, everyone. It's great to see all of you here in beautiful Moscow. My presentation today will be about global AI ESG strategies. And I will talk about how we can navigate competitive landscapes and market dynamics using AI and a little extra thinking. So before I get into my presentation, I'd like to introduce myself a little bit more. I'm the one who sits at the back of the room. I'm a programmer. I studied computer science and engineering. 大家好，我学了在中国。 And I'm also the person that sits in the middle of the room. I observe, I watch, I write articles. I'm a writer. And now, I'm the person that stands in front of you. And I talk about perspective, opinion, and the dynamic of the global perspective about AI in global ESG strategies in the world. For more information, you can connect with me on LinkedIn. So, what is AI ESG? I'm pretty sure everyone in here knows what AI is. Thank you for the 3 hands in front. And I'm sure we're familiar with what ESG is. Okay, 4 hands. Thank you. So what AI ESG is, it's the concept of utilizing artificial intelligence to collect, sort, and process data using artificial intelligence. But your next question may be, why is this important? Why does it matter? ESG, unlike most processes, collects tons of data, some that are not necessarily correlated or that are linked logically. You look at the environmental factor, the social factor, and then governance. Which one affects businesses the most? Directly. It's governance, right? What you do in the office, what the board members decide on, how you structure a business, and how compliant it is. This is what directly affects the business. But how does it affect to the environmental and social factors? Not really direct, but indirect. So, why does this topic matter? It's because AI is able to help bridge the gap of sentiment. But why can't we do that? You're a thinking being, I'm a thinking being, you have sentiment, I have sentiment. Why can't we do that? It is because we get biased. It is because we are the lived experiences we've had since childhood. So how I see the world through my lens is a little bit different from how the next person sees it. And for an organization, that cannot be the case. There has to be no bias. So 2 things, ladies and gentlemen. AI helps with the processing and collecting and managing and sorting of a lot of data, but it will also help with removing bias. So let's talk about what's been happening in the AI ESG global stratosphere. What's been going on? Have people been moving away from this topic? Are we believers or we're not? Before I tell you, are we believers in AI ESG? Okay. Thank you again to the 4 people. Or are we not believers? Okay. I'm good at this game. I do it a lot. I can sense you're not sure. You're not sure which team to play. Well, I hope by the end of my presentation, you will play for the AI ESG team. So this is what's been happening. Policy and regulation has been on the rise. More than 500 S&P companies, 50,000 S&P companies have been recently forced to actually release their AI ESG reports. Market pressure is on a high. 33% of CEOs in India say, based on sentiment, that the principal downside of failing to meet stakeholder expectations will impact them financially based on how their consumers feel. Remember when I spoke about sentiment? This is where the conversation gets really interesting. Emerging ESG sub-metrics also come up when you talk about sentiment. Have you ever gone to a store and said, today I want to buy a jacket because it's cold outside? Maybe this question is for the ladies. Then when you walk into the store, you can see the jacket, it has the price, but then you start to see different brands. And you start to think, maybe I want this brand because this is how I feel. Or maybe I want this brand because this is how I feel about that brand. Similar to AI ESG, they are sub-metrics or sub-benchmarks that do affect the outcome of not only how AI interacts with collecting ESG data, but processing it as well. So the other opportunity of having AI process the data is being able to find the fine marks where there's cross-links in data that is being collected. Furthermore, in the global AI stratosphere, some of the trends we have been seeing have to do with regional sentiment. So what does regional sentiment mean? Sorry. Regional sentiment is about, in a certain part of the world, do we really care about ESG? Is it a priority? I come from the beautiful continent of Africa. ESG matters to most businesses there, but I wouldn't say it's a priority. Why? Because some businesses are looking at things like infrastructure. To be able to collect ESG metrics with technology like AI, you need to have relevant infrastructure set up. That is the foundation, no? That infrastructure includes connectivity to the internet. It includes the ability to be able to have cameras that can conduct computer vision, computation, and collecting of data. It includes a lot of things. So for 42% of CEOs in India will be my case study, they expect ESG investments to yield returns of 3 to 5% in the next coming years. I will talk a little bit more about return on investment, but for now, I want to go back to infrastructure. When we talk about AI broadly, it's easy to think of ChatGPT, to think of Yandex GPT. But it's also easy to forget that we are in the era of big data, tiny ML, and edge compute. It's the era of semiconductors, ladies and gentlemen, the era that allows low resource computing, high resource computing on a low resource hardware. Being able to have more computing capacity on a nanometer, on 7 nanometers, on 4 nanometers, or even smaller than that. But why is that infrastructure important as well? That is going to enable businesses to compute much more, to process even more data than before. So being able to think about the semiconductor narrative and how cost efficiency comes with big compute is really key. Back to the fun stuff. So the AI ESG competitive landscape looks something like this. If you want to take a picture, this is the perfect time. Earlier on, I did mention 50,000 S&P 500 companies were required by the EU to submit their AI ESG reports this year in 2024. That's about 90% of S&P 500 companies in the EU. Another interesting metric, in Asia, specifically Japan, ESG investments are expected to grow over 20% in the next 5 years, compounding. That is a huge return on investment. And what does that mean? What that means is for 40% of the companies and executives in US, in Brazil, and the UK and Germany, they thought their biggest challenge was going to be growth in ESG, but actually this is not it. I have another interesting metric that I have here, that 33.9 trillion is projected in ESG investments by 2026. And a final metric that I want to share with you that might be interesting, we are going to be in 2025 in a few days, but this second one is also about 2026. ESG investments are projected to be more than 20% of assets managed by 2026. And that is a huge number. If it's going to be more than 20% of assets managed, and 90% of S&P 500 companies have already released their ESG reports this year, it's easy to bet on 100% by next year. So what does that mean for the small guys? What do you do? Where do you start? I run a startup, and I'm going to tell you pretty soon how you can start to think about ESG as you grow a compliant and governable organization. So what about the rate on investment? About 12.9% of EU companies, global EU companies that are ESG leaders, have been able to get a return on investment at 12.9%. And laggard companies, which basically is companies that are falling behind or the opposite of the overperformers, are at 8.6 So basically, all I'm saying is those that submitted their ESG reporting and were ESG compliant, whether using AI or not, were able to get a 12.9 return on investment in an average of 6 to 8 years. Whereas those that were not performing, that were underperforming, that did not submit AI or ESG, that did not submit ESG reporting using AI or other platforms, literally came down to 8.6. And what about in the United States? This is the biggest market for ESG. 20.3% was the return on investment in an average of 6 years. That is impressive. That makes the AI conversation even worthwhile. And those that were underperforming only got 13.9%. And this was between 2013 to 2021. So I spoke about a framework that we have been able to come up with, something that you could use. Call it a cheat code. So I'll walk you through this. So we have what we call a time investment approach to AI or ESG. I spoke about the importance of infrastructure, the foundational work that needs to be done. This is not an investment that is cheap or one that can be done overnight. So what does that look like? In a few months, an organization can start by investing in just your structure, your governance structure. And that governance structure has to do with your policies. And the easiest policy to start with is ethics. Why ethics? Because this is the root of where bias comes from. So I know that in a few months, we could call it 6 months, an organization will have their ethics policy for governance and regulation internally. And what is the next step? Data responsibility. Once you have a framework, you can be responsible. You have a guideline to work with. This is where you can have a transparent and biased and secure data usage responsibility framework for your organization. This can be in about a year. By the time you get to the 3rd year, this is where we start to look at environmental impact of the decisions that will have been made within the first year to 6 months. This is where AI can be able to be utilized to track things like your carbon footprint, based on that same framework that you have. So this can be done, maybe I keep saying AI, with maybe IoT devices. Maybe you run a refinery or you run a farm. You can be able to use some hardware to track what is your carbon footprint. In about 3 to 4 years compounding, an organization can start to track the S in ESG, social responsibility. What is the outcome of how our structure, our governance structure, or our ethics structure is affecting society, is affecting our direct consumers, for example? You can promote diversity and inclusion and accessibility of AI in this development. One of my favorite ways that I've seen some organizations around the world utilize technology, maybe not necessarily AI, is the use of blockchain to track how transactions are happening and how they impact social responsibility, especially for organizations that work predominantly in the nonprofit sector or make investments in the nonprofit sector. And then finally, in about 5 years, a risk assessment can be conducted. If the entire process was being collected, the data was being collected, it was being tracked, it was being trained on a model that can make an assessment of performance and the improvement of performance against how an organization typically does their processes or does their reporting, then within the 5th year, it's possible to use a generative model to be able to conduct a risk assessment. This is at the point which AI ESG conversation actually can take place. So throughout the entire time, it's data gathering and it's understanding how, at the human level, You can sort out processes internally, then use AI to optimize. I spoke earlier on about the emerging tech that's driving ESG, and I just gave an example about blockchain. But later in my presentation, I hope we can have a discussion about some of the examples that you may have seen. My example right now is going to be on computer vision. Last year on this very stage, we premiered our product, X-Vision Illuminate. We utilize cameras, CCTV footage to collect ESG data. It sounds so simple, yet it's such a complex situation. It's such a complex system simply because it's dependent on a lot of infrastructure. Is the internet working? Are the servers able to compute with no latency? All these things. Recently, I was able to sit in a room where a conversation was being had about using a bot that's less than the size of my nail to collect ESG data for a farm. Call it a robotic fly. So really, this space is not linear. It's not a one idea that can be invented by one company. But I implore you, as an audience of thinkers, of innovators, to think in such ways that you can start to be innovative in terms of how you can collect ESG data. Processing is another conversation. For now, I implore you to just be creative about how we're going to collect. So AI, blockchain, and computer vision, these are the three innovative technologies that are at the forefront of the ESG, AI ESG trends. AI can help power climate modeling and renewable energy solutions, also not just using the software, but the hardware, like I said. And blockchain can be used to supply chain transparency for transactions. And computer vision can be used for monitoring ESG compliance, but can also be used for data gathering. So what are the benefits and risks of all of this? For a business, the benefits might look like affecting your balance sheet, but the risks include regulatory uncertainty. Like I said, in some parts of the world, ESG is not necessarily the priority, so that also means regulatory compliance and structure may not necessarily exist yet. So there are risks in thinking around how AI or compute can be involved in monitoring or making a more strategic appeal to how we deal with ESG data and reporting. High implementation costs are probably the biggest one for organizations because this directly affects your balance sheet. Once we start talking about ESG, there is money involved. But once we talk about AI, there is money involved in the beginning, but there is a return on investment in the end, because it helps to also reduce the amount of staff that would be working on ESG reporting and compliance. Non-compliance and reputational damage, this is to the organization directly. If an organization is not compliant, it can have some social and reputational risks that come with it. Some of the benefits are increased stakeholder trust, access to ESG investments, and impact-driven innovation. A future outlook. I am very optimistic, and I believe that the future outlook of AI ESG specifically is what I call the innovation revolving door. It's not a conversation that starts today. I hand over a framework, and then you go home, and it is okay. It is a continued conversation, a continued path that enables constantly evolving, innovating, and thinking about how data can be collected, processed, and most importantly, provided to the consumer or reported. It is looking constantly at the ethical ways in which an organization can create a structure and making sure that structure aligns not only with global peers in the ecosystem, but aligns with how technology is also moving forward and evolving. So my recommendation to any organizations that may be thinking about AI ESG is to have a round table of a team, of a commission, or of board members that can help put a structure together as a starting point. My call to action, however, is to engage, to invest, and to audit. Impactful ESG strategies must be measurable, inclusive, scalable, and equitable. Being equitable means we can see the value. It's tangible. We can touch it. In some cases, we can even smell it. So engaging stakeholders across departments, internally and externally, is important as a starting point, as a call to action. Being able to invest in research and development for responsible AI technologies, that board I was talking about, invest in R&D. And then regular ESG performance reviews are also key. Remember that 5-year plan I gave you? And I told you at the end of the 5-year plan, this is when you'd be able to audit and see the return on investment? Well, even if you're not using AI and you just have a board that looks at how you can be more compliant and how you can report better, that data needs to be collected, collated, and audited to see what is the difference in the process. Is there improvement or not? And then finally, I would like to close off with a quote by an AI scientist, inventor, and writer, Kai-Fu Lee, that AI will do the analytical thinking while humans will wrap that analysis in warmth and compassion. AI is a technology, but ESG, I would like to say that's our part. So at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, we need to be able to bring compassion to the metrics. We need to be able to look at the S, the social. That's the people, the human AI aspect of the conversation. Thank you.
Dear Jeanette Savary, thank you very much for your exciting performance. And now, if you don't mind, let's move on to the questions from our audience. We also have a lot. And the first one is, what practical cases in AI ESG field inspire you personally?
I was speaking about bias a lot throughout my presentation, and forgive me, I am about to be very biased in my answer. But my most exciting use case that I experienced myself is we ran an audit for an organization using our computer vision technology. And it was to check the sentiment and how the staff at that facility, 5,000 workers, were just how they felt. Were they happy? Were they sad? Were they worried? And using computer vision, we were able to find out that less than 3% out of 5,000 people at a factory that were doing manual work were happy. And we did this just using computer vision and AI, and this was able to be put into an ESG report for an organization.
Thank you for sharing your experience. And one more question. What methods are companies using to accommodate the cultural characteristics and consumer preferences of African markets?
I think this is a tricky question because, like I said earlier, ESG on the African market is almost emerging, and I cannot say explicitly at the moment.
Do you think it would be possible to create a unified system for the regulation of artificial intelligence?
Yes, absolutely. I think if there are too many disparities in what the beliefs are, in the approaches to the technology, I think it can have some serious implications. So being able to have a standard framework, for example, or an outlook that is to some degree aligning to a unified thought and sentiment is very helpful and beneficial.
Thank you very much. Thank you for answering our questions and for sharing your vision. Thank you. Janet Savari, applause to the speaker. Мы благодарим нашу аудиторию за
Thank you very much for being so engaged and for your questions. We are back to India. Our next speaker, Karuna Gopal, is involved in a lot of initiatives in India aimed to make urban spaces more environmentally friendly and more comfortable. And she sees AI and technology as one of the biggest tools towards achieving this goal. She's going to talk about AI and its impact on governance and society. Please welcome Karuna Gopal. The president of Futuristic Cities Foundation, Karuna Gopal, spotlight on S and G in ESG.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, really happy to be here this afternoon in Russia. I was here almost a year ago, and I'm back. I'm going to speak on the importance and relevance of S and G in ESG. The flow, my friends, is going to be like this: relevance of ESG for business, the spotlight and why you have to look at S and G, and how AI can help. There are three reasons why my presentation is important. The first one is, around 10 years ago, we had a visitor from PPI, one of the biggest pension funds in the world. It's called Pacific Pension Fund. This pension fund has $21 trillion to invest in companies. And that was 10 years ago. So what we call as OM, assets under management, was $21 trillion. And they came to India to invest. That was 10 years ago. We were not ready. So you could say that we lost the opportunity. ESG is still important. They're walking around with pots of money, and they're going to put in companies that comply with ESG. The second reason why my presentation is important is I'm going to talk about rare earths. What are rare earths, my friend? Rare earth elements, I'm sure all of you know, there are 16 elements if you look in the periodic table, and all these 16 are precious, rare. Today, they are being used in plasma TVs, in electric vehicles, in computer hard drives. They have not been popular 10 years ago, but today they're very popular because we need to use them in these gadgets. So I'm not talking about the elements, my friends. I'm talking about rare human beings. Well, the third thing is, yesterday I heard the president of Russian Federation. He was talking about AI being important for humanity, AI being used for bringing in health, and AI to prevent corruption. And these are the things that I'm going to talk about today. So my presentation typically talks about all these things, why AI is important in addressing the S&G aspects. Well, significance of ESG, our previous speaker spoke at length about it. But as you know, if your companies are ESG compliant, you will get investors, international investors. You can access the international capital markets. Your stakeholders will instill faith in your company. So it's a good thing that you have to really look at ESG. Now, if you belong to that company that doesn't really want to know where exactly you stand as far as ESG is concerned, believe me, there are people tracking you. There are people mapping your progress. And this is how they're mapping. This came as a big surprise to me in India. We didn't know that some of the companies actually were not even disclosing how much they have achieved in the ESG arena. But there are companies tracking you and mapping you and putting you there. And imagine if you are there somewhere and that low level, investors are not going to put any money in you. So ESG is that important to attract investors. Well, so far, the ESG area, my friends, has been dominated by the environment. Every company is looking at how do we achieve the environment goals. Not many companies are talking about the S and the G. So what are these S and G, my friends? S is about social, which means it's about the human capital. It's about people in your organization. Are you taking care of them? Are you taking care of the society? Are you looking at ethical means to manage your human resources? The second one is about governance. How is your board diversity? Are you taking care of your stakeholders? Well, this is what it is. But let me not keep it as boring as this. Let me talk about only two aspects. One is diversity, equity, and inclusion in the social aspects. The other one is about AI achieving governance aspects like removing corruption, as your president was saying last evening. So S is about people, human capital, and talent. Now I want to show you this. This is a very important slide. This talks about what is happening to humanity. The total fertility rate is coming down dramatically. I'm sure you're seeing Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, where Elon Musk on a daily basis says fertility rates are coming down. Now, why am I talking about all this? Please pay attention to why I'm building a case for why you have to take care of people in your organization as business people. First of all, fertility rates are coming down. In Singapore, there's a crisis. A few years ago, the Prime Minister announced incentives for women to stop working, stay at home, get pregnant, deliver babies. That was an incentive for them. You know why? Because there's a crisis. People are reducing in number, and there are senior citizens everywhere. Look at the longevity. Literally every area of the world, people are living longer. The second slide is about diseases. They are living longer and not without diseases. So the point is, the crux of the matter is this, my friends: decreasing population, increasing longevity, but people are aging with disease. Now, if this is what your human capital looks like, how will you manage people in your organizations? So let me talk about something that's very close to my heart. There is a group that can solve the problems of the companies. That is the neurodivergent group. How many of you know who are neurodivergent people? Anyone? Well, friends, look at this. The neurodivergent group are these people. They're people on the autism spectrum. They're people with dyslexia. They could be people with cultural diversity. They could be gifted people, people with OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, depression. Look at the range of people you have as the neurodiverse people. Has any one of you met people with attention deficit disorder? Attention deficit hyperactivity? I'm sure most of us have a little of that. This group, my friends, is on the spectrum of genius. And strangely, this is the group that is not being considered by companies as potential employees. So if you have to meet your ESG requirements, environment is taken care of, social is about taking care of your people, but we don't have enough people because the population is coming down, there are senior citizens everywhere. So what you need is a different group of people. These are the rare people that I'm talking about. Rare earth metals that I mentioned in the beginning are those metals that are extracted from the earth and used for high-end technologies. Till recently, they were ignored. They were left lying there. But when the need arose, they are extracted. Now today, there is a need to look at this community called the neurodiverse community. And you know how many people actually fall into this community? 20% of the population. What is the population of the world, my friends? 9 billion. Neurodiverse people are 20%, which is 1.8 billion people. Today, I challenge you, knock on any door, you will find a neurodivergent guy inside. He is not employed, he is not going to school, nor is he going to college, but he's a nerd. He knows everything, but he is not a mainstream guy. You will get, I can assure you, out of the 1.8 billion, knock on any door, you'll find them. They come with special skills. These neurodiverse people are brilliant. For instance, look at that, what they know. They have strong pattern recognition skills. They have analytical skills. They have deep focus. They have enhanced memory, heightened sensory awareness, and creativity. In other words, they are brilliant. As I said, they fall on the spectrum of genius. The top 5 strengths, as I said, are hyperfocus. You know, I don't know how many of you read a book called The Deep Work. Deep Work is a phenomenal book by an author, and he says that today we are not capable of deep work. We are distracted, as you know, all of us are distracted all the time. So he says that deep work is impossible for people like us because we are distracted, but this community of neurodivergent people can actually hyper-focus. They are fantastic for research jobs. You put them in a company, they can do the best of research for you. They are creative, they are innovative thinkers, and they are authentic. They don't know how to lie. Well, so as I said, they're 20% in the humanity. They're differently abled. They do, of course, have some challenges like reading, comprehension, understanding jokes, etc. I'll give you an example. Supposing there is a hyperactive, neurodivergent guy, and his friends are making fun, and they look at a woman who's little aged, and she's walking with her stomach like this. They can crack a joke saying that grandma is pregnant, and they can laugh. But not these boys. This guy doesn't know it's a joke. He thinks it's real. And he starts planning, oh my God, a senior citizen is pregnant? So how is she going to deliver? What could be the ergonomical design of the table on which we will perform the surgery? How much estrogen she needs? How much prolactin she needs? And he's planning, he's thinking, because he's a problem solver. He doesn't get the joke, but he's solving the problem. Now, this is something that we need to understand today, because the 1.8 billion people are sitting out there. They're brilliant people. They have to be pulled into the mainstream. I don't know how many of you know, there is this woman called Temple Grandin. She's an American scientist. She was born autistic. She couldn't speak. She was almost like an animal. In her own book, she said that. But today, she guides companies in animal handling system. She has helped companies make billions of dollars. Why? Because she had the capability to think like an animal, which none of us really know how to do that. So they have enormous capabilities, but strangely, as I said, not even 40% of them are hired. So this is an important statement. I wish you kind of print it in your minds. Neurodiversity, my friends, is as vital to humanity as biodiversity is to life. Isn't it a strong statement? Biodiversity, we respect it. But what about neurodiversity? They are equally important. It's a very, very important statement, and it's important for posterity. You may not know me today, but in 10 years, you'll recall my name, because this is something that I've decided to work on. So my friends, understanding neurodiversity, as I said, there are unique perspectives, they have challenges, but Today, when companies tell me that there is a moral obligation to get all these disabled into the system, I tell them there is not a moral obligation, my friends. It's a necessity. It's a business necessity to get them on board. They do your deep work. They do your research. They do what you cannot do. Get them on board. Now start thinking of them not as a disorder, as a deficit, but as they're different. Start thinking of them as completely different people. For instance, Alan Turing, we respect him as a father of computing, as a father of artificial intelligence. Alan Turing was he was neurodiverse, just like Steve Jobs, and a whole bunch of them, right? Autistics, Einstein, etc. Oscar Wilde. All of them had difficulties, but they were innovators. And these are the people who need to be brought in. How many of you watched the series called Suits in Netflix? Anyone? In that, Mike Ross has a problem. He doesn't have a Harvard degree, but he is brilliant. He has photographic memory, and he does everything brilliantly. There's another guy in the office. He has terrible problem. He cannot adjust in the office, but he's been a brilliant student at Harvard. Now tell me why he can't adjust in the office? Because people are cracking jokes, there's too much of distraction, there's too much of noise, there's too much of lights and colors and smells, and he can't work. You leave him in isolation, he's the best. Now these are the people who are very, very useful for the world. I'll tell you why. Some of the pictures, as you see, neurodiverse brains are wired differently. For instance, they say that if you make an infrastructure for a neurodiverse person, a whole bunch of people can actually use it. Like, to give an example, let's say you're designing a car for a senior citizen who has problem with his knees. You raise the seat of the car a little high, and he's going to sit down properly. The same car can be used by a pregnant woman. She can slide beautifully into the seat. Children with problems, anyone can easily sit there. So you design something for differently abled, the whole universe can use them. So companies today have to start looking at creating inclusive environments. Now, how do they do that? They have to look at workflow improvements. For instance, autistic individuals have different demands. Address them. AI can do it. AI has been doing it. I was having a conversation with one Mr. Andre from Sberbank just now. He's working on learning, AI and for students. This is something that they are actually working on. So we do have use cases. It's just that the companies don't understand how to just get them on board. For instance, Zoom has a specific feature where people with disabilities or people who are hyperactive, who can't focus, it can give you a summary. For instance, I'll just give you an example. Supposing there is a hyperactive neurodiverse person who's attending a meeting, and someone joins the meeting a little late and makes an announcement saying that he had a fall and hurt his knee. Others will just start, they accept it and they get on to the meeting. But this hyper guy is actually thinking, oh my God, he hurt his knee. So is it an ACL tear? Or is he going to need a kneecap? Or is he going to have some kind of a procedure? So his mind is so distracted, he'll not stop there and come back to the meeting. He'll keep going step by step and into the depths of the knee problem. For such people, there are ways to summarize and bring them back. So when that is done, he can be utilized in the office. The same thing, you have, software like Fireflies, you have natural language processing. This is also very interesting. Some of them have difficulty in understanding jargon. So the language can be de-jargonized. For instance, in India, we have in our parliament, not many people are highly qualified. So when a bill is introduced, the bill will be full of legal jargon, legalese as we call. They don't understand that. So there is actually an organization that removes the legal jargon and gives them simple stuff to understand. So this is what we are doing for these people. Remove the jargon, remove the jokes, remove the innuendos. Make it easy for them to understand. The minute you do that, they are into their deep work. So companies have to understand that. So we have today job making, for instance. Many people are not hired because nobody knows their unique capabilities. Because we just go by a simple format. You have this, no language, tick, do this, tick, tick. No, sorry, they can do this, but they can do other things. But recruitment is not based on that. So we need to quickly change that. And of course, there are many things now. Look at this. It can give you grammatical rules. It can help you. So in the armed forces, I have seen that they have done a good matching. People with good background are left in the periphery because regular hiring systems don't understand the capabilities properly. So they are being brought in now, thanks to AI. So my friends, AI is booming. So bring in these 1.9 billion people into work. As I said, S is about human beings. It's about their welfare. So it's a business imperative, not some moral obligation. You have to get them on board for getting the business edge, making money, that is. AI relevance is fair hiring practice, supporting diversity, equity, and inclusion objectives, and a meritocratic culture, merit-based culture. So what should companies do? Basically look at hiring practices, capitalize on the skills. So AI's impact on the labor market has been phenomenal. There's been you can see a transformative potential, productivity, enhancing cost effectiveness. A whole bunch of things can be done when AI is put in this space of hiring. Well, in the S space, there's something called health and welfare. The people in the organizations today, I find that most of the companies do a regular checkup. They don't do anything phenomenal. I think AI has to be brought in. Yesterday, we had a whole bunch of discussions on AI and health. So today, as I said, diseases are taking different shapes. I don't know if you know, in the United States, you have something called turbo cancer, and AI can detect it in no time. So the people have to be put through these rigorous testing so that employee well-being can be managed. AI can tell you about nutrition, stress management, mental health. How many companies are actually looking at mental health? Can anyone tell me what companies are paying attention to mental health in ESG? I see 1 or 2 hands. Well, that is not even 0.01%. So mental health is very important. AI can help in a big way. And companies better start looking at it because we have the tools and technologies outside. It's just that companies are not embracing them. Just get them on board. Progress tracking, personalized feedback. You need to know how you're sleeping, how you're dreaming. If you take melatonin, do you get nightmares, and why do you do that? Recently, I was told that there is a sign. I don't know if you know anyone above 50 here? No, all babies. Who's 50 years old? They say that if you're going to get Parkinson's disease, the first sign is you're going to get nightmares. So there's so many things that can be tracked. And the future is very interesting as far as AI goes. So as far as AI is concerned, if you deploy it for healthcare, there's 25% increase in productivity. And drug-seeking behavior, my friends, this has been proved. There are a whole bunch of people who are attracted to seeking drugs, and that can be spotted by AI even before parents or anyone can do it, the boss, for instance. So that is as far as S is concerned. Get the beautiful neurodiverse people into the organizations and take care of health of everyone. That is the S angle, which is much neglected in the ESG. It's all about environment otherwise. The next one is about governance. Governance, my friends, is simple. I just have 2 slides. It's about taking care of stakeholder rights. Several times, I sit on the board of a very big government company. We manufacture, we make refineries around the world, and we know typically what stakeholders say and how most of it goes missing. So if you want good governance and AI to help, get the conversations of all these stakeholders, the nuanced understanding you should have of that so that we can protect their rights. Only AI can do that. And anti-corruption analysis. Yesterday, I was very happy to hear President Putin mention this. He said that AI should remove corruption and the people who get too powerful. So in companies, we have this problem. So I have seen fraud detection, a whole bunch of fraud detection is being done by AI, and today people are afraid. The minute you get AI solutions, you know that you can't go into your corrupt ways. So there are methods. Deploy AI for governance and also for S, then the ESG will be very balanced. But as you know, there are risks in AI, and all of us know that large language models take up a whole bunch of energy, all that we have talked about, bias, everything. Just have some regulation in place. Just go in a way that works for the entire community and society. So the future direction is all about, let's look at inclusive design, so that no neurodiverse person is locked up in a room in some home. Bring him out. He could be the best resource, like the rare earth. Then the audits, the future direction is about how you bring regulation and legislation and control the bias that AI has. Well, the last one is AI for greater good. So I know the conference theme is AI for life and AI for humanity. So it has a transformative impact, quality of life, inclusivity, not only that, achieving the goals, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which are 17 in number, very difficult to achieve. So AI has to be brought in at every stage, at every age, like how Shinzo Abe is using the senior-most people in work. You go to Japan, the organizations have 80-year-old, 90-year-old people working. Bring them in all stages, at all ages. So we have to bring in AI for the greater good of humanity. And that's all I have to say. Please keep S and G in mind. ESG should never be skewed, never be lopsided. E equal important, S equal importance, and G equal importance. That's when companies will get a whole bunch of money, and you'll do good to the world, to your country, to us as human beings. Thank you very much.
Dear Karuna Gopal, thank you very much for your exciting performance. If you don't mind, let me check some questions from the audience. We also have them a lot. The first one is, artificial intelligence often relies on data, but estimates based on the ESG criteria are often subjective. How can AI be trained to work with intangible values, such as the quality of life and social justice?
Yeah, it is true that AI cannot work without data. I think the world is, ESG is mostly qualitative. ESG is mostly qualitative, but to the extent that we can look at the data, I remember in our stakeholder analysis, a whole bunch of data. It was almost like the big data, huge variety of data, volume, velocity, it's coming in all sizes. You process that, you have something tangible. To that extent, we can manage it, but there are certain qualitative aspects, and it needs to be trained in a different way. So today, we don't have the total grasp. We cannot say we've mastered it, but we are getting there.
Thank you. And one more question. Data is becoming increasingly important in the development of smart cities. Which data, in your opinion, is the most valuable for smart cities?
Sorry, can you,
which data, in your opinion, is the most valuable for smart cities?
See, every kind of data is valuable. To me, I see that data, as far as managing traffic is concerned, is important. Because today the world has something called the triple disease burden. Triple disease burden is the world is still having infectious diseases, otherwise we wouldn't succumb to COVID. Then we have non-communicable diseases like heart disease, cancer, etc. The third one is accidents. So that happened because we are not able to manage the traffic properly. And the data relating to traffic and traffic management is critical. And I think Singapore has done a brilliant job. I think over the last 10 years, Singapore collected data like none other country in the world, and they use big data. It's completely streamlined, and they have it at the fingertips. So that's important.
Thank you. And which skills are the most important for young people if we're talking about AI development?
As I said, there are many skills. One is deep work. Today, I can tell you with certainty, none of us is capable of deep work. We are distracted all the time. We are not even able to focus. So deep work needs a lot of focus, a lot of meditative skills. We need to sit on something and be able to sit there with focus. That's important. Adaptability is important because today AI is pervasive. Today I'm with Russia, tomorrow I'll be in China. It's pervasive. We need to be able to adapt to different environments, different climates, different people, different cultures. So being able to adapt is very important. And innovating on the go, my friends. Innovating on the go. Nobody is going to put you in a room and say, hey guys, think. In fact, I forgot to add, companies are doing one big mistake. You know what they're doing? They're putting the normal people, the so-called neurotypical people in a room and forcing us to think out of the box, think lateral, go through creativity lessons. Sad, because the people who are thinking laterally, creatively are put in rooms and locked up, and we are being pushed to think out of the box. So you should be able to think and innovate on the go. That is the best skill so far. I mean, that helped me in my profession is that just innovate as you walk.
Is it depend on age?
I don't believe that. I don't believe age is a limiting factor in anything at all. Seniors are as good as juniors, and juniors are as good as toddlers. So the entire spectrum God has given us a divine asset of thinking. So we should be able to, age is no bar.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your performance, for sharing your knowledge, for sharing your experience. Karuna Gopal, applause to the speaker. Благодарим нашу аудиторию за вопросы и за активное участие.
Thank you very much for submitting all these exciting questions. I am happy to welcome to the stage our next speaker, Tapiwa Chiwewe. His journey in science started with observation of nature. He wasn't an expert, but he decided to create a project to combat atmospheric pollutions. And now it grew into Omnian that creates environmental solutions for mining. Please prepare yourselves for an exciting presentation on ESG and AI and its contribution to building a sustainable future. The founder of Omnian, Tapiwa Chiwewe, AI and ESG navigating the intersection for a sustainable future.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to be with you here today, all the way from South Africa, to speak about this topic of AI and ESG that is transforming the business landscape today. And I'm sure a lot of you are really interested to see how you can navigate the intersection between artificial intelligence and ESG. You know, thinking of AI and sustainability, I was just remarking to myself how over the last decade, it's been a golden decade for artificial intelligence. I was just thinking about some of the work I've done over the years. A little over a decade ago, I was doing some work on monitoring water quality around the country. And out of curiosity, I just asked myself, would it be possible to predict the levels of water pollution based off of all the data that we're collecting? And it turns out that it was possible. Later on, based off of more societal need, I did some work on air quality management. This had to do with taking these coupled climate chemistry models, combining them with machine learning, and lo and behold, we could perform air quality forecasting at an unprecedented resolution and scale. And if you think about it today, as we speak about ESG, it just shows how the field has really come full circle. Nowadays, AI is being used for business-critical applications, no more than it is for ESG. Let me just find out from you in the room, how many of you have got a ESG strategy in your companies, or you're working on something related to ESG? Just by a show of hands. Okay, so not a lot, but hopefully by the end of this talk, I would have convinced you on the merits of ESG and AI. So let's begin by setting the stage, right? So let's put things into context. Why ESG? Why are we so concerned about ESG? So in the world we are in today, there are all sorts of global challenges. You think about climate change. There's lots of geopolitical tension, social inequality, and the nature of these challenges actually call for organizations to look beyond the traditional metrics of profit and loss in order to address these challenges. And also, society is calling on business leaders and organizations to address these challenges. So ESG is really a framework for assessing a company's impact on the world, and to take a look at how it can further its own long-term sustainability. So there are three primary factors. E is for environment, how sustainable a company's operations are. This includes things such as the carbon footprint, waste management, and so forth, environmental impact. S is how a company treats different groups of people. This includes its suppliers, its employees, and various other stakeholders. And a lot of different practices come into play here. So for instance, how well it is hiring, its different hiring practices, and so forth. And the governance aspect has to do with how a company polices itself. So this includes things such as executive compensation, how it makes decisions within the company, risk management. All of this comes into play. Now, taking a look at an ESG timeline, what we see is that way back, as far back as 1759, some of you may know this book by Adam Smith, The Wealth of Nations, right? He also wrote a book, The Theory of Moral Sentiments. And in that book, he speaks about the importance of shared values and transparency when it comes to ethical capitalism. Later on, there's this company in 1913, Rarick Pacific, which actually started creating sustainable packaging. And a lot of the principles that we're following back then actually align with what we'd consider modern-day ESG principles. Later on, post-World War II, there was another economist, Milton Friedman, and what he spoke about was the importance of shareholder primacy. So that's when the idea about maximizing shareholder profits came into play. And he was saying that when it comes to environmental and social concerns, these should rather be left to governments. And it made sense. Post-World War II, there was a lot of trust in governments, and governments had a lot of capacity to actually address these environmental and social concerns. But in the world today, the situation is different. The situation has changed. Nowadays, if you take a look at a lot of surveys, trust in government has gone down. And the ability of government to address these concerns has also gone down. So later on, what we had was the coining of the term ESG by a gentleman who was working at the United Nations. This happened in 2004. And when we had the COP21 conference in Paris in 2015, that's when people started asking the question, what can businesses do to advance sustainability? What can they do to address climate concerns? And that's when we had the rise of ESG investing. So from 2015 to 2020, a lot of focus on ESG investing, but also some skepticism started to come in. You may remember the Wirecard scandal, which is a German company And in 2020, it was reporting fantastic results, but it wasn't being accurate in its results. And even when it comes to ESG, its ESG ratings were moderately good, but still the company failed. Similarly, for DWS, an asset management company, it was overstating the ESG credentials of a number of the different funds that it manages. So this is where you start to see some of the controversy around ESG coming in. Later on in 2022, we had the United Nations Principles for Responsible Investment. They wrote a paper about how a lot of these venture capital firms, there's no consistency in terms of how they report ESG. And I would say over the last few years, we've seen a significant uptick when it comes to the use of AI for ESG. Now, it's important to note that ESG is not just about doing good, a pious desire to change the world. It's about business performance. It's about realizing that there are real risks and opportunities when it comes to these factors. So a company that prioritizes ESG can improve the talent that it hires, it can open new markets, and so forth. Whereas a company that does not can suffer significant backlash when it comes from the public. It may not be able to attract a lot of investment. So there's a lot of benefit when it comes to ESG, top-line growth, less regulatory oversight, and so forth. Now, by incorporating ESG into business decisions, it's possible to address the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So what you're seeing on the left is a chart which shows you the 17 UN SDGs and also shows the different ESG factors that are at play for each of those SDGs. So for instance, a company that's addressing carbon footprints is also indirectly addressing the UN SDG 7 and 13. Similarly, when you speak about a company with good waste management practices, recycling, speak about the circular economy, it will be addressing SDG 12. Same thing for ethical supply chains, responsible sourcing, taking a look at fair labor practices. By doing so, having these sort of business practices, a company will also address SDG 8. So it's important to realize that there are lots of complexities when it comes to ESG. So I've spoken about a lot of the backlash, some of the greenwashing, where a lot of organizations overstate their ESG credentials. But there's also green hushing as well, where some companies are underreporting a lot of the efforts that they're making in terms of ESG because they fear a lot of the backlash, right? So there are all sorts of challenges. When it comes to standardization of reporting, that's another big challenge when it comes to ESG, as well as marketing versus genuine impact. So this is where we start to turn to AI, how AI can address a lot of these challenges that we find when it comes to ESG. So a lot of business leaders are prioritizing AI and sustainability when it comes to their business strategies. 88% of CEOs have reported existing or planned capital investments when it comes to AI-driven products and services. 38% of CEOs have reported that they're going to prioritize sustainability issues when making capital allocation decisions. And 65% of CEOs say more is needed to address the social, ethical, and criminal risks that are involved in a new AI-fueled future. So the question then becomes, how can AI address these ESG challenges? So there are four main categories that I would like to highlight. The first has to do with data collection and analysis. So for instance, one can do some intelligent document processing. You can go through lots of structured and unstructured documents to extract information that is related to ESG. It could be utility bills, it could be some sort of regulation that's just been passed, and so forth. And also to do some sort of KPI modeling. So for instance, if you think about Scope 3 emissions, one can go through databases like the US EEIO database and extract information on different products and their impact when it comes to carbon footprint. So that's mostly to do with gathering evidence. So what happens next once you've got this evidence? This is where the reporting and insights comes into play. So Generative AI has got a big part to play in this case. So once you've got the evidence, you can construct it into some sort of narrative which is coherent, which can then fuel decision-making. So for instance, you could see that there's some sort of anomaly in terms of energy consumption within an organization, and then you can start to make certain decisions in terms of how to address those anomalies. When it comes to governance and risk management, so in 2023, for example, there's the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which came in force in the European Union, and there are other laws that are also in the pipeline, such as the Due Diligence Directive. So if you've got AI systems that are consistently monitoring what's happening in terms of new legislation, new policies, regulations that a company has to adhere to, you can very quickly pick that up and see how well your organization is doing in terms of complying with all of these different regulations. Then there's stakeholder communication and engagement. So in your companies, there are lots of people who are speaking about ESG concerns either within the company or outside of the company. So you can actually do some social listening using AI to detect a lot of this activity and to see how different ESG campaigns are being received. Okay. So we've gone from these categories. Now let's take a look at some use cases according to the 3 different ESG factors. So first of all, let's consider the environmental factor. A lot of work can be done in terms of energy management, taking a look at the amount of energy that's been consumed, optimizing it, purchasing energy from different suppliers who are providing renewable energy based on certain parts of the day. Then there's climate monitoring. So nowadays, a lot of organizations, when they're planning their infrastructure developments, for instance, they avoid certain coastal areas that are going to be affected by sea level rise. And you can actually use AI to actually monitor these sort of cases. You speak about deforestation monitoring. So this can be very useful when it comes to identifying certain risks within the supply chain. On the social side, lots that can be done in terms of financial inclusion, particularly for a financial institution, taking a look at fair lending practices, health and well-being, if one works at a healthcare company, just to take a look at different groups who perhaps are not being serviced in the right way. Similarly, when it comes to employee discrimination, fair labor practices, this can be detected using AI. On the governance side, I've already spoken about CSRD and the Due Diligence Directive. So these are some of the use cases that can be explored. Now let's go further. There are also some tools that are being developed. So if you consider a lot of the large technology companies, some consumer internet companies, they are starting to develop certain tools that can be used to monitor progress when it comes to ESG. So for instance, I remember when I was at IBM, my team worked on a product called the Environmental Intelligence Suite, contributing to that particular project. IBM also purchased this company called Envisi, which actually helps to ingest different types of information just to see how well a company is doing in terms of its ESG commitments. Microsoft has got Project ESG Lake, which is busy working on, and I'm sure it's going to release a product in line with that soon. Salesforce has got the Net Zero Cloud. Similarly, there's a lot of work that's happening in terms of AI tools for ESG from the startup space. So there's one startup called Brink, which is doing really interesting work in this area. So they've realized that 80% of ESG data is found in PDFs, is found in emails, is found in news articles, and so forth. So they've created tools that can actually ingest data from all of these non-traditional sources of information, and then you can actually get all sorts of reports. They use generative AI and different techniques like RAG that some of you may be aware of to actually extract information regarding different ESG topics. There's also Clarity AI, which has been doing amazing work. It's got a comprehensive suite for ESG. It can ingest lots and lots of different sources of information. It's got information from over 70,000 companies, over 400,000 funds, and over 400 governments. This is at the national and subnational level. So now let's take a look at some case studies. Here in Russia, Sberbank has been doing some really interesting work when it comes to ESG. They've been looking at how they can efficiently assess ESG risks from unstructured text. They created a solution using natural language processing called ESG-IFI, and this can actually analyze Russian and English texts and do some topic modeling and extract different topics and relate them to different ESG commitments. And this has been really useful in terms of enhancing decision making. There's also Gazprom. I saw this study from MDPI, and they're doing some work also when it comes to addressing ESG challenges, optimizing resource use, and improving ESG reporting. And across the two different companies, you can see that there are some certain common themes when it comes to AI-driven optimization, when it comes to innovation and sustainability through AI. There are also some other examples from further afield. So for instance, Baker Hughes, it partnered with a company called C3 AI to actually develop a solution for materiality assessment. So some people may say there's some double materiality. So a company affects the planet and the planet affects the company. So they had seen that traditionally, when they're doing these materiality assessments, they would hire a team of analysts. They'd go away for several months, analyze all sorts of documents, and then at the end of the day, come up with some sort of ESG report. So they were asking the question, how can we speed up the process? And this is what they did together with C3 AI, and they were able to bring down the time it takes to come up with these ESG reports from several months just to 9 weeks. So that's a massive improvement. There's also Rerig Pacific, which partnered with a company called Flex Zero to also take a look at how its Scope 3 emissions are improving over time, or how they're changing in some sort of way. And they were doing some text extraction, taking a look at different utility invoices, and at the end of the day, they were able to speed up that process. There was less subjectivity, more consistency in terms of how they were reporting. But of course, there are more solutions, right? Not just the companies that I've spoken about. If you consider companies like Siemens, they've been looking at managing smarter grids. They've been able to reduce costs by some $3 million annually. If you think about different industries like H&M, they've been designing sustainable fashion. They've been able to reduce fabric waste by some 35%. And of course, there have been significant cost savings of over $1 million per year. There's also the example of Google DeepMind, which has been optimizing usage in data centers. You may be aware that data centers consume a massive amount of energy, so they were able to save some $1 billion annually through using AI, different reinforcement learning techniques. And there are several other examples, like Patagonia, Akwai, Breeze Technologies, and so forth. So, in as much as there's a lot of opportunity to use AI to address these ESG concerns, I think it's important to remind ourselves to follow a responsible approach when it comes to addressing these concerns. So I think it's important to remind ourselves that there's an issue of bias and fairness. So if poor data is used to train these models, then there are going to be poor outcomes. It's important, especially from an ESG perspective, when dealing with regulators, when dealing with central banks who are increasingly placing demands in terms of ESG reporting, that there is some sort of explainability in place. Data security and privacy is another one. I think cybersecurity is going to be one of the issues of this decade, and a lot of sensitive information is being used to train a lot of these models, which are used to address a lot of the ESG concerns. Then there's human oversight and accountability. So, in as much as we refer to AI as artificial intelligence, I think it's important for us to realize that this is a new form of intelligence. Machine intelligence is somewhat distinct from how we as humans think, and we should consider how to bring the best of how humans assess things, as well as how machine intelligence work, so that there's always a human in the loop when it comes to a lot of the different decisions and recommendations that AI systems are making. So there are lots of different recommendations that I've got on this slide here when it comes to having these diverse data sets, doing tests for explainable AI. Nowadays, there are all sorts of toolkits that you can integrate into development processes to check just how explainable these AI systems are. Data privacy and security, there are several techniques that can be used. You think about confidential computing, homomorphic encryption, and so forth, which will help to protect an organization going into the future. And then also in terms of human oversight and accountability. Okay, so now let's wrap things up. We've spoken about ESG, put things into context. We've gone through the journey of how these ESG topics have evolved over time. We've taken a look at different categories that can be used to develop AI solutions, as well as the different use cases, and gone through some case studies. So just to wrap things up, I think it's important to underscore that ESG and AI are intertwined, right? ESG is here to stay, and AI will play a crucial role when it comes to helping companies to navigate the complexities of ESG. So the convergence of ESG and AI is a defining moment for business, and ESG is not a fad. It's not something that's just going to go away. It's a fundamental shift in terms of how businesses operate, and AI is key to unlocking the potential of ESG. Secondly, I'll say that it's important to embrace AI for ESG. So investors need to continue demanding greater transparency when it comes to ESG reporting. Secondly, companies need to embrace the power of AI for ESG. And AI developers should also build responsible AI systems. And there are various ways to go about this. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation, for your performance. Now let's move on to the questions that we have from our audience. The first one is, it's very interesting. Is it possible that the use of AI for ESG sometimes contradicts the very goals of ESG, perhaps due to its high energy consumption? If so, how can we address this issue?
Yes, it is possible. So AI has got an energy problem. So the more we're training these large foundation models, these large language models, they cost tens to hundreds of millions of dollars to train, and they use a lot of energy. Nowadays, there are certain carbon accounting tools which have been developed, which you can use to see how much carbon footprint is being produced by training these models, and also the inference as well. And there are different ways to address this. So I'll just highlight a few. So for instance, when it comes to training, the cost function, you can integrate the carbon footprint within the cost function. So as you're doing your training, you actually optimize for that. You can also use Bayesian optimization to fine-tune your hyperparameters, taking a look at what hyperparameters have worked very well in the past. So you can use Bayesian optimization for some of that, as well as going from a grid search to random search in fine-tuning hyperparameters. I think that can also help in terms of reducing the energy consumption and being smart about the data that's used to train the models. You don't necessarily have to use the entire data set. You can use a representative subset of the data set when doing the training, which is going to result in less energy consumption. And also, there's a lot of interesting work that's happening on the hardware side in terms of more energy efficient chips. There are certain advances in terms of neuromorphic computing, for instance. It's really amazing. If you were to compare the human mind and the amount of energy that a human mind uses, it uses less than one household bulb, right? An incandescent lamp at least. That's the amount of energy a human mind uses. So we're still a long way to reaching that level of efficiency with AI systems. But I think there's a lot that can be done. I think about quantization techniques and a lot in this space.
Thank you. It's very sophisticated questions, not very simple. Thank you for explanation. The second question that we have from the audience is, artificial intelligence is becoming an increasingly important part of our lives, changing approaches to work, automation, and interaction with technology. Which professions, in your opinion, will disappear or transform first with the development of AI, and which ones will acquire new significance and why?
Yeah, that's really interesting, right? So when we think about the impact of AI and automation, you can think about when ATMs were introduced. A lot of people were concerned that there's going to be a loss in jobs. In the 4 decades after the introduction of ATMs, the number of bank branches actually increased. The reason is that it became cheaper to open a bank branch, and you needed fewer people at individual branches. And overall, what happened is that there were actually more bank tellers and people who were employed in the industry. So sometimes there's a bit of a counter-intuition in terms of what's going to happen. Now, an interesting thing is happening when it comes to AI and the workplace. In the past, a lot of automation targeted blue-collar workers. But nowadays, we've got these foundation models, and they're starting to impact more white-collar workers, right? So this is a fundamental shift. But that doesn't mean that a lot of occupations are going to disappear. I think the nature of work is going to change. So if you consider a radiologist, for example, you could say that an AI system can analyze MRIs, X-rays, and so forth at superhuman accuracy, which is true. That's what we're observing. But a radiologist does more than just interpret images. They also consult with patients. They speak with other radiologists, right, in terms of treatment regimes and so forth. So if you consider a job as a collection of different tasks, you have to look at the different tasks within a job, and as automation and AI affect certain tasks, what's going to happen is that some of the other tasks are going to increase in value. So this is what they call the O-ring theory of economic development, for those of you who are interested. So I think there are going to be new occupations. Definitely, a lot of occupations are going to be impacted in different ways, and we have to be prepared for this future. So if one was to take it to an extreme, so let's say that, okay, somehow we've got AI systems that can really take over a lot of different professions. I think what we need to do as society to get ready is we need to come up with a social compact for the age of AI. Similar to what happened at the turn of the agricultural age, going into the industrial age. That's when we had K through 12 education. Previously, people didn't go to school regularly, right? But with the rise of industrialization, that's when formal education was introduced all the way to university level. And I think for the age of AI, we need similar bold policies, which may include things like universal basic income, for instance. So I think there's a lot that can be done to prepare for this extreme case. But in the meantime, I think the reality is going to be somewhat in the middle of extreme scenarios. I think that's what's going to play out.
Thank you. Great challenge for every one of us. And let's continue, if you don't mind. In what part of business do you think artificial intelligence will be the most effective?
So when I think about artificial intelligence, I like to say that AI is the new IT. So if you think back some 30 years ago, IT was a back office function. Just a few people used to be specialized in IT. But later on, what happened is that everyone had to get some sort of IT skills. When it comes to using the internet, sending emails, using productivity tools, everyone across professions needed to become IT literate. And nowadays, if the IT system goes down, the business goes down. You can't send invoices. You can't communicate with your suppliers, your clients, and so forth. And there's an analogy to be drawn between IT and AI, which is why I say AI is the new IT. Similarly to what happened with the information revolution, in this age of AI, it's going to be important for everyone to become AI literate as it becomes more and more pervasive. And as a pervasive technology, a general purpose technology, by its very nature, it's going to affect all professions, all industries, all sectors. So the level in which it's going to affect them may differ. I think there's a certain level of inertia in terms of adoption of AI technologies. So typically, I think in the communication space, in IT and so forth, there'll be very little friction to adopt AI technologies. But ultimately, all industries, professions, and so forth are going to be affected. So everyone should become ready for the age of AI.
As for professions, we have just got one more question. Does any one of your friends change their profession when understand from you that AI era is coming?
So, yes, there are. I think about my sister, for example. So she used to work in marketing, but now she's actually leading some AI product teams at the company that she works. So yes, there are some people that I know of who have actually done some sort of career pivot, and I think there's going to be more of this. So AI is really going to become quite fundamental. But I think there will still be some people with deep skills in AI. If you think about the challenges that we face with AI today, some of the challenges around the energy consumption, some of the challenges around understanding, reasoning, and learning, the challenges when it comes to chain of thought reasoning, really taking that to the next level, multi-agent systems, there's a lot that still needs to happen on the science side of AI. A lot of the advances today are based off of certain scaling laws. If you think about the large language models, right, it's mostly engineering that's taking place, and the scaling laws have got no sign of slowing down. So we can just use more GPUs, more energy, we'll get better and better AI systems. But there's still work to be done on the AI science, on the hardware for AI. So I think there'll still be a need for deep AI skills, but nonetheless, I think a lot of people will need to pick up different skills across the board.
Dr. Tapiva Chiveve, thank you very much. Thank you for your interesting answers. Thank you very much. Applause to the speaker.
I would like to remind you about the companies who contributed to making AI Journey 2024 happen. The general partner, Dom.RF, our special partner, Yandex, the Russian Direct Investment Fund, our investment partner, that has been a consistent partner of the conference since 2018. Sibur, a partner who once again supported AI Journey this year. Our strategic partners, Kaspersky Lab, T-Bank, and Navio. And a partner of the conference, Rusagro Group. Thank you very much for your contribution. And now we're going to have a short break, and we will resume at 15:30 GMT +3.
РФ, как институт развития, запустил реестр программного обеспечения с применением искусственного интеллекта в строительстве. Уже сегодня искусственный интеллект оптимизирует работу со строительной документацией, генерирует мастер-планы, создает планировки на основе пожеланий жильцов, повышает скорость разработки архитектурных концепций, контролирует соблюдение правил безопасности на строительной площадке, анализирует материально-техническое обеспечение, обеспечивает эффективную эксплуатацию инженерного оборудования. Интеграция искусственного интеллекта на каждом этапе инвестиционно-строительного цикла увеличила производительность труда на 40%. Дом РФ создает будущее строительной отрасли уже сегодня.
Лаборатория Касперского – технологический лидер и единый партнер по кибербезопасности. 220 тысяч компаний в 200 странах и территориях доверяют нашей глобальной экспертизе и лучшим в своих классах продуктам, эффективность которых подтверждена многочисленными тестами, рейтингами и наградами. Лаборатория Касперского. Активируй будущее.
Центр искусственного интеллекта Т-банка. Создаем специализированные большие языковые модели для каждой конкретной области. Проводим фундаментальные научные исследования. Входим в топ-3 компаний по вкладу в open source в России. Разрабатываем решения для создания голосовых интерфейсов на базе точных, быстрых и безопасных моделей. Создаем сервисы обработки изображений, чтобы ускорить рутинные операции. Развиваем персонализацию и улучшаем клиентский опыт. Узнайте больше.
Дом РФ, как институт развития, запустил реестр программного обеспечения с применением искусственного интеллекта в строительстве. Уже сегодня искусственный интеллект оптимизирует работу со строительной документацией, генерирует мастер-планы, создает планировки на основе пожеланий жильцов, повышает скорость разработки архитектурных концепций, контролирует соблюдение правил безопасности на строительной площадке, анализирует материально-техническое обеспечение, обеспечивает эффективную эксплуатацию инженерного оборудования. Интеграция искусственного интеллекта на каждом этапе инвестиционно-строительного цикла увеличила производительность труда на 40%. Дом РФ создает будущее строительной отрасли уже сегодня.
Лаборатория Касперского. Технологический лидер и единый партнер по кибербезопасности. 220 тысяч компаний в 200 странах и территориях доверяют нашей глобальной экспертизе и лучшим в своих классах продуктам, эффективность которых подтверждена многочисленными тестами, рейтингами и наградами. Лаборатория Касперского. Активируй будущее.
Центр искусственного интеллекта Т-банка. Создаем специализированные большие языковые модели для каждой конкретной области. Проводим фундаментальные научные исследования. Входим в топ-3 компаний по вкладу в open source в России. Разрабатываем решения для создания голосовых интерфейсов на базе точных, быстрых и безопасных моделей. Создаем сервисы обработки изображений, чтобы ускорить рутинные операции. Развиваем персонализацию и улучшаем клиентский опыт. Узнайте больше.
Дом РФ, как институт развития, запустил реестр программного обеспечения с применением искусственного интеллекта в строительстве. Уже сегодня искусственный интеллект оптимизирует работу со строительной документацией, генерирует мастер-планы, создает планировки на основе пожеланий жильцов, повышает скорость разработки архитектурных концепций, контролирует соблюдение правил безопасности на строительной площадке, анализирует материально-техническое обеспечение, обеспечивает эффективную эксплуатацию инженерного оборудования. Интеграция искусственного интеллекта на каждом этапе инвестиционно-строительного цикла увеличила производительность труда на 40%. Дом РФ создает будущее строительной отрасли уже сегодня. МРФ, как институт развития, запустил реестр программного обеспечения с применением искусственного интеллекта в строительстве. Уже сегодня искусственный интеллект оптимизирует работу со строительной документацией, генерирует мастер-планы, создает планировки на основе пожеланий жильцов, повышает скорость разработки архитектурных концепций, контролирует соблюдение правил безопасности на строительной площадке, анализирует материально-техническое обеспечение, обеспечивает эффективную эксплуатацию инженерного оборудования. Интеграция искусственного интеллекта на каждом этапе инвестиционно-строительного цикла увеличила производительность труда на 40%. Дом РФ создает будущее строительной отрасли уже сегодня.
Лаборатория Касперского. Технологический лидер и единый партнер по кибербезопасности. 220 тысяч компаний в 200 странах и территориях доверяют нашей глобальной экспертизе и лучшим в своих классах продуктам, эффективность которых подтверждена многочисленными тестами, рейтингами и наградами. Лаборатория Касперского. Активируй будущее.
Центр искусственного интеллекта Т-банка. Создаем специализированные большие языковые модели для каждой конкретной области. Проводим фундаментальные научные исследования. Входим в топ-3 компаний по вкладу в open source в России. Разрабатываем решения для создания голосовых интерфейсов на базе точных, быстрых и безопасных моделей. Создаем сервисы обработки изображений, чтобы ускорить рутинные операции. Развиваем персонализацию и улучшаем клиентский опыт. Узнайте больше.
Дом РФ, как институт развития, запустил реестр программного обеспечения с применением искусственного интеллекта в строительстве. Уже сегодня искусственный интеллект оптимизирует работу со строительной документацией, генерирует мастер-планы, создает планировки на основе пожеланий жильцов, повышает скорость разработки архитектурных концепций, контролирует соблюдение правил безопасности на строительной площадке, анализирует материально-техническое обеспечение, обеспечивает эффективную эксплуатацию инженерного оборудования. Интеграция искусственного интеллекта на каждом этапе инвестиционно-строительного цикла увеличила производительность труда на 40%. Дом РФ создает будущее строительной отрасли уже сегодня.
Лаборатория Касперского. Технологический лидер и единый партнер по кибербезопасности. 220 тысяч компаний в 200 странах и территориях доверяют нашей глобальной экспертизе и лучшим в своих классах продуктам, эффективность которых подтверждена многочисленными тестами, рейтингами и наградами. Лаборатория Касперского. Активируй будущее.
Центр искусственного интеллекта Т-банка. Создаем специализированные большие языковые модели для каждой конкретной области. Проводим фундаментальные научные исследования. Входим в топ-3 компаний по вкладу в open source в России. Разрабатываем решения для создания голосовых интерфейсов на базе точных, быстрых и безопасных моделей. Создаем сервисы обработки изображений, чтобы ускорить рутинные операции. Развиваем персонализацию и улучшаем клиентский опыт. Узнайте больше.
Дом РФ, как институт развития, запустил реестр программного обеспечения с применением искусственного интеллекта в строительстве. Уже сегодня искусственный интеллект оптимизирует работу со строительной документацией, генерирует мастер-планы, создает планировки на основе пожеланий жильцов, повышает скорость разработки архитектурных концепций, контролирует соблюдение правил безопасности на строительной площадке, анализирует материально-техническое обеспечение, обеспечивает эффективную эксплуатацию инженерного оборудования. Интеграция искусственного интеллекта на каждом этапе инвестиционно-строительного цикла увеличила производительность труда на 40%. Дом РФ создает будущее строительной отрасли уже сегодня. Дом РФ, как институт развития, запустил реестр программного обеспечения с применением искусственного интеллекта в строительстве. Уже сегодня искусственный интеллект оптимизирует работу со строительной документацией, генерирует мастер-планы, создает планировки на основе пожеланий жильцов, повышает скорость разработки архитектурных концепций, контролирует соблюдение правил безопасности на строительной площадке, анализирует материально-техническое обеспечение, обеспечивает эффективную эксплуатацию инженерного оборудования. Интеграция искусственного интеллекта на каждом этапе инвестиционно-строительного цикла увеличила производительность труда на 40%. Дом РФ создает будущее строительной отрасли уже сегодня.
Лаборатория Касперского. Технологический лидер и единый партнер по кибербезопасности. 220 тысяч компаний в 200 странах и территориях доверяют нашей глобальной экспертизе и лучшим в своих классах продуктам, эффективность которых подтверждена многочисленными тестами, рейтингами и наградами. Лаборатория Касперского. Активируй будущее.
Центр искусственного интеллекта Т-банка. Создаем специализированные большие языковые модели для каждой конкретной области. Проводим фундаментальные научные исследования. Входим в топ-3 компаний по вкладу в open source в России. Разрабатываем решения для создания голосовых интерфейсов на базе точных, быстрых и безопасных моделей. Создаем сервисы обработки изображений, чтобы ускорить рутинные операции. Развиваем персонализацию и улучшаем клиентский опыт. Узнайте больше.
Дом РФ, как институт развития, запустил реестр программного обеспечения с применением искусственного интеллекта в строительстве. Уже сегодня искусственный интеллект оптимизирует работу со строительной документацией, генерирует мастер-планы, создает планировки на основе пожеланий жильцов, повышает скорость разработки архитектурных концепций, контролирует соблюдение правил безопасности на строительной площадке, анализирует материально-техническое обеспечение, обеспечивает эффективную эксплуатацию инженерного оборудования. Интеграция искусственного интеллекта на каждом этапе инвестиционно-строительного цикла увеличила производительность труда на 40%. Дом РФ создает будущее строительной отрасли уже сегодня.
Лаборатория Касперского. Технологический лидер и единый партнер по кибербезопасности. 220 тысяч компаний в 200 странах и территориях доверяют нашей глобальной экспертизе и лучшим в своих классах продуктам, эффективность которых подтверждена многочисленными тестами, рейтингами и наградами. Лаборатория Касперского. Активируй будущее.
Центр искусственного интеллекта Т-банка. Создаем специализированные большие языковые модели для каждой конкретной области. Проводим фундаментальные научные исследования. Входим в топ-3 компаний по вкладу в open source в России. Разрабатываем решения для создания голосовых интерфейсов на базе точных, быстрых и безопасных моделей. Создаем сервисы обработки изображений, чтобы ускорить рутинные операции. Развиваем персонализацию и улучшаем клиентский опыт. Узнайте больше.
Welcome back to the International Artificial Intelligence Journey Conference. We continue. Today we talk all things business and AI in business. I hope you've had enough time to rest and to get energized for the next portion of knowledge and experience. Our next speaker is Sergey Krylov, who's going to talk about Gen AI in business. Interesting fact about large language models. MIT study says that the more erudite you are in your conversation with an LLM, the more accurate its answers are going to be. How you're going to evaluate the level of erudition is a big question. But as for the rest, let's welcome on the stage Sergey Krylov to get our answers. Vice President, Director of Technological Development Department and SBER Coordination, Sergey Krylov, with his presentation on how AI is helping business today. Hello, everyone. Happy to be here, talking about the way Gen AI has been helping business already. I was pondering long and hard what I should begin with in my presentation. I decided to begin with a typical dialogue that I have with a client that comes to us for help. The first question that I ask is, what do you know about Gen AI? And usually they reply something along these lines. The media has done a good job in explaining people that Gen AI can give different and not always reasonable answers. For example, in answer to the question how you could name a book without the letter E, the answer was this respectable phone book. It's complete nonsense. But we are here to talk about the actual capabilities of Gen AI, and the capabilities are very diverse. There are a lot of situations in business and in life where you can truly benefit from Gen AI. Marketing materials, sales materials, creating products, creating code. According to some of the latest studies by analysts, up to 2/4 of companies in the world already use Gen AI in their work. We have done a similar study for Russia, and we saw that roughly 1/2 of all companies have already embarked on the way to adopt Gen AI. What are the most popular use cases? By now, we have a series of standard or typical use cases for enterprise-level use of Gen AI. One of them is coding. I'm sure you've heard how these LLMs or Gen AI models can help you with coding. They can also help you with sales support and with your customer relations. No wonder these are the most popular cases. Almost 80% of companies are already using artificial intelligence tools for these purposes. But these purposes are just some of the many purposes that you can use AI for. One of the questions that I usually hear from clients is, what do we get from it and where the money lies? Let's start with the big macro statistics. At one of the latest global conferences, the figure was this, roughly $8 trillion. In the next 12 to 18 months, the total effect from the adoption of artificial intelligence. We struggle to provide some analogous examples, but it's roughly similar to the capitalization of the 4 biggest world companies, or if you look at it from a different perspective, you could use this money to build a school for each and every child on Earth. So this figure is truly astounding. But note that this effect is going to materialize not in the next century, but in the very near future. But let's look deeper into what generative AI can do to help business. The core thing, the key thing that Gen AI can give is this ability to communicate with a human being in a natural language. The industry has been promising low-code and no-code solutions for years, Ever since the computers were invented, still people had to have some special language to communicate with the machine. But finally, we've reached the point where we can say confidently that we can communicate with a machine in a natural language, that we can find an interlocutor in a machine. But besides being a conversationalist, what else can the machines do? One of the basic functionalities is summarization, meaning you can put in a large document or a big chunk of data and ask the machine to summarize. This is the feature of LLMs that I personally use the most frequently. I'm sure you've often been in a situation where you get a big analytical study or paper and you need to browse through it to gain some insights, but you don't have the time. So an LLM could be a really big helper in this regard. So I use it all the time. The second useful feature is categorization or classification. The biggest element of this is dividing a large number of prompts or requests into different categories. Maybe you were there yesterday for the webcast with the President of Russia, and you know that GigaChat by Sber can help you categorize requests or queries from people. But of course, this open call, this live panel discussion with the President is just one of the many use cases where you can apply this functionality. LLM can also adjust the tonality and take into account the context. Another feature, the bread and butter of LLMs, so to speak, is the ability to generate a text, an image, or a video. Just this morning, in Andrei Belevtsev's presentation, you saw how the model by Sber can generate a video. So this is something that we can do as well. All of this taken together, the ability to converse, to maintain a dialogue, the ability to summarize, classify and generate information is something that can be regarded as a cherry on top. The cherry on top of what an LLM or a Gen AI model can do. As a developer, as a vendor of these tools, of these solutions, we obviously use them ourselves. And we are already gaining a very significant effect group-wise within Sber Group. Our target is roughly 50 billion. In terms of effect, we plan to use Gen AI pretty much across all business streams, be it retail or corporate business. But there are other features, support features, and companies that are outside our own perimeter. This is far from an exhaustive list of use cases. We could continue, we could talk for hours about it. But instead, I would like to focus not on what we do at Sberbank, but what we do for the broader audience, for the market. We have been working with customers of different sizes, companies of different sizes, helping them figure out how AI can help them in their business, and we are trying to show them the possible approaches. I'm talking about mid-sized companies and large companies primarily. But in any case, in almost any company, what it starts with is there is a general understanding, a general idea of this technology. And usually the first point of contact is it's scary, it's frightening, AI is going to take away our jobs, it's going to conquer the world. And the reverse side is, oh, it's just trifles, it's just toys, it's nothing serious. Then companies move on to testing using open source models or API. Then they start piloting their first use cases. What we see globally and in Russia as well is that most companies are at some stage within this framework. So they are mostly between these 2 points of getting your first idea and piloting their first projects. Up to 2/3 of all companies are within this circle. We are, I would say, living in these exciting times where the use of Gen AI is only going to grow, and we're going to see an increasing role of Gen AI in business along two lines. The first one is the breadth of coverage. We are right now talking about just separate individual pilots, but as we move forward, the coverage of this technology is only going to expand. We are going to transition from the machines and models that are just giving you a response, maintaining a conversation with you, all the way to the next step, the agent-based systems, where Gen AI will be performing different functions using API or otherwise. But anyway, this artificial brain will gain not just cognitive powers, but also some motor powers, being able to interact with user interfaces. This will push us towards harnessing 100% of this technology potential. This is the horizon of 10 or 15 or 20 months. More and more companies will be using Gen AI. Being a practitioner, I would like to move from the brave new world and the brighter future to the actual practical issues and barriers in adoption of AI. I put 4 on this slide, but obviously there are more of them. Some of them are standard, they are typical when you start adopting any technology, any innovation. One is lack of skills and resistance. People are usually resistant to changes, they are reluctant to change. But then there are 2 things that are unique to the adoption of such broad transformational technology as Gen AI. The first one is lack of understanding or limited understanding of possible applications. It's great that there are large language models and Gen AI, but how do I apply it for my business? And the other one is, how do you integrate this into your technological landscape? We are used to working with mobile apps or databases. Any director, any CEO knows pretty much what you can do with this technology. With Gen AI, what is Gen AI? Is it an infrastructure? Is it an application layer? How do you integrate it in what you have in your technological stack? So over the past year, my team and I have worked out an understanding of how we can help our clients identify possible use cases and approach the idea of introducing this technology into their landscape, into their infrastructure. And I'm happy to report that several dozens of companies on this slide are just some of them, the ones that allowed us to disclose their names, but the list goes on. There are way more companies than that that have been introducing AI in their pilot projects, in their industrial processes, dozens and dozens of use cases in our library, in our repository that we can offer to you and your business. So once again, this is not science fiction, this is not hollow promises, this is something that is already a reality. In working with these companies, we realize there are 2 strata of use cases or practical applications. The first big layer is product-oriented, product-based. So this is akin to a box that you can introduce, that you can integrate. Usually these are cases that are cross-industry, meaning they apply to multiple industries. They are not specific to one individual industry. For example, the processing of call center requests. Clearly, with a task like this, any company has tasks like this, working with individuals.
Can be oil and gas company or any other companies that have a distribution network in the retail, and the same goes for the coding solutions. That's the first layer. Good news. I mean, I cannot resist sharing the feedback from our customers. These cases are identified, can be identified easily, but as experience shows, these are not the cases that will deliver the maximum effect, potential effect. In our practice, we also have this EBITDA. That's kind of we have invented a word. I hope I didn't make the interpreters mad, but it's like EBITDA capability. So the most EBITDA-friendly cases need customization for a specific customer. Sibur, that's one of our customers, and we would like to thank Sibur because it was one of the pioneers working with us within this partnership. We made a case. The buyer, assistant for a buyer. That's a simple case on the one hand. On the other hand, it really nicely demonstrates how the skills of a LLM that I talked about before are being used in practice. Now, there's a case. There's a big manufacturer with a lot of assets and storage facilities. These assets have their own storage facilities with inventory of spare parts, and you work in procurement. You need to buy something, okay? So, as an expert in procurement, you ask a question. Do we actually have that stuff in our storages? So this spare part might be located on different production sites, but it can have a different name, and that will vary by production site. Secondly, you understood, okay, I cannot find the exact spare part, but I might find a similar one that is called differently, but it might be okay to use it because it complies with all requirements. And if you say that, okay, you can buy a similar spare part, but that is cheaper, you'll be able to save money for the company. And we rolled out this case together with Sibur, and all the skills are represented here. First, the requests in natural language, classification of the request, finding alternatives and other components. Oh, by the way, another problem that we faced as we tried to understand whether this or that spare part can be used, we had to look at the state standards to understand whether we can use this spare part or not. And we understood that some costs, the state standards, the public standards, are only in scanned PDF files. The scanned documents are dating back to 1960s. So you had to gather it all. And we were able to get the effect that was calculated by our colleagues, by the way, but not by us, which is important. And it amounts to a couple of billion rubles. That was the cost-saving effect. So all these things that are pretty general when you talk about AI models, but they give real effect. Now, for the majority of the companies, the reality is as follows. They want to use the service on-prem, not from the cloud, not from the public cloud, of course, and of course not from the foreign public cloud. They want to use it within their contour, within their perimeter, on-prem. And I'm happy to announce that we can deliver a range of technology solutions tailored for their needs. Now, this is our GigaChat Max model, the most powerful and the smartest one that you've heard about, of course. We have components to build agents and solutions, like Giga Edge and Agent Builder, and there are infrastructure solutions that can be deployed on cloud and on-prem. My message is, we have thousands of customers who tried that out, and they understood that generative AI from Sber delivers benefits in their businesses. Scan the QR code to find out about the cases I talked about and to check out the features of the model. If you're interested, by the way, feel free to contact me. I'll be happy to assist. Thank you very much for your attention. Sergey Krylov, a round of applause, please. Sergey, thank you so much for that presentation. We will show a QR code as well that the viewers can scan to send questions. We have a lot of questions from the audience, and one question, maybe the answer will take you as long as the presentation. What can we expect in AI? Okay, thank you. Right. I can talk about that for another 30 minutes, I guess, but I mean, I shared with you a number of ideas and predictions. It's obvious that the models will become larger but smarter, which is even more important. They will become more real-life and pragmatic. They will be able to be launched by software APIs, but I think they now will be present not only in software, but then in hardware as well. And I'm not only talking about the human-like robots, but the robots that will be able to adapt to the environment and to do something. Driverless cars, you know. So it's like putting a Gen AI in a physical body. I think the problem of reliability and repetition will be resolved and addressed. A big model or algorithm can do something once after 10 attempts, but it's better, obviously, to have 10 successful attempts out of 10. If you want to order a ticket to Sochi city, you know, you want to have, and if you put that request 10 times, you want to have 10 tickets to Sochi, not 9 tickets to Sochi and one ticket to Magadan, a region in Russia. And then the AI solutions, AI-driven solutions, will be more and more autonomous to free up the time of the people so that they can spend time on more challenging tasks. Thank you very much, and you, I think, answered some of the questions that we also had. What do you think is your prediction of the penetration of AI solutions in Russian companies? I will try to be concise here. We think that around half of the companies are using a generative AI in this way or another. I mean, somewhere in the range from 40 to 60. Usually a company has 1 or 2 functional areas that apply AI actively. I think in the next 2-3 years, the number of companies will go to 80-90%, and the number of functional areas will also increase to 5, 6, more than 5 anyway. Thank you very much. In one answer, you can cover a dozen of questions. Sergey Krylov, Vice President, Director of the Department of Technology, Development Department of Sber, Sergei Krylov. And right now, Dr. Hasim Hadji will talk about the use of AI on the Middle East and in oil and gas sector. Bahrain is trying to become a world leader in technology. Apart from mining, this country is actively using AI in healthcare and urban planning. In July 2024, Bahrain opened a Saluna MD company branch that focuses on the AI-driven healthcare solution. Hasim Hadji, please. CEO of AI Society, Executive Advisor for AI and Data Science, named after Nasir Nasim Hadji Sheikh, AI and oil and gas industry, and the experience of applying AI in the Middle East.
It's a pleasure to be in Moscow for second time within 2 months. So I'm coming from Bahrain with the background of artificial intelligence, but also our bread and butter is oil and gas. So I'm putting both together to try to share the experience today about the AI in the industry. So when we start talking about the AI and industry itself, we go back to the leaders, to the inventors many years ago that we did not envisage that they were coming up with ideas for 1,000 years ahead of us. And we all think that this AI is a phenomenon of the last 50, 60 years. So now if you go back to between 782 to 844, that's like 1,300 years ago. This gentleman, Muhammad al-Khwarizmi, he in Baghdad invented algorithms. The algorithms that we talk about today is his invention. And if you go back to his books and look at the principles of the algorithms, it's not much different than what we see today. His vision was to use algorithms at the time for the calculations, for the math, for creating angles for the calculations that may come up at the time or 100 years later. So when Americans went to the moon, and Russia and others, they used his calculations, his algorithms, to be able to reach to the destinations that needed an accurate forecasting. So even his algorithms was aiming at the industry. It was aiming at the space. So the problem he had with his students, obviously, he had a lab called Dar al-Hikmah at the time, was he could not have the machines that we have today, like the GPUs, to be able to process it. So it took him weeks and months to write up some of them. But he had the principles that we come up today. Now, apart from that, there was another invention, which is robotics. Again, we think that robotics came out of Tokyo Expo, and this is something recent. But this gentleman also, Jazari, about in year 1150, he invented the robotics. He invented how the robotics were used to bring the water on the top of the surface. He had put clocks under the water, and he used it in many calculations. His most famous one is called elephant watch. But he also used electromechanical over nearly 850 years ago. That was the principles of what we see in robotics today. So the combination of the algorithms of al-Khwarizmi and the robotics of al-Jazari brought into horizon many hundred years later what we do know, AI in the industry and electromechanical. Obviously, many years later, we had, in 1956, Americans came up, Professor John McCarthy and others, writing the same theories in the universities in US to bring up algorithms, but they had the similar problems. They had the theories, but they didn't have the machines. So that didn't go far. So basically, it was replication of the problems that happened many years ago. And then until 70s, 80s, and you know the rest of it, that probably the AI that flourished in the last decade or so, but maybe November 22, the Gen AI that came up with OpenAI, that was an eye-opener for everybody. But maybe an eye closer on many other things that we have in the industry that we cannot continue using it. So when we talk about the techniques of the artificial intelligence and what we use today in the industry itself, there are many aspects to it. These aspects are, part of it is the machine learning that is predominantly and traditionally used in the industry because you require so much of the accuracy. And then you have the deep learning when we go into the layers after layers to be able to communicate with the humans. But the same layers we also use in the industry when we look at oil, for instance, reservoir, to go from one layer to other layers, and the reactions of the earth. So when we look at the constitution of how the earth is made and the depth in it, we resemble it to the human depth. So layer after layer. And this is where the deep learning goes into the part of it, but also Gen AI now, as we will see in a few examples, how in the industry that has revolutionized it. So the Gen AI that we see that is most popular for traditional or personal uses, how these are affecting the industry itself. So the integration of the industry, as you would know, I won't go through them many years ago, and from the industries from starting IR 1 to 3 to 4, I think up to industry 4.0, we're just getting hanged up somewhere in the past few years. People don't know what to do with it. They have AI as a part of it, and they have IoTs and others, but most of them are not coherently touching each other because some of those elements in the industry 4.0 are becoming obsolete, and some are taken over by AI and the large language models. So that becomes a name that by itself is an obsolete. So the industry is, I think, moving forward, is very reluctant to go industry 5.0 and what would they want to put in that. So this is why the industrial field is so important for us, and how these things are moving to the sustainability, to the goals that's related to the field, how we can increase the safety. Every now path that you put in the industry, and I'm talking about the oil and gas, but it resembles and everything else, it has the same traditions, the same parts that goes from one to another. And you're talking about industries that has tens of thousands of employees, if not hundreds of thousands. So how this is really becoming a part of the engineers. And one thing we should understand, that in the industry, AI becomes unlike what we are traditionally used to have data scientists and AI engineers developing. The people in the industry, they do not have time, or they do not want to have a shadow technical person in the AI providing them with the feedback. They want to be able to do it themselves. So that's why things like low code, no code is provided now to the industry engineers, and this is what we do. So the engineers can develop their own AI tools moving forward. Now, I'll give you some examples today, and these are not theoretical examples. These are not what is written in the ChatGPT or on the Google. These are what we have implemented and what we've seen. And I'm telling you the real-time experience in the industry by itself. So now I'll go from the large language models. The large language models is by itself is a revolution within AI, is an AI within AI. It is going to develop what we have seen in the computer visions, with the cameras, with predictions, to bring another layer of the consistency, and it can bring you the compliance, the safety. It not only looks at the data that you have trained in the traditional AI, but it goes and explores the data in the open and probably closed LLMs. And I'll come back to what is closed and open large language models, because these are how the power is moving. Of course, an AI-powered drones, this is something I think the next speaker will be talking about, but that is also transforming. But are the drones with the computer visions something of the past? That's a question that I will pose. I think it is, because now drones with the large language models can provide you with the better results and the wider options. It can resemble immediately the captions from the computer visions to LLM visions. LLM visions can identify the pictures with what is available and provide you. It does not have to go and search with your own parts. And this is where we're coming to the computer visions. The computer vision is still utilized. It is more of tighter communities of what you have to provide. But I think soon that terminology will be also replaced. I'm talking about current and futuristically. When we go back to the IoT devices, and again, smart factories, energy management, workers, the interconnectivity, it is still used because you still require sensors. This is probably for the magnitude or the number of devices that you require. Sometimes, you need to be focused on main factory elements, but sometimes you have tens of thousands of locations. What do? You cannot put smart cameras in each one, because of the cost, because of the accuracy. So you probably compromise that with the IoT devices or the sensors. Now, sensors also, they go back to the large language models and identify themselves within the weaknesses that they have. So if we find out itself that the sensors in certain areas are not performing, it will go back to the other ones. We'll come back to the robots, and that's robotics. Robotics also that has been used traditionally in the industry is disappearing. What are the robotics? Robotics that are used for repeated tasks. The robotics that are used with IoT, with others. That is something of the past. Now, robotics without the intelligence, again, I'll go back. I know you're going to get sick of repeating the LLMs, but if it does not be incorporated with the LLMs to be able to bring the intelligence to it, that will not be sufficient for the industry as well. So again, the optical character recognitions, what is known as OCRs, these are also recognitions for the very specific parts maybe in the industry. This is used mainly in the warehouses where you need to identify so many of them as we move forward. I mean, some even trackings nowadays is multiple technologies. When you want to track, for instance, an oil barrels from the factory to the sea, to do that within the factory, maybe you use IoT devices or you use some OCRs or QR codes. But once they go outside, then you need to use a different technology to be able to track them, and then so on until you get to the ship. So I'll give you some clear examples and very quick ones because of the time. So, you always have the upstream, and then you have the downstream and so on. So the upstream, the explorations and the drilling and the outcome, it's very much done on the predictions of the data or the large language data that is provided, also on the reservoir. So now, the cost that has been put in the industry for the upstream, of course, is lower than when we go to the reservoir management, when we go to the deeper drilling. And as I said, when we go to the safety of, when we talk about safety, there are two elements to it. One is the safety of the employees, the engineers that are roaming around, and majority of the human resources in the industry are unskilled. These are the people who do not, probably in that part of the world, do not know how to read. They do not know how to follow. So what do you need to guide them to that? And this is where AI comes into the recognizing the faces, the badges, the helmets, the wearables. The wearables are becoming very much into that, and also into the emergency response times and the direction that they have given. So demand for forecasting, again, and smart grid optimization. This is very much part of the utilization. So how do we use, for instance, AI to do the most common optimizations? And these are according to the demands and based on the data that is available. For instance, the oil and gas itself is very rich. When you go into for instance, the data that you want to use in the healthcare, you tell me how much of the data you have that you can go back, and how much of the variety of the data that you can use, and what are the privacy that is due with it. The oil and gas, luckily, we don't need that much privacy in it because the data is available. We also have rich data. For instance, in my country, we have 80 years of data. Imagine 80. Now, you tell me which industry you can get that much of a data. Apart from the counting of the dead people, you don't have data for anything else. But in the oil and gas and those, because it has been there for instance, in our area, 1932. Imagine 1932, that was the first oil understanding. So in quality control and productions, automations, again, how do you provide the data that is for the quality control and the productions automation? When we talk about the quality control, this has to do with the multiple disciplines that has been put into place. For instance, when we look at the ISO 9001, now to implement that with the manual and also putting those elements into AI, that brings you a much higher. Now, in supply and chain, it is as important as it is in the reservoir, is in the upstream and others. The route optimization, to provide you with certain categories to be able to put your, for instance, barrel in the correct areas. Now, there are so many incidents happens of not knowing the progressive that is happening on the side, and also on the inventory itself. In the oil and gas, the parts that are required for the production, whether it is in the power and earth, are the most expensive parts. And these parts are developed based on the demand. So these are not like you go in the stock and off the shelves and bring them and within 2 weeks are delivered. These takes several months of manufacturing. Now, you have two problems here. You either bring enough spares and keep them and wish that they may come into an action one day, but most of the time you may not need them, and that's waste in the investment. You invested millions in something that you may not have needed it, or you take a risk of not ordering them and cross fingers that something will not happen. In both cases is a lose-lose. So with the inventory management systems are looking at the demand, and I will come to it in a minute, of understanding which parts are available based on the age, based on the quality, based on the history. Those are provided with AI. And the energy management, these are also, and as I said, these are all examples of what has been implemented. I'm not talking about theories, by the way. So for instance, in renewable energy management and consumption reduction, with the sensors, you get a dashboard and those patterns of how much of, for instance, electricity and water is used in the factory, or we have also a shipyard that is connected to the oil because some of them are sent by the ship, but how much of it is used for that area? Now, most of the time, you found the electricity is used because it's a 24/7 operation, so you cannot stop it. In every warehouse and in every factory continuously. And imagine the consumption of electricity in those areas. But with the sensors and the devices used, with the LLMs, we were able to reduce over 20% of the consumption of electricity and water in shape of ships cleaning by predicting the actions and having an autonomous actions on it. And of course, that also has effect on the renewable energies that we come to it and the maintenance scheduling. Maintenance scheduling is very interesting things. You look at any industry, how do you do your preventive maintenance? You tell me one area that you provide a maintenance, preventive maintenance based on the facts. It's all done based on the factory's recommendations. So you go on the last 15 years, you're buying something from Honeywell or from any other Yokogawas. They're putting up their equipment and they advise you, you're required to do every 6 months of maintenance or every 3 months. It's not based on anything. It's based on the recommendations. Now that recommendation, of course, the factory is a win-win again. They can win by telling you, well, we told you and you didn't buy, so it's out of warranty. Or they can tell you, you have to keep changing these devices regardless of the age, etc. But with the prediction maintenance that we use, the data on the AI, we have managed to increase and decrease. Some areas, for instance, from 6 months, we went to 1 year because of the condition of the equipment, because of the task, the risks, and that reduces your cost. And in some areas, we've managed periodically, depending on the summer and winter, because we have a summer, so you cannot do maintenance in summer and winter the same way. We reduce them from 6 months, for instance, to 3 months in certain periods, and etc. So that has increased the safety. It reduces the cost based on the shot. That applies to everything, by the way. It can apply to the aircraft, to the others. The same thing comes to the remote monitoring and the automated visual inspections. The visual inspections is related to what I just told you. For instance, the oil pipelines. You have tens of kilometers of oil pipelines. And today in most countries, the security patrols sitting in the car and they go around with their camera looking if there is a deficiency or if there is a leakage in the flare, then they will act on it. Now, this is risky and inefficient. We've been able now, through either sensors and others, from one side to detect them, but also to be able to increase the monitoring in areas that are more vulnerable, that based on the quality, based on the steel age or the conditions that has been implemented in the past. Even in the workforce trainings, people send in the industry to trainings as they come. So you and you and you go to the training because you haven't been to training for the past 2 years on the maintenance. Now, others, they may go to it because they're bored or they didn't have enough motivation. It's not based on any facts. Now, with collecting the data about the employees, the historical, by the way, people who go in the oil and gas, they get in young and they go out retired, so they don't go anywhere else. So you have so much of the data as well of the employees. And now, with the KPIs, with the industry, with their history, we were able to customize training per individuals. And not only that, but also the material that was created for the training, it was done by Gen AI. So the training is customized, prepared with the data on the periods, and there could be one person, it could be 10, if there are communities on that. So that's also related to the KPIs, related to the conditions of the equipment. And that has improved it so that it can be using virtual reality or augmented reality, but again, it's much linked to the AI. So again, we talked about the waste reductions and emission monitoring. We use that a lot, for instance, in aluminum manufacturing as well, on the ammunitions, the types of gases. On this specific one, we reached to 98.7% the accuracy. 98.7% the accuracy of identifying the emissions. I mean, there are things called green anode or baked anode in the aluminum. I mean, those people who worked in that area that are very critical to the production. So, what is the future of AI in the industrial field? I think that the future will be much focused on the large language models personalization. And what do I mean by that? Today, the generative AI is used loosely in every industry, and specifically in the oil and gas, to help employees to make better decisions and the industrial parts. But where were those large language models trained? Where were they done? They were done in certain industries that could be similar to yours or could be different. It could be in a different temperature, it could be in a different reservoir, or the oil distractions under the water, but there aren't parts that is related to you. So this is where we go to the closed large language models training, where we train the large language models based on the data that you have. So what it does, it goes to the closed LLMs, looks for the data that's specific to you, and if it cannot find it, then it will go to the open LLM. So when you go to it, it will look like Russians, oil manufacturing LLMs, and then if not, it will go to the next one. It will also have specifics to the employees and to the factories. Now, this personalization will go even to the individuals. As we go, it will go to the countrywide, closed LLMs, it will go to individuals. If you go to, for instance, using NVIDIA and others, it will cost you $15 million to do 2 rounds of training LLMs. $15 million. That's not a small amount. So now people, what tend to do, use the pre-built models, do the fine-tuning, and use the majority of that and train their own data, which will cost them probably 2% of the entire training on NVIDIA's or other GPUs. So as we get to the country level, we get to the manufacturing, and maybe LLMs specific to departments. So maybe to the department of the operations technology, maybe to the manufacturing. Each of them, they will have their own large language models. And then, of course, that will help to drive AI to the next part. Finally, what are the ethics related to AI in the industrial field? Now, we've seen European Union, for instance, came up with the EU Acts and the AI, or AI EU Acts. Now, that is something generic. First of all, it took them several years. And then when they wanted to come out with it, end of 2022, they just were surprised by generative AI. Oh, we didn't take that into consideration. So let's go back to the drawing board. Then they released it, I think, April this year. But even that is looking at mainly health and education, and it's very generic. So when we talk about the ethics in the industrial fields, we can't use the general guidelines. We can't use the general governance for that. You have to be specifics to the industry. So the guidelines on the safeties, on the privacies related to it. The privacy of oil and gas is not the same as individuals' health records or and other parts of it. And the same things that will go, we will be more focused on that. One thing that we have to be wary of, and that's my final thoughts, the biggest field that is targeted for cybersecurity attackers is in oil and gas. There are many examples that the attacks that happens, if there's vicious and you want to harm the industry or you want to do a ransomware, that's the area that they focus on. Now, the danger of that area is now no longer the cybersecurity attacks happening on the industry itself is the work of the hackers. It is the work of hackers enabled by AI. So imagine the difference in terms of analyzing the data, looking at the behavior. It will bring a question of, are we able, with the same tools, with the same people defending our networks, to defend the industry from the AI-driven cybersecurity attackers? The answer is, I don't think so. I don't think that will be even a balance between the two powers. So there is more emphasis that your network should be defended by AI cybersecurity tools. It will be very much, of course, even dangerous if they attack your core AI, because then they can take over everything else. So by that, my time is over, and thank you for listening to me.
Dr. Hasim Hadji, thank you very much for your performance, and we have some questions from our audience. What do you think? Can AI technologies help to reduce energy resources consumption?
Can it reduce, sorry?
Reduce energy resources consumption.
Energy consumption. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, especially we tried it in the electricity and water with the understanding of the elements. It can very much, we have a live examples that it reduces drastically in the power and other means. That means also using AI for understanding the generating energy tools like the powerhouses, etc.
Can you please share an example of implementing generative AI in Bahrain?
All those that I explained are driven by generative AI. But on the country level, we are also going to a Gen AI on the closed LLM. So in every ministry, in every industry, we are customizing Gen AI to meet that area. So in the health sector, in the schooling, in the education, what we try to achieve, and we started in Bahrain, is, for instance, teacherless classes, where we use Gen AI to create syllabuses and interact with the students. We have certain lessons now as the trial, but hoping that that will be expanded. And for instance, in the education, we'll have more of Gen AI to be able to use that. We're using it in the health sector. We're hoping that when we get more of the data of individuals, we will have something like a Google Mid-Palm. So you have the history of the child and the family from the birth, from the ancestry, to be able to have even recommended Gen AI doctors rather than going to a random doctor and saying, I have a headache, and that it just prescribes you something different rather than having the entire history. So in education and health, these are the two important areas that we have to focus on.
If you don't mind, one more question. We have a lot, and this is very important. How can we ensure that manufacturers are not afraid of data leaks? Are fully autonomous models necessary for this?
I'm sorry, I have to ask you again.
How can we ensure that manufacturers are not afraid of data leaks? Are fully autonomous models necessary for this?
I mean, one example that I've given you, for instance, and the data leaks could be internal or external. And as I said, the external is even worse. With the power of AI, you don't know even somebody's monitoring you. It will be, in some cases, we've discovered that AI was used 2 years to be able to monitor the data, and then at the right time, at the right behavior, at the significant moment that was a failure from individual that the attack occurred. But there is other parts that is internal data leakage, which is as bad as the other ones. But that comes when I explained earlier. on the quality control and the process. That generation AI also has been able to understand the behavior of the employees, of leaking data or suspicious activities, to be able to bring up through Gen AI an immediate response to that. And that is by probably changing even the policy with the understanding of the behavior that happens inside the organization or external organizations, or act as another virtual person interacting with those people to understand their intention. So those are also very focused.
Dr. Hasim Hadji, thank you very much for your performance and for answering our questions.
Thank you very much.
Ну а мы продолжаем.
And we are rolling on. AI in oil and gas. Duan Xiaojun, the professor of the Western Technical University, is going to expand on that. He will talk about using AI to open up new technology possibilities. AI in oil and gas can help prevent accidents and is useful for other things. Duan Xiaojun is going to expand on that. Duan Xiaojun, the professor of the Northern Western University, is going to talk about the new revolution in the field of UAVs.
Hello, everyone. My name is Duan Xiaojun. I come from China. This day, I will give a presentation. The presentation's name is Artificial Intelligence, the New Revolution in the Field of UAVs. There are 4 topics. The first is industrial application of artificial intelligence in UAVs. In agriculture monitoring, UAVs utilize AI technology for crop health monitoring. The UAV automatically extracts various agronomic traits of field crops and grassland. Exactly qualify the information by analyzing the data generated from the hyperspectral, multiple spectral, or visible light camera. AI technology supports this application, such as image recognition and computer vision, deep learning, data fusion, and predict analytics, automatic decision making. Another application, traffic management. UAV monitor traffic conditions in real time and analyze data, alleviate congestion. UAV integrates with AI technology can provide traffic management center with both macro or detailed perceptions of vehicle density and speed. UAV can also accurately measure vehicle speed, automatically identify and record violence, provide real-time data support for law enforcement. When a traffic accident occurs, UAV can quickly arrive at the scene, assess impact the accident, and reduce time required for the accident solution. In this application, also some AI technologies such as deep learning, real-time data analysis, and predictive analytics are used. In the environment monitoring, UAV are also used to monitor the quality, air quality, and water quality. UAV can be equipped with various sensors to monitor the pollutant concentrations in the air in real time. UAV can also fly over potential pollution source areas to locate and identify pollutant resource. assessing relevant authority in task-timely manner to reduce polluted emission. In the event of an environment emergency, UAV can quickly fly to the indecent location to monitor air quality condition, provide critical data support for subsequent decision-making. In this application, also some AI technology are used, such as machine learning, image recognition, real-time data analysis, predictive analytics. In emergency rescue application, UAV can quickly access the damage and conduct a search and rescue operation. UAV can quickly reach disaster sites to conduct a real-time monitoring and damage assessment of affected area. In natural disasters, such as earthquake, UAV equipped with live detection devices can locate individuals and are also capable to delivering and transport supplies. In situations where transportation is disrupted, in disaster areas, UAV can also deliver urgently needed supplies, providing time rescue support. AI technology are also used in this area. Path planning, optimism, real-time data analysis. Another application, logistics and transportation. This application of UAV in the logistics sector leverage AI technology to optimize delivery routes and management. UAV can efficiently address delivery issue in remote area. UAV quickly can scoot goods, warehouse management, facilitating inventory management, and enhance operation efficiency. Also, technology of AI are used in this application. In map creation and geographic information system, UAV collect high-resolution ground images in conjunction with AI, generate accurate map and geographic information data. All of the above, you can see industry application of artificial intelligence in UAV. They include all of technology, such as computer vision, deep learning, real data analysis, and predictive analytics, automatic decision making, path planning, and environment monitor model, and data fusion. The second topic is a technical application of AI in UAVs. The first is target detection. Highly maneuverable UAV can efficiently avoid occlusion of building on the ground and combined with intelligent target detection algorithm can achieve efficient and flexible data collection capability. Target detection algorithms are usually classified two categories: single-state target detection algorithm and two-state target detection algorithm. The second is target identification. Target recognition algorithms have become a contemporary research craze with the booming development of artificial intelligence. At this stage, the problem forced by UAV target recognition includes: the first one is the percent of target pixels in UAV view is small, and it is mostly a top-down view with a large loss of feature information. The second problem is UAV has limited computing power to carry large models. The target identification algorithms are usually classified two categories: one-stage algorithm and a two-stage algorithm. The third is image processing. At this stage, the challenge faced by image processing technology when applied to UAV includes transmission image data by UAV, generated delays that affect the real-time nation image processing. UAV are also susceptible to wind, vibration, reducing image quality and stability. Some of the image processing algorithms are technically complex and difficult to run efficiently. Image processing includes image grayscale, image compression, histogram equalization, image filtering and denoising, edge detection. The fourth is 3D reconstruction. Currently, the passive reconstruction method is mainly used to obtain the real 3D model, which mainly include the following steps. Include multiple sequence image of target construction scenes, camera position and spare 3D point cloud model of the image obtained by motion recovery structure algorithm. Dense reconstruction by multi-view 3D reconstruction technology use camera position and image to obtain dense 3D point cloud model. 3D reconstruction include point cloud outer rejection, point cloud densification, triangle section. The fifth is intelligent obstacle avoidance. Intelligent obstacle avoidance includes static obstacle avoidance, dynamic obstacle avoidance, virtual obstacle avoidance. In this presentation, the third topic is types of UAV applied in artificial intelligence. Now I will show some real UAVs. They are used AI technology. The first is multiple serial UAVs. This UAV use automatic monitoring and automatic mapping and automatic identification. This is a multi-copter series UAV. Now we are install the UAV. In this UAV, there are some AI technology. This UAV can automatically fly, can automatically plan paths, can automatically identify targets. We install the payload, install the patch. The multiple copter UAV can take 15 kilogram payload. When the UAV fly, it will plan the path by himself. The second UAV that use AI technology are fixed-wing serial UAVs. This UAV are used to delivery or unmanned surveillance, sensor data fusion machine learning, and image recognition, path planning are used in this UAV. The third UAV is composite wing serial UAV. This UAV equipped with different mission payloads and integrate with AI intelligent technology to enhance the mission performance. This UAV can land on a ship. The ship cannot stop. This UAV can take off from a running ship and also can landing on a running ship. Composite wing serial UAV have another types. These types can fly on very high ground, can automatic path planning, can automatic takeoff, automatic landing, and can automatic drop some materials. This composite wing is very large. It will take 15 kilometers. We can install the UAV in 15 minutes. This UAV also didn't need a runway. This UAV uses a satellite because it can fly far away. It can fly 1,000 kilometers. In this UAV, we have many payloads, such as IR and LED camera and communication bees. Now it's path planning. Now it takes off without runway. And now it takes 50 kilogram payload. And this UAV can fly far, far away, more than 1,000 kilometers. This is a very interesting UAV. They use artificial intelligence, and they have its honey bomb. They have a host. In this host, the UAV can automatic chatting, can automatic open the box, can automatic take off, also can automatic landing. The UAV can work 24 hours. This is an automatic soldier. The fourth topic is analysis of the current situation and future perspectives of AI in the application of UAV. The proportion of UAV industry grade is 35%, and 65% is customer grade. Agriculture monitoring, environment monitoring, large-scope transportation, post-disaster assessment and reconstruction, all of them are the UAV's application. From 2020 to 2024, global UAV market scale are grew very fast. In the future, Sky City will become, or autonomous flight taxis will become the normal. An aerial UAV traffic network will be established above the city, utilizing AI schedule to coordinate the takeoff of the UAV and ensure safety and efficiency. In the future, UAV combined VR and AR technology can provide you with a hyper-realistic experience. In the future, intelligent human-computer interaction will become realized, including voice interaction perception, gas interception, and visual interception. In the future, the UAV will space exploration. The UAV will be utilized as an outpost to probe external environment. In another planet, humans could first utilize UAVs for environment assessment and infrastructure development, allow for human migration once conditions are suitable. So, the UAV adds the artificial intelligence. It will make a very good future. Thank you very much.
Professor Duan Xiaojun. Applause to the speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing the vision of how AI drones are revolutionizing the whole industry. Thank you. Ваши аплодисменты еще раз, профессор Северо-Западного политехнического университета Дуан Xiaojun.
Once again, a warm round of applause to Duan Xiaojun, Northwestern Polytechnical University. Our next speaker is Wang Xiaoming from Tsinghua University to talk about using AI to promote industrial transformation and high-quality development and gaining competitive edge in industry. He will also talk about some of the Chinese companies who are already using AI for these purposes. Wang Xiaoming, please welcome him on this stage. Professor of Tsinghua University, Wang Xiaoming, using AI to promote industrial transformation and high-quality development.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my great honor to present this topic, the AI in new electric power system and equipment. The content includes 4 parts. The first is the background, new electric power system and electrification. Now, the electric power system is the most powerful man-made complex system. In this system, the generation and the compensation of the energy should be in balance, keep in balance. But now, new energy resources are added to this power system to form new electric power system, such as wind energy and solar energy, and so on. In the new electric power system, the fluctuation of new energy sources would cause the fluctuation of power, frequency, and voltage of the electricity. Here is the first example. I will give you 3 examples in this presentation. The first one is AI in power prediction in new energy sources. The accurate short-term prediction for forecast are crucial for balancing the supply and demand, integrating renewable energy sources, and reducing the reliance on fossil fuels. However, the unpredictable nature of wind, coupled with rapid weather changes and the inherent volatility of wind generation, make short-term prediction particularly challenging. My colleague did the research. We proposed the wind-to-vect variable embedding method. We integrate the wind speed wind direction and output in a certain period of time to adapt to the bird model training. Through the directional structure of bird model, the interaction mechanism between the data and output sequence can be learned more fully. The structure of fine-tuned by adapt computation time algorithm to ensure the model prediction accuracy while improving the computation efficiency. The bird model is used for wind power prediction because it's a bidirectional learning capability. So it is essential for accurate modeling the complex interaction between wind relation variables over time, making bird an ideal choice for handling the temporary data. This is the structure of the prediction. First, we create the samples for each wind turbine every 15 minutes by sliding the window to get more training data. Then the seasonal analysis of the data is performed to adjust the learning parameter of the bird model. After inputting the processed data into bird model for training, we get the preliminary predicted power sequence. If the sequence has an arc effect, we will analyze the series volatility to match appropriate gauge method model. The result power series is analyzed to verify whether or not it can be corrected by the gauge method. If not, the data will be adjusted until it is finally corrected by the gauge method. Here is the area comparison of wind power for different algorithms. We used 3 test sets to verify for the comparison. It can be seen from table. The areas of the wind to bird model on each test are smaller than those of other methods. Here is the performance comparison of different forecasting methods. Wind to vector bird model maintains good predictive performance, but other methods gradually declined in predictability due to their inability to accurately fit the relationship between wind power and power. The second example is AI in fault diagnosis of the rolling bearings. The rolling bearings are indispensable in rotating machines. It is extremely important in modern industrial production. But 20% of faults in gearbox and 30% faults in mechanical equipment and 40% fault in induction motors were caused by rolling bearings. So the early weak spring failure will gradually deteriorate with the continuous operation of the machine and eventually cause irreversible damage to the machines. So it is important to carry out timely and effectively fault diagnosis for rolling bearings to keep machines safe and lower the economic losses and protect human life. Here we used many deep learning models for the fault diagnosis of rolling bearings. Here is the list, especially the DAE model and the CNN model. After we used this model, we found DAE model is difficult to obtain the deep features. And for the CNN model, it has these advantages of training time is too long and easy to overfit. So we replace the fully connected linear layer by convolutional layer. Then we get CAE model. For the CAE model, it can improve the ability to extract features from data, but it still exists insufficient learning. For improve the performance, we stacked DAE model. Then we get deep autoencoder, the DSAE model. This model can process the ability to handle more complex data, better performance extraction capabilities, stronger generation capabilities, and higher diagnostic capabilities. Then by the same method, we use CAE to be stacked to form a deep stacked convolutional autoencoder, DSCAE model. This model, the feature extraction is effect with a stronger ability to present features even with a small amount of input data. It is possible to obtain reconstructed signal with relative high precision. So DSCAE can be applied in situations where this is insufficient sample data. Two data sets were used for the training and the test. The first one is from Case Western Reserve University, and the second is from Beijing Jiao Tong University. The data include different fault data set. The different faults are included, such as the inner ring, outer ring, and the rolling element fault. Also including different fault seriousness and different speed and different load. Then we studied the effect of different parameters on the performance. The parameters include stack layer number and the node number and the iteration number. Here we can see the stack layer number is 3 and the node number is 32 and the iteration number is 1000. The performance should be the best. Then we use the single fault condition to do the test for fault diagnosis. The overall performance of the DSCAE model under single fault condition is good. The accuracy reach up to 99.87% for inner ring fault. The diagnostic accuracy for outer ring fault or rolling elements fault remains around 90%. We also use for multi-data set for fault diagnosis. The diagnosis accuracy for CWRU dataset is 99.38%. For BJU TU dataset, the diagnosis accuracy for single, 2, 3 condition are higher, also greater than 90%. The third example is the design and optimization of electrical machine. This is the three-phase induction motor. This motor is used widely. But the design and the optimization of this motor, there are some difficulties. The first is the multi-physics coupling calculation is highly complex, and the design validation is time-consuming. Then the optimization process relies heavily on experience, making it challenging to explore better solution. The design process involves extensive human intervention, leading to low efficiency. then the demand for efficient and intelligent motor is increasing, requiring a rapid response to the market changes. Then we need AI to help us to achieve the need for intelligent design process and also transforming data into assets for innovation. Then for intelligent tools for expert knowledge and growth capability. Then we developed AlphaMD software. It means Alpha Machine Design. AlphaMD is AI platform specifically designed for industrial product design. It processes self-learning and self-growth capabilities, enabling it to mimic expert design and design thinking and perform global optimization. So its goal is to address industrial focus, such as low manual design efficiency, higher cost, and reliance on experience, therefore empowering enterprises to achieve innovation-driven development. So in the practical application of this software, users only need to provide with 3 key data. That is, they are user requirements, evaluation criteria, and the design parameters can be adjusted. So our software, AlphaMD, will then automatically invoke design software to complete the design process and seek the global optimal solution. Here is the list of the key technology we are used to the optimization task. The first is DQN algorithm. It's used for processing discrete data, such as coil turn and the stator slot number. Then AC algorithm is applied to handle continuous data, including core length and slot dimensions. Multi-agent cooperation enables the DQN method and AC algorithm to work together, ensuring seamless coordinate in the design process. Self-generated data overcomes the challenge of limited industrial product data by generating synthetic data to support AI model training. SAC algorithm is designed to adapt to various operation conditions encountered during motor design, ensuring flexible and efficient solution. REDQ algorithm accelerates the training process of the AI model, optimization the time needed for the model convergence and the performance enhancement. Here is the different algorithm. Then, at last, after our development, AlphaMD has successfully completed the intelligent design of IE4 motor series with an average design time of 5 to 10 minutes per motor. For a small number of cases, the design time exceeds approximately 1 hour. Overall, this represents a significant improvement in design efficiency. As illustrated in this table, AlphaMD consistently seeks more cost-effective solutions, aligning perfect with our design object. AlphaMD also complete the intelligent design for 6,000 volt squirrel cage induction motor, achieving an average design time of 10 minutes per motor. The design were accomplished entirely by AI without need for human intervention. So AlphaMD also has demonstrated exceptional design capability for multi-condition motors. As shown in this table, the motor operates under 7 distinct conditions, each of which must be fully satisfied. Starting from the scratch, FMD required only 3 days for training to produce a solution that meet all specified requirements across these conditions. Okay, that is all of my presentation. Okay, thank you.
Professor Wang Shanmin, thank you very much. Thank you for your performance. Thank you.
Okay.
Профессор университета Цинхуа.
The professor of Tsinghua University, Wang Shanmin. A round of applause again.
Сейчас отличный момент для того,
It's a great time to talk about the companies without whom AIJ24 will not happen. General partner Dom RF, our special partner Yandex, Russian Fund of Direct Investments, our investment partner. The fund is an annual and regular partner of the conference from 2019. Sibur, an official partner that this year supported the AIJ conference yet again. Strategic partners are Kaspersky Lab, T-Bank, and Navio. Rusagra Group of Company is the partner of the conference. A round of applause to our partners, and on behalf of organizers, I thank all of our partners for their cooperation. I would like to remind you that today is the business day on the Artificial Intelligence Journey 2024. The speakers from various countries shared their AI applications experience: India, China, UAE, Indonesia, Bahrain, South African Republic, and Pakistan, and Morocco. The geography is very wide. We see people from all parts of the world, healthcare, agriculture, oil and gas, financial sector. We also talked about the ethical issues and the regulations, and also applying AI in ESG and sustainable development. But this is not all. At 6 p.m. we're starting the awards ceremony called the Leaders of AI. The award promotes the best developments in AI and opens up new horizons for AI innovations. And tomorrow we will have a science day. Our AI journey will continue. The last day is going to discuss science, and you will enjoy the presentations from AI experts who will talk about latest developments in AI. And after that, AIJ Contest Award ceremony will take place, as well as the winners of the AI Challenge will be presented. Okay, so now it's time to chill a little bit. We're meeting at 6 p.m. Moscow time.
как институт развития, запустил реестр программного обеспечения с применением искусственного интеллекта в строительстве. Уже сегодня искусственный интеллект оптимизирует работу со строительной документацией, генерирует мастер-планы, создает планировки на основе пожеланий жильцов, повышает скорость разработки архитектурных концепций, контролирует соблюдение правил безопасности на строительной площадке, анализирует материально-техническое обеспечение, обеспечивает эффективную эксплуатацию инженерного оборудования. Интеграция искусственного интеллекта на каждом этапе инвестиционно-строительного цикла увеличила производительность труда на 40%. Дом РФ создает будущее строительной отрасли уже сегодня.
Лаборатория Касперского. Технологический лидер и единый партнер по кибербезопасности. 220 тысяч компаний в 200 странах и территориях доверяют нашей глобальной экспертизе и лучшим в своих классах продуктам, эффективность которых подтверждена многочисленными тестами, рейтингами и наградами. Лаборатория Касперского. Активируй будущее.
Центр искусственного интеллекта Т-банка. Создаем специализированные большие языковые модели для каждой конкретной области. Проводим фундаментальные научные исследования. Входим в топ-3 компаний по вкладу в open source в России. Разрабатываем решения для создания голосовых интерфейсов на базе точных, быстрых и безопасных моделей. Создаем сервисы обработки изображений, чтобы ускорить рутинные операции. Развиваем персонализацию и улучшаем клиентский опыт. Узнайте больше.
Дом РФ, как институт развития, запустил реестр программного обеспечения с применением искусственного интеллекта в строительстве. Уже сегодня искусственный интеллект оптимизирует работу со строительной документацией, генерирует мастер-планы, создает планировки на основе пожеланий жильцов, повышает скорость разработки архитектурных концепций, контролирует соблюдение правил безопасности на строительной площадке, анализирует материально-техническое обеспечение, обеспечивает эффективную эксплуатацию инженерного оборудования. Интеграция искусственного интеллекта на каждом этапе инвестиционно-строительного цикла увеличила производительность труда на 40%. Дом РФ создает будущее строительной отрасли уже сегодня.
Лаборатория Касперского. Технологический лидер и единый партнер по кибербезопасности. 220 тысяч компаний в 200 странах и территориях доверяют нашей глобальной экспертизе и лучшим в своих классах продуктам, эффективность которых подтверждена многочисленными тестами, рейтингами и наградами. Лаборатория Касперского. Активируй будущее.
Центр искусственного интеллекта Т-банка. Создаем специализированные большие языковые модели для каждой конкретной области. Проводим фундаментальные научные исследования. Входим в топ-3 компаний по вкладу в open source в России. Разрабатываем решения для создания голосовых интерфейсов на базе точных, быстрых и безопасных моделей. Создаем сервисы обработки изображений, чтобы ускорить рутинные операции. Развиваем персонализацию и улучшаем клиентский опыт. Узнайте больше.
как Институт развития запустил реестр программного обеспечения с применением искусственного интеллекта в строительстве. Уже сегодня искусственный интеллект оптимизирует работу со строительной документацией, генерирует мастер-планы, создает планировки на основе пожеланий жильцов, повышает скорость разработки архитектурных концепций, контролирует соблюдение правил безопасности на строительной площадке, анализирует материально-техническое обеспечение, обеспечивает эффективную эксплуатацию инженерного оборудования. Интеграция искусственного интеллекта на каждом этапе инвестиционно-строительного цикла увеличила производительность труда на 40%. Дом РФ создает будущее строительной отрасли уже сегодня.
Лаборатория Касперского. Технологический лидер и единый партнер по кибербезопасности. 220 тысяч компаний в 200 странах и территориях доверяют нашей глобальной экспертизе и лучшим в своих классах продуктам, эффективность которых подтверждена многочисленными тестами, рейтингами и наградами. Лаборатория Касперского. Активируй будущее.
Центр искусственного интеллекта Т-банка. Создаем специализированные большие языковые модели для каждой конкретной области. Проводим фундаментальные научные исследования. Входим в топ-3 компаний по вкладу в open source в России. Разрабатываем решения для создания голосовых интерфейсов на базе точных, быстрых и безопасных моделей. Создаем сервисы обработки изображений, чтобы ускорить рутинные операции. Развиваем персонализацию и улучшаем клиентский опыт. Узнайте больше.
как институт развития, запустил реестр программного обеспечения с применением искусственного интеллекта в строительстве. Уже сегодня искусственный интеллект оптимизирует работу со строительной документацией, генерирует мастер-планы, создает планировки на основе пожеланий жильцов, повышает скорость разработки архитектурных концепций, контролирует соблюдение правил безопасности на строительной площадке, анализирует материально-техническое обеспечение, обеспечивает эффективную эксплуатацию инженерного оборудования. Интеграция искусственного интеллекта на каждом этапе инвестиционно-строительного цикла увеличила производительность труда на 40%. Дом РФ создает будущее строительной отрасли уже сегодня.
Лаборатория Касперского. Технологический лидер и единый партнер по кибербезопасности. 220 тысяч компаний в 200 странах и территориях доверяют нашей глобальной экспертизе и лучшим в своих классах продуктам, эффективность которых подтверждена многочисленными тестами, рейтингами и наградами. Лаборатория Касперского. Активируй будущее.
Центр искусственного интеллекта Т-банка. Создаем специализированные большие языковые модели для каждой конкретной области. Проводим фундаментальные научные исследования. Входим в топ-3 компаний по вкладу в open source в России. Разрабатываем решения для создания голосовых интерфейсов на базе точных, быстрых и безопасных моделей. Создаем сервисы обработки изображений, чтобы ускорить рутинные операции. Развиваем персонализацию и улучшаем клиентский опыт. Узнайте больше.
Первый заместитель председателя правления Сбера, председатель наблюдательного совета Альянса в сфере искусственного интеллекта Александр Ведяхин.
как институт развития, запустил реестр программного обеспечения с применением искусственного интеллекта в строительстве. Уже сегодня искусственный интеллект оптимизирует работу со строительной документацией, генерирует мастер-планы, создает планировки на основе пожеланий жильцов, повышает скорость разработки архитектурных концепций, контролирует соблюдение правил безопасности на строительной площадке, анализирует материально-техническое обеспечение, обеспечивает эффективную эксплуатацию инженерного оборудования. Интеграция искусственного интеллекта на каждом этапе инвестиционно-строительного цикла увеличила производительность труда на 40%. Дом РФ создает будущее строительной отрасли уже сегодня.
Лаборатория Касперского. Технологический лидер и единый партнер по кибербезопасности. 220 тысяч компаний в 200 странах и территориях доверяют нашей глобальной экспертизе и лучшим в своих классах продуктам, эффективность которых подтверждена многочисленными тестами, рейтингами и наградами. Лаборатория Касперского. Активируй будущее.
Центр искусственного интеллекта Т-банка. Создаем специализированные большие языковые модели для каждой конкретной области. Проводим фундаментальные научные исследования. Входим в топ-3 компаний по вкладу в open source в России. Разрабатываем решения для создания голосовых интерфейсов на базе точных, быстрых и безопасных моделей. Создаем сервисы обработки изображений, чтобы ускорить рутинные операции. Развиваем персонализацию и улучшаем клиентский опыт. Узнайте больше.
как Институт развития запустил реестр программного обеспечения с применением искусственного интеллекта в строительстве. Уже сегодня искусственный интеллект оптимизирует работу со строительной документацией, генерирует мастер-планы, создает планировки на основе пожеланий жильцов, повышает скорость разработки архитектурных концепций, контролирует соблюдение правил безопасности на строительной площадке, анализирует материально-техническое обеспечение, обеспечивает эффективную эксплуатацию инженерного оборудования. Интеграция искусственного интеллекта на каждом этапе инвестиционно-строительного цикла увеличила производительность труда на 40%. Дом РФ создает будущее строительной отрасли уже сегодня.
Лаборатория Касперского. Технологический лидер и единый партнер по кибербезопасности. 220 тысяч компаний в 200 странах и территориях доверяют нашей глобальной экспертизе и лучшим в своих классах продуктам, эффективность которых подтверждена многочисленными тестами, рейтингами и наградами. Лаборатория Касперского. Активируй будущее.
Центр искусственного интеллекта Т-банка. Создаем специализированные большие языковые модели для каждой конкретной области. Проводим фундаментальные научные исследования. Входим в топ-3 компаний по вкладу в open source в России. Разрабатываем решения для создания голосовых интерфейсов на базе точных, быстрых и безопасных моделей. Создаем сервисы обработки изображений, чтобы ускорить рутинные операции. Развиваем персонализацию и улучшаем клиентский опыт. Узнайте больше.
Искусственный интеллект активно развивается во всем мире.
AI is actively developing across the world now. Neural networks are opening up new horizons in all areas: healthcare, environmental protection, agriculture, and urban planning. AI is permeating in all areas of our life, improving its quality and strengthening the technological sovereignty of Russia. The experts and researchers around the world are improving the models, and companies are implementing machine learning and generative AI in their business processes. States and public authorities are using AI-driven products and services for the benefits of the future. Thanks to the researchers, business community, and the authorities, the lives of people becoming better and more convenient and safer. The National Award for the leaders of the artificial intelligence. The future starts here. The development of AI technologies, the leaders of AI and artificial intelligence. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to welcome you here on the main stage of the AI Journey 2024. Today, as part of the award ceremony, we're going to sum up the results of the Leaders of AI contest. The Alliance of the AI Alliance is one of the organizers, as well as the Digital Economy, an autonomous organization, a non-profit organization. It is also supported by the government of Russia. Generative AI is not only the important trend, it's a participant of our AI journey. You have seen the video that was fully generated by AI, and the visuals as well as the music was generated by AI. The Alliance implemented the classical ML technologies and generative AI solutions on the state level, as in authorities as well as in the businesses. The jury was pretty strict, but despite that, the organizers this year received 340 applications in three categories. The regions, the researchers, and the companies. And it is a great result because the companies included in the alliance cannot participate in the contest. The winners will be able to make some remarks, and on this digital tree you will see the most important messages, and all these messages will be combined together, and this will be they will be combined in the final message that will be sent to the future. Represented the AI Alliance is a Senior Vice President, the head of the Technology Development Block of Sber. Andrei Belevtsev is invited to the stage. Mr. Belevtsev, great to see you here on the stage. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Veronica. It is my great pleasure to welcome everyone here. It's a great honor for me to see you all in this stage on the annual award that we organized at the level of the AI Alliance. And we have three categories: businesses, regions, and of course science and researchers. It was very important when we came up with this idea a couple of years ago to make sure that AI as a technology is ubiquitous in the lives of the companies and people, and to make sure that it is developed based on science, and so that it is permeating the life of the people living in the regions and help all the people living there. I see 340 applications, and that means that our contest is very important and becoming popular, and it will deliver on the mission that we put as the foundation of the technology, to make sure that AI is the technology for the humans, for the people, so that it helps the communities, and that it is a general purpose technology that improves and changes the lives of the people and the entire society. So let's start. We have fantastic winners. That's a very exciting day. Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you for your opening remarks. Mr. Belevsov, please come back to the stage. Senior Vice President, the head of the Technological Development Block of Sber, Andrei Belevsov. And we are moving to the award. Those who share their ideas with companies, with the state, and with the entire world are going to be awarded. And these are the scientists category. Scientist category. We have young researchers who are younger than 35 years old. They not only published some papers, but they made an important contribution in the development of AI. We had 69 applications that we received. The leaders were the Higher School of Economics, Skoltech, and the Institute of AI, IRI. The Young Researchers Contest is not only the recognition, but also financial support. 1 million ruble will be awarded to each of the winners. Let's find out who is the best. The scientists category and the awards in science category will be led by Alexander Krainov, the director of the development of AI in Yandex. Mr. Krainov, you have the floor. Yes, it was my pleasure to be the head of the jury team. I think these were the best people in the jury team so that we can select the best ones. And it is my great pleasure to be here together with with my partner, Alexander Kuleshov, rector of Skoltech, is going to join me. Please, Mr. Kuleshov. Mr. Kuleshov is an academician of the Russian Academy of Science, but that's not even the most important thing. Mr. Kuleshov is someone who, I think, has created this very strong scientific technical school in Skoltech, basically from scratch, that coined new researchers and inspired the experienced researchers. So this is really the center for developing these talents, and Mr. Kuleshov is in many ways responsible for all these successes. Please, you have the floor. Friends, thank you very much. I'd like to thank Alexander for his kind words about Skoltech. I do believe it is true in many ways. I think that now we are experiencing a very turbulent times. It's very hard to have young and talented AI experts and to keep them in Russia. And that is a major problem. And we, together with Sber, the fact that we have been working very closely together, we are too close together, working too closely together.
And so together with Sber, we are doing our best to not just retain people, but cultivate new talent, cultivate new specialists, and find good applications for their talent. We have recently completed this process of awarding science prizes at Sber on the 18th of November. I think it will be finalized. And I'm very happy to see that this year the management of Sber decided to reward young scientists for AI applications in different domains. This is great news, and I was very happy to participate in it. And the people who got these awards, it's safe to say, are the best of the best in their category. I'm about to end my speech, don't worry. We've had a meeting with the Committee on Education and Science, and we looked into the
И вот эта толпа в несколько тысяч человек, и ты поражаешься.
event in New Orleans with thousands of people, it would be difficult to find someone who's older than 30 at that venue. So sport is for the young, and artificial intelligence is similarly for the young. Thank you very much for these important remarks and your contribution to science. Let's hear about the first prize winners. The first laureate is Sergei Samsonov. We welcome you to the stage. The award goes for the development of mathematical methods and analysis of stochastic algorithms, reinforced learning approaches. In layman's terms, stochastic algorithm is about trying to find a treasure, trying at the different places and adding chance to get to the treasure faster. Sergey, please take advantage of this photo op and smile at the camera. We hope that this research, that this award, will be inspiring for many young scientists across the globe. Anything you would like to say? Well, I would like to thank, first of all, my academic supervisor, Alexei Naumov, and also the co-authors, Erika Molinov, Denise Lamosov, and my other colleagues. Without them, I wouldn't be standing here with this award. I would also like to thank the organizers of the Leaders in AI Awards ceremony. It's always great to know that your research is visible, is recognized and acknowledged. I hope this will promote our research beyond our domain, and thank you for giving me so many opportunities to do my research all these years. Alexander Georgievich, Alexander Petrovich, anything you would like to add to inspire the prize winner? Please stay on this stage for just a bit. Hopefully you will continue with the research. There are a lot of awards, as you know, including awards to the best academic supervisors. Hopefully all the people getting these awards today will convert into new talents, new specialists who you will be supervising as an academic supervisor. Hopefully these will be your successors. Well, maybe I will claim an award as the best academic supervisor at some point. Sure, that might as well happen. And now a quote from what the prize winner said. Make sure you check out these digital tree with all the important quotes. The second laureate is Nikita Gushin. The award goes for algorithms that help AI to process different types of data. For example, turn images from one style to another, or process genetic information to see how cells respond to different drugs. Generative diffusion models based on the Schrödinger bridge is the name of the research, and hopefully we will be able to cross this bridge and travel straight into the future. Please do smile at the camera. Anything you would like to say, and some inspirational remarks? Well, I wanted to thank my parents for their unyielding support. I would also like to thank Evgeny Vladimirovich Burnaev and Alexander Karotin, my academic supervisors. They taught us how you can turn a concept, an idea, into practical results that can be published at some of the leading conferences Also, I would like to thank the Yandex School and Skoltech for providing the platform for experiments and writing my papers. And I would also like to thank my colleagues, my team, who did the research with me. Thank you. The quote goes to the digital tree. And I wanted to add that Mr. Karotin, who was just mentioned here, was on this stage just a year ago, and we were congratulating him on the award that he got as an AI leader. Well, we need a successor, right? It shouldn't end with you. Congratulations. This is yours. Nikita Gushin. A round of applause goes to Nikita Gushin. By the way, he published 6 papers, the star-rated papers. That speaks volumes to his talent, especially at his age. But let's hear about the third winner of the Young AI Leader. For the first time, it's a woman. Elena Tutubalina is getting an award for a project that helps AI understand text better and analyze molecules better. For example, to develop new drugs. She developed methods that make AI more accurate and more efficient and more universal. Unfortunately, she's not able to receive the award in person, but she has a good excuse. She's in Canada, where she's presenting the research at one of the most prestigious AI and ML events, the 38th NIPS conference. And she recorded this video message for us. Good afternoon. I would like to sincerely thank the organizers and the jury for acknowledging my research. Every type of research is not just about analyzing data, it's an exciting and unpredictable journey. My research is aimed at improving the accuracy of LLMs, specifically in biomedicine, and also improving the precision of such models. And now I'm presenting my research at the conference in Canada that helps analyze molecules and how they respond to different drugs. I would like to thank my colleagues from IRI because they inspire me to achieve ambitious goals. I would also like to thank my academic supervisor, Valery Slavyov from Kazan University, for always believing in me. I would also like to thank my friends and family for being by my side always. This award goes to not just me, but everyone who was by my side throughout this journey. Thank you. I was about to get outraged because she preferred some other event to ours, but, well, the conference in Canada is indeed a good excuse. And also, another thing that excuses Yelena is that I have already awarded her a Yandex Prize as an AI researcher, as an AI leader. So she's doing a great job, and we're looking forward to what else she achieves in her research. Thank you very much. We have already added a quote from Yelena to our digital tree of wisdom. The academician of the Russian Academy of Science, rector of Skolkovo, Alexander Kuleshov, and director for AI development of Yandex, Alexander Krynov. Thank you very much. We are moving on to the category called awards to companies, the companies that have been the most effective and efficient in adopting AI for their processes. This category excluded companies that are a part of the AI Alliance. The category is award to companies. This year, we received 176 applications, representing a variety of industries. To give the awards to the companies, we welcome on the stage Senior Vice President, Head of Technology Development Block of Sber, Andrei Belevtsev. A thunderous round of applause to Andrei. Dear friends, it just so happens that I'm going to take a lot of your time here, being here on stage. Hopefully you do not grow tired of me. It is indeed a very honorable job of being on the jury in this category, and I can't remember any other occasion where I would see so many exciting and excellent applications from so many companies and industries. If you take the market cap of all companies doing AI in aggregate, the most visible ones, it grew 30 times over the past years, but the total market cap is almost $9 trillion, and it keeps growing exponentially. I think this shows that the focus on the way AI is disrupting business should be maximal. There's been a survey of how many Russian companies are already using generative AI in at least one business process. 54%. More than a half of companies have already adopted this technology. In just 2 years since it was introduced. Next year, I think the number of companies will only increase. When we're analyzing applications in this category, it wasn't just generative AI. There were a lot of cases, great cases based on classic ML. And we did not discriminate against them because from the point of view of business, it was important for us to see the effect. We wanted to see that AI does generate great effect on business results, and we also wanted to be able to appreciate the novelty, the creative thinking in adopting Gen AI. Hopefully you will see that plenty in our winners, the laureates, and the winners in the main category were companies that are actively investing in AI, and also the Alliance colleagues and I agree that we're going to have one more category, the companies that make me the most proud, companies that are not that big, but that launched truly brilliant cases based on generative AI, and I'm really eager to hear from them why they went there at all and how they did it and why it was in the focus of their attention and what is the effect that they got. Let's begin. Let's give it a round of applause. The first winner in this category is GigaChat. Welcome to the stage, the CEO of GigaChat, Ekaterina Poliker. GigaChat has extremely impressive innovations. For example, a blood glucose monitor that can monitor the level of glucose in your blood without a single prick of the finger, a single drop of blood. The stage is yours. Is there anything you would like to say? Of course, I am extremely grateful for the opportunity to be here. We are not a traditional company. We are a tech startup. We're just 1 year old, and we enjoyed tremendous support from so many people. The Skolkovo School, MIPT, and obviously the Moscow Innovation Cluster, everyone who helped us launch our pilot, Oleg Churilo, who supported us very actively. This year we have got so much feedback from people, from big businesses, from hospitals and large laboratories. We are in the top 10 university-based startups in Russia, and we have also received a lot of other awards. Events like this are very important in that they promote AI in medicine, in healthcare. We are the first to start adopting this technology on the platform of the Sechin University. Thank you very much. It is really important. I think you are not just promoting it, because when we were discussing your case with the other jurors, everyone said, we really wish them the best of luck. I really hope that you will be successful. Thank you very much. Don't forget about the digital tree with the quotes.
Ваши аплодисменты.
I think this deserves another round of applause. Gamma Tech, Ekaterina Poliker. And we're moving on. The next winner is the Design Bureau, Architecture and Design Institute. Welcome to the stage, Artyom Tatuyev, to receive the award on behalf of the Design Bureau. They're using AI for generative design to quickly visualize different buildings and architectural elements, making idea a reality. It only takes a couple of hours at most to design a project. Generative AI in engineering is something that is very close to my heart. What you're doing is something that I enjoy. We were really rooting for you with the jurors. I think this is one of the most promising areas and domains for the use of AI. It's great that you're moving forward and that you're pioneering this domain. Thank you very much, and thank you everyone in the jury for appreciating our solution. I'd also like to thank the developers and all of our experts working on concept-based designs, already using AI for building concept-based designs in architecture. We can use our solution to quickly do a survey of the site, and quickly do a great and visually appealing design. Thank you very much once again for acknowledging our great results. And a picture to remember. The Architecture and Design Institute and Artyom Tatuyev hopefully inspiring the adoption of AI in architecture and design all across the globe. One more quote on our digital tree. The third winner is Lukoil. We welcome on the stage the Senior Management Director for the central part of Russia, Rustam Sadinov. Lukoil is using AI to manage mature oil deposits in order to reduce water consumption and increase oil production. The third winner, and for the third time, I'm very happy to say that the oil and gas industry is once again also very close to my heart. I'm very happy to see that the jury acknowledged the greatness of your solution. AI has been widely used in oil and gas, but there is so much more that we can do with it. Thank you very much for acknowledging our project, the management of mature oil deposits with the use of AI. I would like to thank each and every specialist, each and every team member involved in the launch of this project. Indeed, today we are using neural network-based technology to optimize the process of production, to improve the efficiency of production, and to minimize environmental impact. I would also like to thank you, the organizers of this forum, for building this platform that encourages discussion of all the latest developments in AI. This really incentivizes development in this field. It motivates you to achieve more. Thank you.
Now, Rustam, what is the most important thing in AI and AI development in 2024? Can you give back the mic? No, just wait a second. A photo. Thank you. We're rolling on. The fourth award winner in business category, Krezol, state company. And we're inviting Bulat Baymetov, The automated selection of the application in the chemical industry AI helps to select the dozens of the best options from 1,000 options, thousands of options, improving the speed of selection of by the factor of 4. And a round of applause and a photo. I would like to thank our team that yet again proved that there's nothing impossible. The guys were really passionate about this product and implementing this product. We're not able to deliver it instantly, but now it's great. The results are great. The managers are happy working with it. But, you know, we are trying to go forward. AI is developing actively. We are developing drones and are actively integrating AI. There are some new, great, promising areas where we can work on. What is the most important thing that you need to know about AI in 2024? I think that you should be passionate about the new things, and you need to have a team passionate about some new things, and we have such a team. Thank you very much, Crezol, State Company. A round of applause. Thank you very much. The fifth winner of the business category is Alpha Bank and Vladimir Verkhoshinsky, the head of Alpha Bank. Alpha Bank optimizes complicated processes by decreasing the time for ML learning, automates the data for retraining, and improves the efficiency of working with data. You know, we were having a joke before the conference. We said that the participants of the alliance cannot receive the award, and Vladimir is going to get into the alliance today, so they can receive the award. I think there's a mistake here. Not the mistake because we are the mistake that we have won the award, but the fact that I'm standing here talking about that, because we have a lot of free-thinking, free-minded guys and girls who are very passionate about the stuff that they do, and they want to come to our bank and to create and to get this fantastic result. So that's your award. I'm just here receiving it. I can even see the people who are working on that. Could you stand up, please, so that, you know, you have these people, the heroes. A round of applause for you. Thank you for making sure that Alpha Bank is one of the leaders in AI in Russia. What is the most important thing you need to know about AI in 2024? Yeah, just a second, a photo. And you have time to think up the quote that will be reflected in our digital tree. So we have 5 awards in the business category. And then the jury decided also to note other companies that implement LLMs in their work and optimize business processes. Who are the winners? Happyware Yug, Unistroy, and ABBA Group. And we invite the IT director of Happyware Yug, Ilya Tsepenkov, and Vladislav Matorkin from ABBA Group. Unfortunately, the representative of the construction company Unistroy was not able to attend. Now a photo and a round of very loud applause, please. It's a great pleasure to welcome you here. How did you decide to make a project in 2024 based on generative AI? Hello. Hi, everyone. Now, happy where Yug, that's our company. To be here, you have to implement state-of-the-art technologies, and we have always been innovative, and this is how we won the award. And thank you for organizing that. You know, to implement these technologies in 2024, we had to spend 7 to 8 years. Like 7-8 years ago, we had to see what to do, and we invested a lot of effort. There was a toil and sweat, and we looked at these models, AI models, and back then these models had limitations. It couldn't unlock their potential and to do what we wanted it to do. And now we can create fantastic digital avatars when we service companies. As a construction holding, we have integrated avatars that are going through a pilot version. They deliver services to our customers. We want our avatars to become personal consultants and personal managers for the customers who want to see the buildings that do not exist yet. So the residential blocks that we built, and as we are building the residential block, there's nothing there, and everything is in 3D, in digital format, so you can go make a tour. And we decided, okay, well, everything is digital, then your manager should be digital as well, and so our avatars are located in this residential blocks that are being built, and we are doing that for other construction companies, and we believe that digital consultants will become part of our society, in healthcare, in banks. We are on the level where people have to accept that, but we have to be cautious. We have to go gradually. The champions and advocates of new tech should start using that. But I think that in a couple of years, the digital avatars will become a part of our life, and they will help us, and they will live together with us and work together with us. And these were the winners of the special jury prize. Happy were Yug, Unistroy, and Ava Group.
Андрей Андреевич, спасибо за участие в награждении премии компании, но я прошу вас остаться на сцене. У вас так прекрасно это получается.
Mr. Belevsov, please remain on the stage because you are doing a fantastic job. Next category, with the development of AI, you can improve the life of the quality of the life of the people living in Russia. So many regions are already implementing these developments, and the regional competition. And we have all the regions of Russia present here, from Kaliningrad to Kamchatka. The prize to the regions category. There were 5 regions that were selected that demonstrate high results in AI applications. Moscow region, Sakhalin region, Sakha Republic from Yakutia, and Yakutia were the regions that filed the majority of the applications. Now, who were the best ones? Mr. Belevsov, I think there's nothing more important than to make sure that AI-driven projects are delivered to all regions of Russia. And Russia has a couple of fantastic regions with very active leaders who are very passionate about implementing technologies to improve the lives of the citizens who live in these regions. This is a special event. There's no intrigue here. A president of Russia yesterday, Mr. Putin, named the winners. However, I mean, that means that this award was recognized at the highest level. So it is our great pleasure to give the awards to the regions that received these awards based on the opinion of the very strict jury team. Lipetsk region, Georgy Artemonov, the governor of the region, is invited to the floor. Lipetsk region is prioritizing AI technologies. They have a ML model to evaluate the agricultural fields, and the field evaluation is done in 5 minutes. Lipetsk region has been winning this award for the second time in a row. Thank you very much. And that's our own Lipetsk-based development that really shows the great potential of the experts, AI experts that work in our region. Taking this opportunity, I would like to invite the company that specializes in AI solution development. If you want to produce a glucose meter, think no more. Lipetsk region is a special economic zone. If you want to do something for the national state or for another region and you need a partner, Lipetsk region will be here to support your efforts and will help to adapt your products. Thank you very much, and thank you for this high prize. Thank you very much, Mr. Artemonov. A round of applause. The next winner, Moscow City. We invite two representatives of the Moscow authorities, the director of EMIAS department and of the Department of Information Technologies of the government of Moscow, and the director of the Center for the Diagnostics of Telemedicine, Yuri Vasilyev. Moscow is developing computer vision technologies to analyze the scans to be scaled in other regions of Russia. The smart solutions help the doctors, the radiologists, and help to see pathologies on early stages based on the scans. Thank you very much for this award. I would like to thank you all. I have a lot of participants, and the entire country is participating in this effort. We would like to thank the Ministry of Health of Russia, the governor, the government of Moscow, the mayor of Moscow, Sergei Sobyanin, Madam Rakova, the head of the healthcare department of Moscow. And I'd like to thank Sergei, who is here with us today. Because together we were creating this opportunity, and now all the regions can, free of charge, connect to our platform. And obviously telemedicine and people who work in the telemedicine services, who work 24/7, are delivering the services to the country. That is very important to create this socially important project that will be available for all the regions. So thank you very much. Yuri, I don't really know what to say after such a speech. I'd like to thank our leaders who believe in digital technologies and develop them and trust us. From our part, the IT guys who worked with your team, I would like to say that we do value the trust that you have towards us. You're the doctors, and when we work together and when we have something delivered as an IT team, as a doctor team, we come up with something fantastic. Implemented technologies help the diagnostics to become more available and more efficient for all the regions. A round of applause. The third region is Moscow region. The first Deputy Minister of the Information Technologies and Communications of Moscow region, and Mr. Girenko. They implemented AI solution that is monitoring the quality of the school meals for the school children. Hi, everyone. First of all, thank you for giving the regions the opportunity to share our experience and share our project, and to talk about the best practices that we have in our country. And secondly, thank you very much for giving this high praise. We see some effects. The effects are more social effects, that's it's not the monetary effects maybe, but we see that we have much less complaints related to the low quality of food in schools. We see more and more potential in terms of implementing AI in governance. As technologies are being implemented, we see more opportunities to apply them. We started with nine projects, and now we have more than 20 projects that are being implemented and are data-driven. And as you implement new technologies, the support of the leadership is very important. Mr. Vorobyov, the governor of the Moscow region, is always committed to the new technologies, and we in the regions, we see that AI technologies have a huge potential in governance. Thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause and a photo.
И внимание на Digital Day, вклад Московской области в послание лидеров искусственного интеллекта внес губернатор Московской области.
And Andrei Vorobyov made a quote that was put on the digital tree.
И мы продолжаем. Четвертым регионом лидером в сфере
The fourth region to win is Tula region. And we invite the governor of Tula region, Dmitry Vilayev. Colleagues, friends, it is a great honor to be here. I'll try to speak without using AI. I'll have a short speech. Mr. Belevtsov said that I should take at least maximum 15 minutes. So I hope you stay comfy as I deliver my speech. But anyway, I would like to say that this is a very important award. I would like to thank the organizers and the jury team. The project that we have implemented in healthcare is pretty important. AI is becoming a reliable assistant in helping to safeguard the health of the people. I know that every region have their own developments and practices, and we're going to move forward and drive this area. I'd like to say that it is a great honor for Tula region to be awarded the prize. We're going to move forward with that effort. For our region, as well as for any other region, healthcare is a top priority, a very sensitive topic. We understand that all. We have the most seniors in our population in Tula region. We also have healthcare as a top priority put by the president of Russia. And by the way, if you go to the Lipetsk region, you will go through Tula region, so make sure to stop at our region as well. We had a lot of healthcare AI-driven projects in Tula region. The AI-driven solutions and algorithms are used to scan for heart diseases and help with the treatment.
The fifth winner of this award in the regional category is the region of Tyumen. Welcome to the stage, the director of digitization development of Tyumen region, Stanislav Loginov. Tyumen region is using AI to make the region more secure. It analyzes CCTV footage to prevent offenses and wrongdoings across the region. Stanislav, over to you. Hello, everyone, dear friends, dear colleagues. dear expert jury. I think we all feel this special atmosphere of artificial intelligence, human intelligence, brilliance in this audience. There are so many projects launched in Russia that are also having a spillover effect to the global market. It's a great honor to be receiving this award. It's a great pleasure. I'm not even sure what I'm feeling exactly, especially given that the president of the country named us among the other regions that are investing a lot of resources and efforts in AI technology for the benefit of the region. As the head of the digitization department, I have some of my colleagues in the audience today. I can say that it all depends on how interested the head of the state is in this development. It was great to hear some encouraging words from the president yesterday, and I'm sure each one of us is greatly motivated to contribute as much as possible to achieving the goals set by the president. The governor of Tyumen region is always ready to help. We have a lot of events dedicated to AI and digitization. We've had this year yet another forum on digitization and AI. Maxim Shadayev, thank you very much for supporting us. I'd also like to thank the team of Sber and Andrei personally. We will be moving on. Without the leaders, there is no progress. Thank you very much. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you, and my thanks go to the digitized Tyumen region. Let's take your photo with the prize. We thank and congratulate all of the winning regions. Andrei, please stay on the stage for just a minute. I would like to welcome Maksut Shadayev, the head of digital development of Russia. Well, here I am on the stage. Well, the floor is yours to make a comment. Right. Very happy to see you all. We had a great first day yesterday. I would like to remind you that this is not our first edition of this forum, nor the first edition of the awards ceremony. Yesterday, as a government official, I heard this very clear message from the president. We need to transition from the great pilot projects to large-scale implementation and adoption of AI en masse in governance, in social services, in education and healthcare. We have innovations, we have companies, we have technologies, and now we need to showcase how they have been disrupting our work. So yesterday I heeded to this message, and I really hope that next year we will be awarding people not just for the great regional experience, and they are doing a great job in the regions, risking things and experimenting with stuff. It is very encouraging to see what they are doing, especially as government officials. So we need to create platforms that would support this en masse, full-scale rollout of this technology, because we need this huge nationwide AI implementation project. Congratulations to all of you. Great achievements. You are pioneering these domains, and we will be following suit. You are indeed leaders, so hopefully next year we will be awarding you and others for their great accomplishments in building AI platforms. I also have this proposal for next year, because we have come up with this wonderful program with Sber, with the AI Alliance, and we need a whole new class of developers and engineers. So maybe next year we could add an award ceremony for the best teachers at universities, because they are not just pushing this industry forward, but they are cultivating the talent that we so desperately need. So once again, congratulations, and once again, looking forward to seeing you back next year. Thank you very much, Mr. Shandayev. I hope that our colleagues from the AI Alliance will support this proposal. It's difficult for us to roll out a whole platform nationwide, but we will be doing our best to support these efforts. Thank you very much. We are so happy to say that the heads of the regions that got the awards are also receiving a certificate of acknowledgement from the President of Russia. We have heard some words of encouragement from the winners. You can find all of them, all of the highlights on our digital tree of wisdom. Let's have a quick recap. So this is what we have heard from the stage. AI is a new toolkit which will help us focus on the more creative aspects of work thanks to automating the routine and monotonous part of it. Artificial intelligence helps translate data from the language of physics into the language of medicine, thus giving people an opportunity to forge a synergy with the technology of the future. The best effect from the adoption of AI is an increase in the level of comfort and security for people. AI-based technology is a bridge between today and tomorrow's achievement. So we have just given out the awards to AI leaders in 2024, whose achievements are encouraging us to move forward. But we have yet another event, yet another highlight, where we will see an expansion of the AI Alliance. Yesterday, we initiated the creation of this alliance with the participation of the Russian president, and today we are going to add new members to the AI Alliance. The ceremony of accession to the AI Alliance. The alliance was called 5 years ago with the participation of the president at the AI Journey conference, and since then it has been a hub of AI development in Russia, promoting the country's leadership worldwide. Accession to the alliance is not just a formality. It is an achievement which symbolizes a high level of trust by industry experts. The members of the alliance are renowned authorities in the respective domains and are pushing the AI development further. I'd like to welcome to the stage the first deputy chairman of the executive board of SPER and the chairman of the supervisory board of the alliance, the AI Alliance, Alexander Vedyakhin. Mr. Vedyakhin, the floor is yours. Dear friends, it was 5 years ago that, with the participation of the Russian president, we created this AI Alliance. And back then, it seemed like an organization, like a group of enthusiasts. If it develops, great. If it doesn't, well, so be it. But now we see that this is a whole movement at a whole different level. The biggest experts and companies in AI development have now forged this alliance that has done quite a lot in these 5 years. Just some examples. The university rating, more than 200 universities have been rated, and we are doing this to encourage them to get better, to improve their educational processes. Just recently, we've also published a textbook on AI for secondary school children. We have created an AI ethics code with more than 80 companies joining it in Russia and beyond. And just yesterday, once again with the participation of the Russian president, we added members to the AI Alliance. We expanded the list of members. And we are looking forward to more achievements and greater progress, because we have very ambitious goals set by the government. And thank you, Mr. Shadayev, for the questions you are asking and for your proposals. And I have a question, a counter question, because we have a lot of interesting things to discuss with the Ministry of Digital Development and the Ministry of Economic Development. So in that regard, we are indeed the organizations that are looking forward, looking into the future together, taking action together. And to a large extent, thanks to the companies that are members of the AI Alliance, Russia is now one of the leaders in the global AI race. It makes me particularly happy to see that this team includes financial institutions, because I've been getting these questions about what is the perspective of Sber. So we see financial institutions as members of AI Alliance, T-Bank, Alpha Bank, Aeroflot, our great friends from Aeroflot, Alpha Bank, welcome to the alliance, Rostelecom, the one of the biggest mobile providers. I am speaking on behalf of Sber, but as a chairman of the supervisory board of the alliance, I welcome you warmly to the alliance. I welcome all the new members. Thank you very much for these remarks. And now to sign the accession documents, we would like to welcome to the stage the representatives of the following companies. Deputy CEO for Information Technology of Aeroflot, Russian Airways, Anton Matskevich. Head of Alpha Bank, Vladimir Verkhoshinsky. Deputy CEO of Dom RF, the chairman of the board of Dom RF, Artyom Vidarko. CEO of Kaspersky Lab, Evgeny Kaspersky. Senior Vice President for Information Technology, Rostelecom, Dary Khalidov.
Подписание осуществляется в присутствии министра цифрового развития, связи и массовых коммуникаций Российской Федерации.
The signing involves the Minister for Digital Development and Economic Development, Maksud Shadayev, and First Deputy Chairman of the Executive Board of Sberbank, Alexander Vidyakhin. Please sign the document. The ceremonial signing of this document is an important step toward joining the efforts of major tech companies in joint development of their competencies and skills in adoption of AI in education, science, and business. The ceremonial signing of the document certifying accession to the AI Alliance is completed. Congratulations on this important event. Please stand closer to Mr. Vidyakhin for the photo op.
Ваши аплодисменты.
This round of applause is for you. Thank you, everyone, all of the participants of the ceremonial signing.
Мы благодарим всех участников церемонии.
We thank all of the participants of the ceremony. And let's once again give them a big round of applause. Congratulations. Dear friends, today we have been awarding people who use their talent and their great work to promote the adoption of AI technology. We welcomed new members of the International AI Alliance. You are leaders in AI, and your presence here gives us encouragement in the fact that the future will be made brighter by AI. This concludes day 2 of the conference. I hope to welcome you back tomorrow at 9:30 Moscow time for day 3 of AIJ 2024, the Science Day. See you back tomorrow.